Every man dreams of becoming a master of martial arts and dedicating his life to justice. The eagle spreads its wings in the sky, embodying the free fate of a hero. While wars rage in the universe, the world needs a mighty force capable of destroying evil with a single punch. His movements radiate incredible energy, fundamentally distinguishing him from an ordinary person. Many dream of such a flight, but not everyone is given to know true freedom. Against the backdrop of a fiery blaze, a strong hand raises a heavy hammer above the anvil, creating a steel masterpiece. Over the city, at the foot of the mountains, a clear morning blooms, coloring the sky in gentle golden hues. In the half-darkness of the forge, a young man works, surrounded by heat and sparks from the metal. The sun rises above the horizon, gently illuminating the tiled roofs and gardens that have just awakened from sleep. On a quiet street, two boys play as mighty warriors. That is why the blacksmith works fiercely in the whirl of smoke, where something unusual and full of mysterious power is born. Children fight with sticks, dreaming of turning the game into real life. On the veranda during a conversation, a young blacksmith and an elder met, examining new acupuncture needles on the table. The youth respectfully raises the instruments, suppressing the tremor before the exam. From nervousness, the boy's foot slides on the floor, almost breaking the solemnity of this extremely important moment for him. "I have finally finished working on these needles especially for you," the youth said under the watchful gaze of the master. Before him stood the great Jin, the legendary doctor of the district. Against the backdrop of endless stars, a hand grips a needle, the sound of which can transform a dreamy boy into a true hero. The master carefully examines every detail of the needles, into which the blacksmith has put his soul. The doctor squints. The thin needle in his fingers suddenly glowed, as if filled with hidden magical energy of the metal. The elder asks about knowledge in medicine, and the youth answers confidently. The youth's heart froze with amazement. The wise elder offered him to become an apprentice and grasp the secrets of healing. Looking at the butterflies in the sky, Mujin felt how his fate had changed. Just a few months ago, the doctor's morning passed in deep peace and silence, when the city was only beginning to fill with the sounds of the day. The sun promises a day full of concerns for the health of people and herbs. You rewrite ancient scrolls at night to grasp the wisdom of the ancestors until dawn, without closing your eyes. The boy tidies up the yard and brings healing powders to the teacher. Against the background of instruments, a confident hand takes a new needle, preparing for a complex and delicate healing procedure. The young doctor precisely determines the points for future injections on the model. Over the city, the sunny morning returns, the beginning of a new stage in the life of a future great master. The doctor touches the child's shoulder with a needle, and he quietly groans. In the hospital, the wise physician examines the patient, who assures his mother with a smile that the needles do not hurt at all. The gray-bearded doctor gives the boy a treat for his brave behavior. The mother and son gratefully bow to the healer, who rests on a bench as they leave the bright hospital hall. The young man watches his father, whose movements resemble a butterfly dance. The elderly master looks at his son, who asks hopefully if he will ever achieve such high mastery. Muzin sets off on the road, promising his father to return with herbs. The young man runs swiftly through the crowd of the sunny city, where the noise of passers-by creates an atmosphere of endless movement. Flying past the market, the boy greets the medicine seller, who smiles and follows all medical advice. The merchant offers the best goods, but Mujin only waves cheerfully. The square buzzes with greetings. Shopkeepers know Mujin and gladly wave back at him. The young man rushes down the busy street, managing to exchange pleasantries with every passerby on his way. Lost in thought, Mujin crashes at full speed into the broad chest of a stranger. Before him stands a formidable warrior in a crimson aura, whose fierce gaze demands an explanation for such audacity. Overcome with horror, the boy begs the enraged giant to forgive him for the accidental carelessness. The giant rages, his eyes blaze with fire, and his voice promises the boy a harsh lesson. The thunder of the blow, Mujin flies to the ground, but even through the pain he continues to dream of the glory of a hero. On a sunny glade stands an old wooden hut, densely covered with soft moss. Beaten Mujin, with a huge bruise on his forehead, looks pitiful under the explosions of incessant loud laughter. Changguok laughs to tears, advising his friend to put in a second eye for perfect symmetry. In Changguok's hut, he arranges a whole performance, masterfully imitating his friend's fright and the giant's fierce threats. Mujin rages, and his relentless friend offers to help him get another black eye. The verbal altercation between the boys fills the walls of the small hut with noise and arguments. Mujin's scream. He complains about a new poke in the eye and demands his friend stop immediately. Now both young men sit humbly against the wall with identical bruises on their faces. In the cozy room, Changguok suddenly suggests to his friend to finally have a snack. He confidently holds a fly agaric, whose spotted cap looks alluring and dangerous. Sitting on the floor, the young man offers the poisonous mushroom to his friend as an unusual dinner. Mujin accuses his friend of mockery, but he says that this rare mushroom costs a lot of money. The young man stops the blow upon hearing about magical visions and the possibility to open doors to the world of special dreams. Changguok breaks off a piece, convincing his friend that it is the key to unexplored possibilities. The herb gatherer promises Mujin the title of king while he dares to swallow a fragment of the gift. Changguok describes a vision of invincible power as the intrigued Mujin attentively absorbs every word. He tells of triumph over 100 warriors, assuring that the poison will not harm the body. Mujin swallows the entire mushroom in one gulp, trusting the promises of his eloquent friend. Changguok screams from such greed, while Mujin waits for a powerful effect. In imagination appears a mighty ruler surrounded by flying blades, where spirit and steel merge in harmony. Mujin's gaze becomes resolute. He believes that thanks to the mushroom, he will become a legendary sword master. Changguok tries to break free, warning of unpredictable consequences. Mujin firmly holds his friend, stating that as a doctor, he fully controls his body. Changguok mumbles that the poison's effect is about to begin, and all that remains is to wait patiently. Mujin's gaze becomes glassy, but he stubbornly repeats the phrase about his experience in medicine. The boy is drooling, and his detached facial expression indicates the onset of a deep drug-induced trance. The image of a friend doubles while Mujin, like a broken toy, repeatedly assures everyone of his expertise. The black sky blooms with fiery butterflies. The young man's consciousness plunges into a realm of hallucinations. Silhouettes of weapons frozen in the air appear against the backdrop of lava. In the fiery whirlwind appears a mighty blacksmith, whose facial features strangely resemble a masculine version of Mujin. The master grips a massive hammer as sparks of metal fly around. The muscular body glistens with sweat, and the eyes reflect the flame of the forge as he forges the sword blade. The master intently watches the steel, while the fire casts deep shadows on his face. His face is covered with sweat from labor, but his eyes blaze with confidence and a clear vision of the future. In the scorching forge, the master tirelessly hammers the sword, occasionally raising his gaze to the sky as if seeking answers to secret questions of fate. The hammer strikes the metal with a roar, but a piece chips off the nearly finished blade, ruining all the work. The blacksmith looks at the fragments with disappointment, recalling a dream about a doctor's life. The fatigue is so strong that reality blurs. The damaged sword breaks free from the master's hands and flies into the dark unknown. The master takes up work again. He must forge 5 perfect swords ordered by King Yui himself. He has no right to make a mistake. He believes that this blade will become his greatest creation and glorify his name for ages. Against the backdrop of the night sky, an ancient volcano suddenly awoke, filling everything around with an anxious glow and a premonition of inevitable great changes. 5 legendary swords, forged over 20 years, fly in cosmic heights among the parade of planets. Magical blades hover in space, radiating power to change the course of history. Among the weapons levitates the master himself in an aura of pure energy, holding him in the cold ether. The master's face radiates triumph, for he has finally realized the cherished dream of all humanity, creating the perfect weapon for the gods themselves. The army of immortals watches as the legendary swords of the great master fall from the sky like a fiery rain. A man runs quickly along a path strewn with delicate sakura petals. At the celebration, men raise their cups, and on the table awaits a special chalice for the future winner. Heavenly angels carry in the air a carved table with a cup of divine drink, intended for the true winner of the tournament. The master levitates in meditation, surrounded by his creations, vibrating with an excess of power. Countless hands raise cups in a single surge of joy. You have finally reached the desired paradise. A sakura flower spins in the air as a symbol of the fleeting nature of this beautiful moment. A petal sticks to the eye of the angel girl, causing the sacred table in her hands to tilt dangerously, disrupting perfect balance. The precious cup slips and falls down, threatening to spoil the entire celebration. The master's face is distorted by anger over a senseless mistake that interrupted his peace. The young man regains consciousness on the ground next to the scattered herbs he collected with such great difficulty. The bag is overturned. He looks around confusedly, trying to remember everything. Cold drops of sweat run down his face. Under the roof of the house, a mysterious energy sparkles, foretelling the approach of a great inevitable disaster. The enraged man shouts loudly, threatening the doctor with violence and pouring out all his uncontrollable and terrible rage on him. The angry man turns around and walks away, leaving behind a heavy silence. The young man looks ahead gloomily, feeling the bitter taste of disappointment over the collapse of all his plans. Mujin listens to the story of another herbal gatherer with maximum concentration, trying to catch every word and understand the essence of the events. The boy still does not understand the logic of the events and his role in this strange incident. The young man anxiously notices that the sun has almost set beyond the horizon, ending this day full of shocks. The friend tells that Mujin imagined himself as a great sword master, and in that state decided to immediately return to the clinic walls. The teenagers talk near the entrance to the clinic, rejoicing that the way home has finally ended successfully. The comrades warmly say goodbye and go their separate ways under the evening city sky. Mujin remains alone, feeling despair because of strange visions that do not leave his consciousness. The boy suddenly looks up and becomes purposeful, remembering something very important while sweat continues to roll down his cheeks. The ancient roof with hieroglyphs holds the secrets of past generations. The hand confidently holds a thin acupuncture needle, ready for precise medical intervention. In the sunlit courtyard, a gray-haired doctor calmly talks with Mujin, who has finally returned from his long travels. The son enthusiastically tells about adventures while the father intently studies the needle in his hand. The elderly doctor gives Mujin a wise answer that makes him think. The agitated young man questions his father about the strange guest, from whom emanated an unusual and alarming danger. A thin needle in the master's hands flashes with energy, piercing the entire surrounding space with radiance. The young man feels weakness and grabs his temples, trying to hold back an unbearable pain attack that literally tears his head apart. The pain becomes unbearable, forcing Mujin to close his eyes and grit his teeth. The boy informs the doctor that the attack has finally receded and control over his body has returned to him. The master explains. The governor's assistant complained about the excessive pain of acupuncture sessions conducted earlier. The doctor compares two needles, a new shiny one and an old bent one, demonstrating the difference to his son. Mujin feels sick again. He physically senses powerful flows of unknown energy coming from these ordinary instruments. Despite the fever, the boy tries to speak, although every sound is difficult for him. Mujin barely stands on his feet, his body trembling from heat as he watches the needle in the experienced doctor's hands. The young man sharply intercepts the old man's hand, firmly gripping the fingers with the magical needle. Men stand in the middle of a sunny courtyard, and the tension between them turns an ordinary conversation into something fatal. Now in Mujin's hands gleams a new straight needle, while the doctor is left with only an old bent instrument that has lost its power. In the eyes of the elderly man is genuine shock. He remembered something important from the past. Mujin's eyes flash with energy, his face tenses with strength, and at that moment true magic begins. The young man's face contorts from tension, his forehead pales, and a feeling of unbearable discomfort spreads through his body. In one hand, the man grips a perfect needle, and in the other, a bent one from which emanates a radically different, intangible energy. Mujin walks through the crowd, examining the needles and listening to the resonance in his body. In the middle of the street, a thought enlightens him. This hypersensitivity is his special magical property, which he had not suspected. Pots line up on the counter, vibrating with invisible energy accompanied by a hum. A mustached warrior in a red kimono with a sword on his back tries to outshout the noise of the relentless crowd around him. A sharp pain forces the boy to clutch his temples. Consciousness is clouded by fog. Mujin realizes his body reacts to every low-quality thing, turning its flaws into physical suffering. An old needle in the fingers emits chaotic energy, accompanied by cutting, hearing, and extremely irritating sounds. A mighty blacksmith with a satisfied face holds a heavy hammer while sweat drips from him. A teenager squeezes a bent needle and proves something to the void, probably just the product of Mujin's sick imagination. The boy tries to understand, how does he know which master made this needle? Mujin tries to grasp the thread of truth that constantly slips away from his mind, leaving only doubts. Mujin quickens his pace, directing all determination to the search for answers. Above the city, a sunny sky against which a thick and very heavy column of bluish smoke rises from the tall forge chimney. Near the square stands a large house with a yard, where in the very heart of the forge a fire blazes. 5 swords gleam in the sun with a steel shine and emit pure energy. Mujin's eyes flash. He has finally found what he had been searching for many long years. The young man presses the sword to his cheek. The perfect quality of the weapon instantly soothes his inner irritation and physical pain. Passers-by glance fearfully at the boy who embraces the cold steel in the middle of the street. Muzin carefully studies the details of the handle as a frightening suspicion forms in his mind. The boy is stunned. Reality around him strangely begins to intertwine with his ancient and mysterious dream. His eyes sparkle with energy bursting outward. The burly bearded man lifts a huge stone, demonstrating his incredible physical strength. In the scorching haze of the forge, the muscular craftsman grips the sword's handle, from which a heavy and suffocating heat radiates meters around. In Mujin's visions, the blacksmith tirelessly creates tools, putting a piece of his own living soul into each product. The boy falls out of reality, curiously studying the patterns on the handle. His gaze sharpens. He searches for hidden meaning and details that previously seemed quite ordinary and unworthy of attention. Muzin stops before the gate, where sparks swirl in the air, confirming the proximity of a real blacksmith's forge. Could he really have gained secret knowledge during that strange dream? The boy's foot decisively steps over the threshold of the forge, leaving behind ordinary life for an unknown and dangerous fate. Muzin walks forward, feeling how each step brings him closer to unraveling his own gift in the hidden power of metal. The forge operates at full power, filling the space with the rhythmic sounds of labor and smoke bursting from the tall chimney. The blacksmith shouts angrily while Mujin calmly compares 2 needles. The enraged master continues to unleash his wrath, unwilling to listen to any excuses or explanations from the random stranger. In the middle of the yard, Mujin tries to calm the opponent, who stubbornly insists that he is no worse than his father. While being shouted at, the boy remains calm, analyzing the situation and understanding the true reason for the imperfection of the local products. The quality of the work has declined because the current master has lost the true essence of the craft. Mujin ponders who could really have made those new needles. The blacksmith's anger turns into deep resentment. He depressedly tries to defend his own skill before the stranger. The blacksmith issues a challenge: to find among the weapons the masterpieces of his great father. A huge hand points to the warehouse, where swords lie in the shadows, waiting for someone to distinguish true art from forgery. The blacksmith's face contorts with a grimace of uncertainty as he watches every move of the strange guest. Mujin confidently takes the massive blade, demonstrating the strength of a connoisseur. Men stand in tense silence while the young man demonstrates a sword that perfectly resonates with his inner state. The master explodes with rage because Mujin managed to instantly and flawlessly identify the best work of his late father. He does not believe that this boy so easily unraveled the secrets of tempering. In his imagination, Mujin plays out a scenario where the proud blacksmith is forced to admit his mistake under the pressure of irrefutable facts. The master continues to hurl threats, but Mujin only silently looks at him, provoking even more questions. The stranger found all the father's works, and it painfully strikes at his pride. Both men approach the anvil, where the air trembles from the heat, and the conversation becomes even more serious and fatal. The blacksmith admits to mediocrity and raises the hammer, but his movements are already devoid of former zeal. The man extends the hammer to Mujin, offering him to tame the steel himself. Against the backdrop of the wall, the master gives instructions while the young man takes the tool, preparing for the first strike. The boy feels every atom of the metal, as if the steel itself is telling him exactly how it needs to be properly and skillfully worked. Mujin raises the hammer over the glowing metal for the decisive blow. The blacksmith watches with a sly smile, expecting the complete failure of the confident boy who took up the hammer. The master mockingly suggests to the young man to forge a perfect needle, confident that he will only ruin the precious metal in vain. The boy tries to catch the rhythm of work amid creative tension. The work in the forge gains wild momentum, turning the space into a real field of fierce and loud battle. Mujin blows the fire in the furnace with all his might, making the flames dance a wild dance reflected in his eyes. By the furnace, every movement synchronizes with the hellish heat from the very heart of the forge. Mujin is focused on the process. He tries to understand if he has enough strength to embody the idea into a real form. On the surface of the anvil rests a piece of glowing hot iron, emitting a dazzling light before its future transformation. Mujin raises the hammer, putting all his will and energy into the strike. The heated metal on the anvil waits for the touch that will change its shape forever. The heavy hammer strikes the steel with a thunderous blow, sparking and making the very ground tremble from the incredible force of the strike. The blacksmith closely watches the work. His skepticism dissolves in the atmosphere of a true miracle. The master sees a technique that does not belong to a human, but resembles the dance of ancient gods. The young man confidently forges the metal. Each of his actions is filled with precision and wild passion. The movements of the hammer become refined. Mujin seems to paint in the air, turning the blank into a work of art. Sparks illuminate the face of the young man, who is completely immersed in the fiery element. Mujin smiles, the metal obeys his will, confirming the power of the strange method. The blacksmith does not understand how an amateur could achieve such a level in minutes. The master sees his own defeat, where he was just about to laugh at the boy's failure. Before him is not just a talented young man, but a true genius whose gift has no limits. Mujin's work sounds like a perfect symphony, where every hammer strike is a pure note. Through the smoke appears the image of the late master, as if the spirit came to see the birth of a new genius. Mujin works frantically while the master tries to rethink his own life. The blacksmith analyzes the young man's movements, acknowledging a power that surpasses all his dreams. The sword gradually loses its fiery color, demonstrating perfect balance, incredible sharpness, and legendary-level craftsmanship. The blacksmith begs Mujin not to stop and to demonstrate even more secret mastery. The thin blade tip glistens, promising to become the perfect weapon in the hands of a worthy warrior. Mujin feels the weight of the hammer, which has become an extension of his body. The blacksmith reaches out his hands to the blade, wishing to touch the newly seen perfection. The master begs to reforge his weapon, as he can no longer use the old sword. Mujin proudly holds the hammer. His inner chaos has finally found a way out. Smoke with mystical sparks marks the beginning of a new era for this workshop. The tip of the perfect needle emits a healing and soothing light against the wall. The needle's tip gently touches the body, bringing instant relief to the patient. The patient shines with happiness, and the witness of the treatment is impressed by the quick result of the procedure. In the queue, they discuss miraculous needles that literally brought people back to life. New visitors spread rumors about tools that perform real miracles. The clinic becomes crowded with people who came for healing and hope. Everyone strives to learn the secret of the doctor whose needles became legendary in a few days. The stern face of a man with a thick beard and piercing gaze appears in the frame. An endless queue of sufferers lines up near the entrance, arriving every minute under the scorching sun. The city panorama shows crowds of people converging to one point from every narrow street. The sun floods the fields and roofs, creating a peaceful picture of a majestic day. Travelers climb the mountain road, enjoying the views and fresh air. A giant statue in the mountains has guarded the peace of this picturesque valley for centuries. Wayfarers walk along the river, hiding from the sun and heading toward their goal. On the clearing, structures are visible where people find shelter from the heat and enjoy the silence of nature. Tired travelers approach a lonely house in search of rest. Near the doorstep, men discuss a visit to the doctor, whose skill legends circulate even in these mountains. The man in the hat studies the cup, preparing to meet the travelers. From above, it is seen how two people approach the man who calmly rests on a bench near the house. The figure slowly rises and walks away from the house, disappearing forever into the thick and mysterious shadow of the surrounding trees. In front of the gate, a crowd is bustling and the sun reflects off the iron gates. The flow of people does not cease for a moment. They arrive from everywhere, filling all the free space in front of the grand and massive city gate. Disputes flare up in the queue. Tired people argue over every little thing. Frightened faces indicate that something terrible is happening right now. Mujin peeks through the gates, shocked by the scene disorder and strange behavior of the crowd. The cold blade of the sword touches the throat, causing the victim to freeze. The warrior in the purple kimono pins the enemy to the ground, holding the sword right at the Adam's apple. The man's face contorts with rage and despair. Mujin understands this bloody clash is the work of martial arts masters, not ordinary people. In the middle of the yard, a brutal fight unfolds, where energy tears the air with powerful discharges, creating chaos around. Mujin freezes as a drop of blood flies past him. The blow throws the man backward, painting a terrible picture of defeat among bloody splashes. The boy drops to his knees and desperately presses his hands to the wound, trying to stop the bleeding and save his life. The enraged eye of the warrior foretells a new wave of uncontrollable violence. The wounded man lies on the ground, and strange signs appear on his chest, from which dark liquid oozes. Mugen studies the blood on the fabric, trying to determine the attacker's technique. The victor in purple walks away, and Mugen watches him with a heavy gaze, sensing trouble. The boy freezes. Important information changes his entire perception of the events. The killer's face melts into a creepy smile, and his laughter sounds like a death sentence. Mugen's eyes widen. The realization of the truth makes his heart beat much faster from unbearable anxiety. Before him appears the image of a demonic creature. The enemy transforms into a true devil in flames. Mugen recalls terrible rumors. Before him stands the same ruthless killer of doctors, whose bloody crimes instill fear in the inhabitants of the entire country. The gentle smile of the doctor radiates calm and confidence. The boy froze near their column, mesmerized by something invisible in the sunny room. The doctor greeted the patient on the couch warmly, becoming for him the embodiment of true hope. A mighty tree on the hill stands out as a dark silhouette against the night sky. The sun gilds the hill, and the shadow of the tree falls on the dewy grass. Mugen sees in the giant the image of a father, steadfast, resilient, and full of inexhaustible kindness. The face is distorted by a demonic grimace, and against the background of ominous clouds, the eyes flash with a predatory, otherworldly fire and a cunning smile. The man in the purple kimono froze, clutching a sword behind his back, while his eyes pulse with a dangerous, mysterious light. In a whirlwind of energy appears a strong hand, around which bright sparks and sharp acupuncture needles whirl in a wild dance. The strike cuts through the air. The youth flies aside, and bright crimson drops of hot blood fly from his face. The figure of Mugen swiftly flies through the starry sky until a deadly beam of energy mercilessly pierces his chest, leaving a bloody trail. The face is frozen in a silent scream. Energy rays mercilessly pierce the boy's body in a whirlwind of unbearable fear and pain. A creature with a devilish visage rushes through the green glow, piercing the space around with dazzling flashes of destructive power. Against the backdrop of twinkling stars, fingers manipulate needles, creating a real storm of molten metal and light around themselves. Mugen's gaze is sharp as a blade. He is ready for the final battle. A warrior with a massive sword stands still before the entrance. Mugen motionlessly watches the figure in purple, rapidly receding into the distance. The boy falls to his knees in fear before the stranger with hair strictly tied in a bun. A desperate scream. Mugen desperately calls for his father, and his eyes fill with unbearable pain and anxiety. A commanding hand rests on the shoulder, and from this touch, bright energy beams full of power spread against the wall background. The figure with the sword moves away while Mugen, stunned, turns at the sudden strong touch. The man in blue attire radiates calm but absolutely unbreakable confidence. On the cobblestone lies a body, and Mugen emotionally begs the stranger in blue to stop the dangerous swordsman who is walking away. The man in blue respectfully bows his head. A quiet refusal freezes in the air. On the starry sky appears a barely noticeable outline of a figure with a whip, tightly gripping the weapon's handle in his hand. Cold sweat and dilated pupils. Horror from the sudden realization of some terrible and inevitable thought. The young man bows his head before the man whose words fall heavily, like stones into quiet and deep water. A palm in a blue sleeve descends on Mugen's shoulder, giving him support and hope in this difficult moment. Close up, a hand grips Mugen's shoulder, whose pale face expresses unbearable inner disappointment. The majestic hospital building with a high roof towers as a silent witness to the tense conversation under the open sky. The swordsman in purple draws complex passes in the air, releasing turbulent and powerful streams of energy. The heroes' faces distort with fright as they see the incredible power rapidly approaching them. The warrior in purple sees something completely invisible to the ordinary human eye. Frightened eyes freeze on the sword's handle, which ominously glistens under the purple fabric. Fear on Mugen's face changed to joy when he noticed the familiar hand movement of the stranger. A heavy sigh of relief. The situation turned out not to be so bad after all. Mugen shudders, feeling the heavy palm of the man in the purple kimono on his own shoulder. Behind him appears a face with burning eyes, asking the young man a fateful and troubling question. The swordsman studies Mugen intently while he, stammering, tries to find the right words to answer. The man holds the youth in a near-deadly embrace, and the massive sword reminds him of the cost of any mistake. From beneath the folds of fabric gleams the hilt of a warrior with an almost divine destructive power. Mugen looks at the hand in horror, feeling cold sweat flooding his eyes. The warrior's fingers do not release the boy, whose gaze has become completely glassy from unbearable stress. The man in purple smiles tensely, yet his eyes remain cold and piercing. A panorama of the city, a crowd near the hospital watches the events at the main gates with interest. Above the roofs under the clear sky rises thick smoke from the forge's chimney. The warrior in purple stood thoughtfully, frozen in the middle of the yard, completely immersed in thoughts about his own secret plans. The young blacksmith touched his cheek in surprise, while the warrior pointed at him and Mujin, who stood nearby in complete confusion. The silence was broken by the loud laughter of the man in purple, who threw his head back, ignoring the youths. The youths whispered confusedly, not understanding the reason for this strange laughter. The man wiped tears from his eyes and showed a gold coin, posing a provocative question to the boys. The boys froze with raised eyebrows, gazing mesmerized at the gold that the swordsman offered them in his wide palm. On a pink background, a heavy ingot of pure gold sparkled, playing with sunlit reflections. The blacksmith took the precious metal, while the warrior carefully watched their reaction. The man's gaze became sharp, as if he was trying to look into the very soul of the young craftsman. They discussed the deadlines for completing the order, while the swordsman watched every gesture and word of the young craftsman with distrust. Mujin excitedly promised to complete everything on time, not taking his eyes off the shining ingot. Mujin tightly gripped the gold, focused only on a perfect result. The blacksmith confirms the words of his friend, and the satisfied young man already feels the weight of the future task. All three agree on the final details of the deal in the middle of the courtyard, while the gold in Mujin's hands becomes the guarantee of their success. The swordsman sharply raises his hand, and the air around instantly becomes heavy and cold. The man reveals the sword's hilt in the shadows, reminding the boys of his true identity. The boy instantly turned pale, recalling the danger and unpredictability of the man with whom they had just made this risky deal. The blacksmith gets to work, and the warrior sits on a chair, preparing to wait patiently. A skeptical smile on the warrior's face reveals deep doubts about the young master's abilities. A column of smoke rose above the city. Work on the needles has finally begun. Flames burst from the chimney, and the space fills with energy from the frantic work at the anvil. The glowing coal crackles as it flies into the furnace, fanning the heat to an incredible temperature needed to melt the steel. Mujin works the bellows under the watchful eye of the man in purple robes. The swordsman imagines perfect needles, pondering the complexity of this jewelry-making process. Sweating profusely, half-naked Mujin relentlessly strikes the iron with a hammer, which the blacksmith confidently holds with massive tongs. The warrior crossed his arms on his chest, scrutinizing every blow to the metal. The swordsman's face changed. He was impressed by the skill of an ordinary doctor's assistant. The sounds of the blows spread across the square, while thick smoke veiled the surrounding roofs. A strong male hand lifts the heavy blacksmith's hammer against the backdrop of glowing sparks flying around like fiery stars. The swordsman does not take his eyes off the metal, which emits an almost magical light and heat. He did not expect to see such passion for the craft in an ordinary city youth. Mujin continues mercilessly hitting the iron until the metal finally submits to the will and strong power of this young master. The process is clear: division into parts, breaking off pieces, and final smashing of elements. Mujin is fully immersed in the rhythm of work, ignoring the heat around. In the warrior's eyes is reflected the silhouette of the boy, reminiscent of an ancient spirit of fire. Finally, ordinary smoke came out of the pipe, and the heated atmosphere in the forge began to gradually cool, marking the end of the work. Tired but happy, Mujin wipes sweat, rejoicing at the successful completion of the task. The warrior watches the young man with satisfaction, acknowledging his own mistake. Mujin clenches the gold in his hand. It is his reward for exhausting work in the hot forge. The boy looks straight into the swordsman's eyes, asking about the true purpose of creating such dangerous and specific tools. The man smiles mysteriously, but his cold gaze pierces the young man to the very bones. The boy freezes by the wall, hesitating before a difficult choice. The men discuss matters while Mujin sinks into his own anxious thoughts. The swordsman insists on his point, completely ignoring the doubts and fear visible on the boy's face. Energy bursts from the touch to the hilt, filling the forge with dazzling light. The warrior folds his fingers in a gesture. A powerful energy cluster instantly forms between them. The youths watch in fascination as streams of power create a strong barrier around the warrior. The swordsman does not take his eyes off Mujin, who stands soaked with sweat and feels the incredible pressure of another's will in every cell of his body. Drops of water on the tile, a silent proof of a tense moment of waiting. The blacksmith shudders, sharp needles instantly pierce his bare shoulder. Around, sakura petals and sparks fly as the blacksmith looks at his own hands in confusion. A wave rolled through the forge, lifting objects and causing the air to vibrate from the excess magical power of the mysterious sword. The warrior watches the chaos with satisfaction, demonstrating his total superiority. Mujin froze in the center of the storm, trying to comprehend everything seen in tense silence. The building with curved roofs silently towers over the city, hiding its secrets in the shadows of balconies. In his imagination, he is a hero of legends, confidently frozen in a battle pose. The swordsman embraces Mujin by the shoulder, explaining details while the blacksmith stands in a cloud of energy and sharp needles. Mujin thoughtfully considers the warrior's words despite fatigue and anxiety. The swordsman asks a direct question, intently looking at Mujin, who tries to find the strength for a correct and worthy answer. The conversation continues. The warrior closes his eyes to concentrate while attentively listening to the young man's explanation. Mujin inquires about secrets, while the swordsman watches every change in his gaze. Hearing the news, the young man opened his mouth in genuine surprise, confused. The warrior explains the purpose of the needle, while Mujin watches his hands mesmerized. The conversation becomes increasingly serious. Both men are fully absorbed in discussing the intricacies of using the newly created weapon. The swordsman tensed, testing the reaction of his new young apprentice. Mujin decisively steps over the threshold of the red gates with hieroglyphs, feeling anxiety from the unknown. The boy climbs the stairs, clenching his fist. His eyes express a mixture of fear and unwavering determination to go to the very end. A joyful thought illuminated Mujin. He laughs, dreaming of future triumph. He imagines scenes of martial arts, where his strikes cut through the air swiftly and lethally. Imaginary images of Mujin perform combat moves, demonstrating unbreakable strength of spirit. Mujin exhales focusedly during the strike, fully dedicating himself to training body and mind. However, reality is different. Mujin lies unhappily on the ground, and above him towers the teacher, observing his unfortunate failure. Mujin bows low to the doctor, apologizing for the long absence at home. The father looks gently at his son, while the son bows his head, feeling responsibility towards the family. When the doctor touched the son's shoulders, a spark of true mutual understanding instantly arose between them. Suddenly, the doctor's body shudders from a strong fever. Mujin barely manages to catch his father, who has become very ill. The doctor's face paled from pain, while Mujin feverishly thinks about how to help his father. The old man talks about his fear for his son while they recover from a severe attack. Leaning on his son's strong shoulder, the father slowly heads to the entrance, seeking the long-awaited shelter within the walls of his native hospital. The healer's face is clouded with thoughts before the fateful conversation. Despite his weakness, the old man watches his son intently, whose gaze is full of impatient expectation. They stop right before the clinic entrance, preparing to finally cross the threshold that will change their usual and measured life forever. Suddenly, the father rushes deep into the yard, leaving the young man confused. Returning, the old man stuns Mujin with news that makes the boy's eyebrows shoot up. In the old man's hands, silver ingots mysteriously gleam, emitting a soft glow in the golden rays of the evening sunlight. Mujin holds the treasure confusedly, not understanding why his father gave him these riches right now. The doctor explains to his son, the time has come to set out on the journey to become a man. The father continues giving instructions, while Mujin tries to comprehend the scale of the serious changes ahead in his own life fate. The young man's speech is full of doubts, and the sweat on his temples reveals his fear of the unknown. The doctor's confident gesture breaks the hesitation. This is the only path to the future. Looking his son straight in the eyes, the father fervently convinces him of the importance of this step. Although the boy listens with great doubt in his soul, Mujin suddenly realizes a truth he had never even dared to dream of before. In the forest clearing, old tree firmly holds onto the ground, casting a shadow on the grass. The boy looks at the giant, pondering the incredible resilience of his father. Mujin's face shines with the realization of a new mission, as he finally grasps something extraordinarily important against the backdrop of the endless blue sky. Hundreds of yellow butterflies swirl around, filling the forest space with magic and happiness. The old trunk becomes the center of the world where a new legend is born. From the lush crown, clouds of golden butterflies and sparks scatter, heralding the beginning of a great journey and future magnificent achievements. Through the infinite space like comets, bright clusters of chi energy rush by. Mujin in meditation. Around him swirl energy flows and leaves. Against the sky, the young man's face radiates calm, eyes closed, and hair playing in the wind. The frame focuses on the young man's eye, behind which hides extreme concentration and intense mental work on something extraordinarily important. Mujin sits in the lotus position, surrounded by a dense, radiant cocoon of power. The silence of the forest is broken only by a light rustle. A ripe acorn detaches from the branch and falls down. Feeling a tap on the crown, Mujin looks up and contemplates the fateful, recalling in his thoughts his distant native home. On a branch, a man in purple lurks, watching the young man. Mujin jumps up as the stranger leaps down in a wild whirlwind of energy. The man in purple freezes before the young man, his gaze full of irony as he slowly utters some mysterious words. The young man takes a fighting stance with a smile, joyfully responding to the opponent. Mujin dreams of the power of a mighty master, although in reality he remains just an ordinary boy who simply tells this story. A silvery gleam suddenly cuts through the air. The stranger's elegant sword swiftly flies through the transparent space. The weapon unexpectedly ends up in the hands of the young man, who stunnedly examines the perfect and cold steel of the blade. A huge log falls from above like heavenly punishment, darkening the sun and making the air tremble from incredible weight. The master skillfully catches the tree and takes a stance, challenging the boy to a fight. The master's gaze hardens. He tightly grips the stick before the fierce clash on the sunny glade. The frightened Mujin is reflected in the cold blade of the sword. The young man draws the blade while the opponent calmly gives instructions with the stick in his hands. Mujin closes his eyes for a moment, imagining how with one lightning-fast move he cuts the hem of the enemy's purple dress. Fanatical dreaminess flashes in the boy's eyes. In his thoughts, he relentlessly advances on the enemy with a giant sword that weighs much more than the strongest rock. The stranger whistles carefreely, demonstrating complete indifference to the boy's actions. The master blows ironically on his index finger, showing surprise at the youth's audacity. The man's boot firmly presses into the thick grass, and from this movement, a powerful wave of pure energy spreads through the ground. Mujin's face tenses. He lunges forward. The boy strikes desperately, but the master easily deflects the attack with his stick. An energy flash at the point of contact between the blade and the wood captures the moment of highest confrontation in this clearing. The angry youth presses with all his might, yet the simple stick seems unbreakable to him. Mujin's eyes widen from complete confusion and sudden realization of his own powerlessness. The master holds the stick above himself, protecting his head from the sword's futile blows. The boy rushes like a blurred shadow, shouting from the colossal tension of all his muscles. Powerful pillars of energy rise around Mujin, and his face shows the use of supernatural power. A close-up shows the boy's dilated pupils at the moment of utmost exhaustion of all internal resources. A steadfast warrior amid the storm, while Mujin's sword flies past. Mujin tumbles headlong through blue streams, and his confused scream is lost in the roar of the energy storm. Far in the mountains above the forest, thick smoke rises and remnants of battle spells scatter into the sky. The body cannot withstand the tension. Trembling hands press into the grass, and the boy is mercilessly nauseated from the strong shock. The youth kneels while the master calmly observes his weakness. Mujin begins to cry loudly, pouring out pain and disappointment from defeat. The master laughs cheerfully against the sky. He is sincerely pleased with the lesson. The youth stands by the blade, feeling disappointment over the complete failure of the plan. A ringing strike of the stick on the crown makes the boy's head jerk in pain. The master points the stick at the sky, trying to explain a truth incomprehensible to the student. Mujin fearfully raises his sword against an ordinary stick, relentlessly moving toward him. Sweat pours down the youth like hail. He breathes heavily, searching for a way out of the losing fight. Two figures froze. Mujin in a fighting stance against the master with an old stick, which in his hands seems like a formidable weapon. A spark of concentration flares in the boy's eyes. He is gathering strength for the final attempt. The warrior's foot stamps into the ground. The air trembles from a powerful explosion of force. Mujin leaps with a sword, but the enemy again raises the stick for defense. The sword whistles as it strikes the tree. The master watches the force of the blow tensely. Mujin laughs, for he has finally understood the essence of the cunning art. Among the lilac waves, the man in purple slowly walks away, looking extraordinarily majestic and calm. Mujin freezes. A strange energy of true insight flashes in the area of his third eye. The exhausted youth falls face down into the grass. His sword lies aside and remnants of magic swirl around. Turning onto his back, the boy looks at the sky, holding his head and pondering fate. The boy sits on the grass next to the sword, while the teacher crouches down to talk about future trials and duty. The youth receives another blow to the head with the stick, causing him to flinch and listen to the mentor. Mujin analyzes the lesson learned and against the backdrop of the high sky. His gaze is filled with deep reflections on his own strength. The boy listens to the master's explanation, who is actively waving a stick. Exhausted Mujin leans his hands on his knees, struggling to catch his breath. The master strokes his beard contentedly and laughs, pleased with the student's progress. Mujin's body trembles from powerful energy discharges that temper his spirit. In an imaginary scene against the sky, Mujin receives a didactic blow from a stick, symbolizing the strictness and inevitability of his training. Both warriors simultaneously turn toward a suspicious noise from the forest thicket. Through the branches advances a mysterious figure whose outlines resemble an exhausted person in tattered clothes. Only legs and torn clothes are visible as the heroes watch the unexpected guest warily. A tanned young man in gray-brown robes with carelessly tied hair appears in the clearing. Close-up of the traveler's belt. 3 bizarre knots attract the attention of both heroes with their strange and unusual shape. Mujin and the master carefully examine the guest, trying to understand his intentions and origin. A tanned boy folds his hands in greeting and begins the story. 3 heroes walk through a glade. The young man actively tells his story, while Mujin and the teacher listen carefully to every word. The guide's face becomes upset. He bows his head, recalling the terrible events that forever changed the life of his native settlement. A tragedy appears before the eyes. A wall of fire, fresh graves, and men carrying the bodies of the dead on wooden stretchers through the smoke. A large procession of people with belongings slowly walks along the road, escaping from an unknown danger. The young man's face is full of sorrow. He looks into the void, continuing his mournful story. The boy recalls the doctor of his settlement, whose image helps to recreate the details of those terrible events. The young man sincerely thanks his companions for their help, bowing against the backdrop of majestic and sharp mountain peaks. The heroes are revealed, a view of lakes and settlements spread out on picturesque hills ahead. The travelers examine the buildings, preparing for what awaits them inside. A gray-haired man warmly welcomes the travelers and invites them to enter the premises. The heroes enter the house behind the boy, who has finally led them to their destination. On the floor lies a boy whose body is covered with blisters. The fever mercilessly burns the child. Mujin searches for a pulse in the teenager under the tense gazes of everyone present in the room. The young man raises his palm in cold sweat. He feels how the disease relentlessly takes life from the child. In Mujin's imagination, the elements collide, the icy moisture of the illness and the destructive fire of the fever. Mujin thoughtfully reflects on the nature of this disease. The man talks about the child's symptoms while Mujin sits by the sick boy on his knees, analyzing the patient's condition and his exhausted body. Mujin bows his head, feeling the weight of responsibility under the watchful gaze of his mentor, who silently awaits his professional decision. The master's face expresses fear. He understands that this disease is extremely dangerous for everyone present in this cramped and stuffy room. Mujin turns to the teacher with a question. His gaze reveals extreme concentration on saving the teenager. All the characters have gathered around the bed, trying together to determine the diagnosis during a tense conversation. The master in purple sinks into thought, rubbing his chin and analyzing the complex medical situation. Mujin's face shows confusion from what he has heard. Sweat rolls down his forehead as he tries to compose himself. The young man decisively opens his backpack near the patient, while others silently watch his preparations. In the light of the wooden building, a thin acupuncture needle glistens, its tip emitting a magical glow. Mujin's hand trembles with excitement as he prepares for the procedure, trying to control his feelings. The master in purple points to the necessary spot on the boy's leg, giving the student extremely important and precise advice. The mentor's hand begins to emit powerful energy, helping Mujin in his complex and responsible work. Mujin's eyes widen with a surprise and concentration at the same time. He feels the support of the master's power. In Mujin's visions, the sick teenager is now surrounded by protective energies glowing against the darkness. The imaginary Mujin leans over the child with the needle, surrounded by clusters of power that help him heal. A spasm runs across the boy's face, and a burst of powerful red energy occurs in the area of his forehead. The hero's hands work on the patient's leg, while an important dialogue about the course of treatment continues between them. Mujin carefully inserts the needle into the flesh. The others present freeze in anticipation, not taking their eyes off the patient. Mujin's figure against the starry sky seems to embody hope. He is fully immersed in magical healing. The needles are already inserted into the child's head, and the master in purple carefully watches every change in the condition. Exhausted Mujin wipes sweat from his forehead, while the other heroes anxiously wait to see what will happen to the little one next. Mujin's gaze is fixed on the patient. He intensely notes every detail, ignoring fatigue. Suddenly, the boy begins to move or tremble. His face, covered in blisters, is drenched with large drops of sweat. Close-up of Mujin's frightened face. He looks tensely, trying to understand the body's reaction. The boy starts to cough harshly with red energy, indicating a critical phase of the internal struggle. Mujin's eyes are wide open in surprise or fear at what he sees in this decisive moment. The teenager finally calms down. The coughing stops, and his body, pierced with needles, finds long-awaited peace. Everyone present in the room carefully observes the child, trying to catch the slightest changes in his condition. Mujin's face finally expresses relief. He exhales a clump of energy, feeling the weight lift from his shoulders. The surprised young man feels the master's hand on his shoulder, as if stopping him at the moment of greatest exhaustion. The man in purple stands over Mujin, placing a hand on his shoulder while the young man raises a questioning look at him. The master looks down at the apprentice and tells him something extremely important about further actions in the boy's condition. A happy smile appears on Mujin's face. Despite fatigue and sweat, he looks completely satisfied. The last rays of the sun illuminate the mountains, and the figure of the man in a radiant cocoon symbolizes the greatness of a completed deed. 3 men walk past wooden houses. Ahead goes a mustached peasant, half-turned to his companions to tell about the misfortune that befell their settlement. The sun floods the road with long shadows, as Mujin, with a backpack and a swordsman in purple clothes, follow the guide deep into the village toward the giant trees. Against the background of an old building, Mujin freezes from what he heard, his face showing sincere surprise, while the companion in purple maintains calm composure and vigilance. Stopping in the middle of a sandy street, the father of the rescued child tearfully admits that without the doctor's help, the boy would have long been dead. Having exhausted words of gratitude, the host hospitably invites the rescuers to rest in a small house, then politely bows and leaves the guests alone. Inside the neglected dwelling reigns emptiness. Mujin and his companion examine the room, where a child's doll lies alone on the dusty floor, abandoned by someone. The man in purple slowly walks around the gloomy room, carefully examining old wardrobes whose fronts still preserve naive and bright children's drawings. In the middle of the silent room, the warrior stops by a lonely wooden table, trying through the remaining furniture to see the history of the people who lived here before. The heavy boot of the stranger stops right by the doll. He freezes, fixing his gaze on the toy that became a silent witness to someone's suddenly interrupted fate. The man's face becomes tense, and his gaze deep and thoughtful. It seems he is trying to unravel the mystery of this place, immersed in his own difficult reflections. The frame focuses on the warrior's face. Furrowed brows and a sharp gleam in his eyes reveal a sudden insight, as if he has finally remembered some extremely important and troubling detail. While Mujin intently checks the contents of his backpack, the man picks up a doll from the floor and studies it carefully, holding it over the table like a key piece of evidence in the case. Frowning, the swordsman sharply shifts his gaze to the doctor and sternly replies to him, not letting go of the found toy with his strong, weapon-hardened hands. Mujin helplessly shrugs and shakes his head, unable to agree with the companion's arguments, who has already come close for a serious, intense conversation. On a small round table appears a modest dinner. Fragrant shashlik, chicken, and fresh salad await the tired travelers, promising a brief respite. Seated on a brick elevation, the men begin their meal, but even during eating, they cannot stop discussing the strange events happening around them. Emotional Mujin, at a mouth open in surprise, asks an important question, to which his companion with a bowl in hand responds with a restrained but entirely approving nod. The man's confident hand tilts the pitcher, filling the bowl with warm milk, which Mujin is already reaching for impatiently, eager to quench his thirst after the long journey. Holding the drink in his hands, The young doctor, with genuine curiosity in his eyes, again addresses the senior comrade, trying to learn the truth about this strange settlement. The warrior's silhouette fills the space. He continues the conversation without taking his eyes off the doll he placed on the table, as if it is also a full participant in their secret dialogue. Against the window background, Mujin's face suddenly changes. He freezes with the bowl in his hands, asking another question that now seems critically important to him. Suddenly, the boy sharply turns his head towards the darkness beyond the glass. His hearing caught a strange, foreign sound that disturbed the silence of the abandoned wooden house. From the street, one can see how the frightened Mujin presses against the window, anxiously peering into the night darkness, where something suspicious and extremely dangerous was just heard. The evening twilight rapidly envelops the settlement. Heavy clouds cover the sky, evoking a sense of inevitable trouble lurking between the silent wooden walls. Against the backdrop of distant mountains unfolds a panorama of the village, with its twisted water bodies and sandy spits, which in the last rays of the day look cold and alienated. Mujin froze in a thoughtful pose against the window, completely immersed in his own thoughts and trying to unravel the mystery hidden in the walls of this house. Before the boy's eyes again appears the image of a sick child. He feverishly analyzes every symptom, striving to understand the nature of the ailment he had to treat. In the semi-darkness of the room, the man in purple and Mujin sit directly on the floor, having a quiet and focused conversation about things that trouble them. The evening sun breaks through the window, illuminating Mujin's wide eyes from shock, who just heard from his companion an extremely unexpected or even dangerous news. The warrior sits with his back to us, not taking his eyes off the abandoned doll on the table, while his voice continues slowly unraveling the thread of a gloomy and ancient story. The camera focuses on the wooden table where a doll girl sits with her head bowed, looking incredibly lonely in this silent, neglected room. Sitting on the bed opposite his companion, Mujin attentively listens to the tragic confession of the man in purple about the very disaster that once tore his family to pieces. Suddenly, the warrior strangely brightened up. He squeezes the bowl with a crooked smile on his lips, making Mujin even more focused, feeling the hidden pain in this laughter. Wide-open doors let in beams of light onto scattered clothes and a doll. Everything around testifies that the inhabitants fled here in haste, gripped by panic. In the glow of a bright morning, a figure with long hair appears on the threshold, decisively turns around and walks away from the house where only memories and junk remain. Against the backdrop of the sunset, a man surprisingly resembling our hero, but with longer hair, approaches a massive gate that serves as the entrance to a mysterious town. The pink-purple sky highlights the silhouette of a wooden post, on which a paper lantern quietly swings, decorated with mysterious hieroglyphs calling travelers. A handsome foreigner confronts a disgusting old man. This thin man with warts and a rat-like bite looks extremely repulsive in his dirty gray attire. The young warrior's face is covered with drops of sweat, and his gaze reveals extreme concentration. It seems before us is the same man in purple, but in his youth. A scene unfolds near the house. A grotesque mustachioed man brazenly hangs on a crate, while a young boy in purple kneels before him in a sign of submission or pleading. On a golden background, the face of a toy girl appears again. Her gloomy look intensifies the bitterness of the story about irreversible losses that happened in this house. The warrior confesses that his wife and daughter died not because of poverty, but due to the absence of a doctor and healing herbs, while Mujin silently shares this heavy burden of truth. With a painful smile on his face, the man explains that it was this personal tragedy that once forced him to abandon the path of a warrior and dedicate his life to the art of healing. Sitting by the wooden wall, he sadly adds that over many years of wandering, the images of his dearest people have almost faded from his memory, leaving only emptiness in his heart. Mujin thoughtfully looks out the window while his companion wipes his face with his hand, unable to look away from the doll that reminds him of everything he once lost. Through the window from the street, the figure of Mujin is visible, gazing into the distance, in the silhouette of a man in purple, who stands motionless in the depths of the empty room. The morning fog slowly rises over the settlement, enveloping the mountains in bodies of water with a ghostly haze while the sun is just beginning to illuminate the sandy hills. The man in purple decisively declares his intention to personally inspect every corner of the village to find at least some clue that explains the strange behavior of the inhabitants. Villagers have gathered on the street near the house. The warrior orders Mujin not to waste time, to which the boy confidently nods, promising that everything will definitely be under control. The morning silence is suddenly interrupted by a sharp sound. Against the backdrop of trees appears a pig's snout, and loud grunting makes the heroes instantly shudder from surprise. Under the open sky, a huge enclosure has spread out, where dozens of pigs are crowding, and Mudgeon, together with his companions, stand frozen near the fence, tensely watching the animals. Mudgeon bends low over the stone well, gazing into the dark gray, almost steel-smooth surface of the water, trying to find at least some hint in this depth. In the semi-darkness of the basement, cluttered with sacks and vats, Mudgeon crouches near the find. He intently studies the object in his hand under the watchful gaze of an old villager. Passing by a gloomy wooden building, Mudgeon abruptly stops and asks his companions if the old Zhong lived here, who was the first to fall ill from the unknown disease. The companions confirm the doctor's suspicion. This lonely homestead on the outskirts really belongs to the first victim of the epidemic, which only heightens the anxiety hanging in the heavy air. Two contours arise in consciousness, cold blue and fiery orange. Someone reflects on the nature of ailments. Some chill the body to the bone, others burn it from within. Before the eyes appears a sinister red cluster of energy with metastasis tentacles. This is the deadly chi, born in stench and darkness, yet it is found neither in the well nor in the barn. Bowing his head, Mudgeon feverishly contemplates that any plague always has its epicenter, from which it mercilessly spreads outward like ripples on water. In the middle of the street, a tense dialogue unfolds. Mudgeon tries to extract every detail from the locals about who fell ill next and how exactly the disease developed. An old villager, lowering his eyes, recalls the terrible days, while a young man with a bandage adds an important detail. The disease consumed the western part of the settlement much faster than the eastern. Mudgeon freezes in the middle of the road, comparing the two parts of the village. His mind searches for the very fatal difference that made the disease choose the western direction. The boy with the bandage suggests that it is about the balance of yin and yang energies, but he is puzzled by something else. Why exactly the children, past whom they pass without fear, became the first victims? Mudgeon proposes a logical version. The children constantly played together, and their favorite place was always the stream flowing on the western outskirts of this unfortunate village. The doctor's face twists with a sudden guess. If the well in the east dried up during the spring drought, then the only source of water for all the inhabitants was precisely that stream. Mudgeon breaks out in sweat from the terrible conclusion. The first to fall ill were those who most often took water from the brook, and the drought only pushed people into the trap of the deadly element. The frame reveals a panorama of a noisy stream rushing swiftly between rocks and sandy banks, densely overgrown with grass and wild shrubs, hiding its secret. While the companions keep their distance, Mudgeon kneels right by the water, intently gazing at every sparkle on the surface flowing down the hillside. The stream looks deceptively safe. Through the crystal clear water, every pebble and every green stem swaying on the bottom under the current is clearly visible. Mudgeon touches the water, feeling neither cloudiness nor suspicious smell, yet all the facts indisputably point to this seemingly clean mountain stream. The doctor's face becomes stone-like. He understands that only the last, most dangerous way remains to test his theory and learn the truth about the state of this transparent water. The old man and the young man with the bandage flinch at the unexpected splash. The sound of water in the silence of the forest rang out like a gunshot, making their hearts beat faster with anxious anticipation. Mudgeon resolutely raises his cupped hands of water to his face and, closing his eyes, takes a sip, risking his own life to save the entire settlement. The companions watch in horror as Mudgeon freezes in a meditation pose. He plunges into inner silence, trying to feel the effect of the drunk water on his body. Wrapped in streams of bright energy, the doctor falls into a deep trance. His face is calm, but the inner tension reaches its limit in search of the hostile force. On the bank of the stream, silence reigns. The young man asks if the old man has ever seen such powerful technique, to which the grandfather only shakes his head, stunned by the power of chi energy. On the bank of the brook, Mudgeon freezes in the lotus pose. Behind him stand the young man and the gray-haired old man, amazed at how great doctors can control their inner energy. Mudgeon fully immerses himself within. His face radiates extreme concentration, and his hair flies from the powerful burst of force that visualizes the work of his organs. In a close-up of the body's internal systems, it becomes noticeable how ominous red chi energy gathers near the intestines, the deadly imprint of the drunk water. In his imagination, Mujin sees how this identical poison torments the boy he saved, and finally fully realizes that the source of the disease is hidden precisely in this stream. Mujin's gaze sharpens, pulsating streams of light radiate from his pupils. This is the moment of true enlightenment, when the doctor solves the mystery of the epidemic's origin. The young man and the grandfather watch tensely every breath of Mujin, shuddering at the realization of the terrible truth he has just uncovered in his trance. Sharply turning to his companions, Mujin authoritatively points forward with his hand. He shouts an order to immediately gather and move deeper into the forest, following the flow of the treacherous water. Above the majestic mountains, a clear, cloudless sky spread out, but below, just above the tops of the dense forest, a ghostly and anxious fog begins to thicken. A bright haze slowly descends on the forest thickets, hiding the foot of the cliffs and creating a sense of an invisible obstacle lurking for the brave in the mountain lowland. The trio of heroes advances along the hill, where the stream's bank becomes increasingly steep, and every step demands incredible vigilance and physical effort from the travelers. The stream suddenly widens, turning into a turbulent river. The men, helping each other, carefully jump over slippery stones, trying not to fall into the water. Pushing through the forest, Mujin feels the air becoming thick and heavy. Every breath comes with pain, as if nature itself resists their progress. Following the healer, his tired companions barely keep up. The old father and the young man breathe heavily, feeling their strength gradually leaving them in this suffocating forest. Mujin releases a wave of bright energy around him, like an invisible radar. His eyes intently scan the space, trying to detect the epicenter of the invisible strike. Stopping on a narrow path, Mujin asks his comrades about their condition. They grimly confirm that they also feel the oppressive influence of something alien and evil. The group continues their way through the thickets along the flow. Mujin confidently states that they are very close to the goal, despite the unbearable tension prevailing around. The road leads them deeper into the forest, where a dead silence has frozen between the trees, and the figures of the men seem small and vulnerable against the backdrop of giant trunks and stones. Suddenly, the air is colored in a poisonous purple hue. It becomes so dense that the travelers are forced to stop, stunned by this abnormal chi force. Mujin, dripping with sweat, tightly pinches his nose with his hand. The stench of rot hits his face, and the sight of dying trees suggests that the source of the disease is somewhere very close. Before them unfolds a terrifying scene, a wide clearing, completely enveloped in a purple fog that slowly devours the forest like a living and ravenous creature. Trying not to breathe the poison, the heroes crouch and slowly advance deeper into the foggy clearing, leaving behind the relatively safe zone of tall forest trees. Mujin's face distorts with rage and disgust. He feels every cell in his body protesting against being in this epicenter of deadly stench. Suddenly, before them opens the maw of a dark cave, from which powerful clouds of purple energy burst forth, carrying with them the spirit of decay and an ancient curse. Mujin and his companions approach the very entrance of the grotto, covering their faces with the edges of their clothing. Purple steam seeps directly from beneath the earth, which literally melts under their feet. The ground becomes unstable, turning into a swamp that sinks beneath their boots. Mujin barely keeps his balance, surrounding himself with the protective glow of a bright white discharge. Amid the purple haze, Mujin and his comrades struggle for every step, trying to withstand the chaotic bursts of energy that try to knock them down. With an enraged face and burning eyes, Mujin makes the final discovery. Beneath this poisoned earth is buried something terrible, which has become the source of all the trouble. Sunlight barely penetrates through narrow windows, highlighting from the darkness shelves with dried roots and clay pots. This is a place where the life of herbs meets death. On the table among rags, seeds, and crushed fruits are scattered, and nearby stands a marble mortar that holds a thick aroma of medicine, so unusual for the suffocating streets. Mujin freezes in the middle of the storeroom with open doors. In one hand, he grips the mortar, and with the other carefully lifts the find, looking at it with utmost attention. The young man's gaze slides upward to the ceiling, where linen bags with herbs are hung. His face brightens with satisfaction, for each found plant is a step towards salvation. Dark pink bundles swaying under the roof conceal a mysterious power. Here, the death of plants becomes the key to life, capable of healing the most severe ailment. Mudson tightly grips the wooden handle like a spear. His muscles are tense, and sweat runs down his face as heavy chunks of dirt rise around from the fierce labor. Instead of living earth beneath his feet lies a purple slime that emits a nauseating stench of decay. This place is soaked only with pain and inevitable suffering. In the depths of the dug pit, among a sticky purple mud, the bones of dead beasts and fish remains, turned into a complete cemetery of nature, gleam eerily white. Leaning on a long stick, Mudson gloomily watches this heap of remains, trying to understand which madman could have created such a quantity of death in one place. At the foot of the cliff, where a stream babbles, three men with stakes in their hands balance over the abyss, trying to unravel the mystery of these terrible graveyards. Mighty tree crowns sink into a purple haze spreading through the forest, carrying suffocation and a heavy, poisonous smell that takes one's breath away. Breathing heavily and wiping sweat, Mudson turns to his companions. He insists on immediately extracting the remains from the pits so that the poison does not enter the clean waters of the stream. The elder man and the young man, overcoming disgust, descend into the pit under Mudson's watchful eye, who is ready at any moment to come to his comrade's aid. The boy with a bandage, shuddering from what he has seen, asks his father who could have been so cruel as to arrange this mass murder and bury the evidence here. While the men pull the slimy animal corpse to the surface, Mudson realizes the terrible truth. Even a drop of this corpse poison carries a deadly danger. Before the eyes appears the image of a skull wrapped in violet flame, where instead of eyes burns rage. The master of death knew that this poison acts slowly, but inevitably. The settlement where Mudson came to save the child now looks ominous. The mountain in the background seems washed with blood, and the riverbanks are covered with a crimson, anxious fog. Standing over the pit, the young man realizes that the appearance of these dead strangely coincided in time with the moment when the last drop of water in the village well suddenly dried up. Mudson's figure shudders with anger amid the violet smoke. He understands that this is not just misfortune, but a planned and cold-blooded extermination of all living things. Soiled with mud and exhausted from work, the villagers freeze at the bottom of the pit, catching every word of Mudson, whose voice now sounds more serious and threatening than ever. Suddenly, Mudson sharply turns, tensing every nerve. Amid the forest silence, a suspicious crack of a branch sounded, making his heart beat faster from danger. Three men froze in amazement, looking toward the thickets, where from the slowly appears the figure of a stranger, from whom only one confident leg is visible so far. Before them stands a stout man in a pink robe and a strange hat. In his hands glints a sharp knife, and behind his back swings a mysterious basket. The fat man's face distorts with rage. He tears off a handkerchief and shouts, cursing the uninvited guest for destroying his months-long bloody work. The heroes' bodies tremble with a terrible suspicion. Could it be that the one who was supposed to give healing and hope turned out to be a real executioner and the source of all this death? Mudson's gaze becomes icy and his eyebrows angrily knit over the bridge of his nose. He realizes that Dr. Yen not only knew about the poison, but consciously profited from deaths, collecting money from unfortunate victims. In Mudson's thoughts, the image of the doctor splits. The friendly mask of the fat man slips off, revealing the true devilish face of a demon who only pretended to be a merciful healer for profit. Before the eyes appears the disgusting likeness of a doctor in the form of a gluttonous pig devouring silver. Mudson is nauseated by the thought that the boundless greed of this creature nearly wiped an entire settlement off the face of the earth. Dr. Yen no longer hides. He squints maliciously, clutching a knife in his hand, and the removed scarf around his neck indicates that the game of secrecy is over and the time for open hostility has come. Mudson freezes in a fighting stance amid the purple swamp, firmly gripping a stick. His body trembles with rage, and the only thought in his head demands immediate retribution against the unscrupulous executioner. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the father of the sick boy, the young man prepares to leap, for in his eyes the fat man in the pink robe is the root of all evil that must be uprooted. An old man holding a stick in one hand and the torn head of a dead goat in the other shouts madly at the doctor, asking how he could turn human sorrow into a bloody business. Amid the suffocating purple fog, the father swings his dreadful burden at Dr. Yen, but the fat man deftly dodges the blow, maintaining a contemptuous and evil smile on his face. The doctor squints disdainfully and hisses through his teeth that he always considered himself a good man who simply wanted to get his deserved share of gold at the end of this long game with death. The old peasant's face contorts with uncontrollable anger. He cannot believe his own ears, asking again about which doku this monster dares to speak while people are dying around. The old man rages, his gaze burning with fire, and a cry of despair bursts from his mouth. He reminds the killer of every lost life that he exchanged for the shine of coins, without a drop of remorse. The enraged doctor finds himself at the epicenter of a powerful whirlwind of energy flying straight at him. From the tension and unexpected force of resistance, drops of fear run down his sweaty face. Chunks of purple mud scatter in all directions under the pressure of incredible force, filling the air with heavy clumps of dirt, symbolizing the beginning of an inevitable and brutal battle. The eyes of the old man glow with inhuman fury. He no longer restrains his despair, turning every word into a battle cry that tears the silence of the poisonous forest in half. The head of a dead goat, launched by the firm hand of the old man, flies over the crown of Dr. Yen, causing him to flinch from the proximity of retribution, which literally breathes down his neck. Dr. Yen smiles defiantly as two burly bandits with axes emerge from the fog. He shouts that the fate of the peasants does not concern him, since they dared to spoil his grand plan. Mujin, together with the young man and the enraged father, stand as an unshakable wall against the enemy. Their faces express readiness to fight to the last breath, despite the numerical superiority of the bandits. The doctor points with his thumb toward the pit of corpses, promising that today the bodies of Mujin and his friends will replenish this graveyard, because the lives of the poor are not worth a broken penny to him. Yen's face contorts into a devilish grimace. He openly declares that they do not deserve to live, and he will personally throw them into the very mud they so stubbornly shoveled. Amid the purple haze, three brave men grip their sticks tighter, challenging the doctor and his henchmen. Their hearts beat in unison, preparing for a clash where there is no room for fear. Hired killers with cold eyes and heavy weapons step forward, preparing to deal with the old peasant who dared to challenge their master killer. Suddenly something changes. The old man's gaze turns completely black, and his figure radiates such a terrible power that even the air around begins to vibrate from his devastating wrath. The old man's foot strikes the purple earth with such force that waves of pure energy spread from beneath it, raising clouds of dirt and making the ground tremble under the blow. The faces of the bandits instantly pale with fright. They see something that makes their hearts freeze with unexpected horror, which they did not expect to encounter in this village. Four special knots open on the old man's belt, a sign of belonging to a powerful caste, upon seeing which the mercenaries realize they have gotten involved in a battle with the wrong person. The face of the boy with the headband turns into a mask of extreme concentration. He sternly warns Mujin that their skills will not be enough to protect him during the escape if they get involved in the fight. Mujin freezes, stunned by what he heard. Surprise is read in his frightened eyes when he hears the proposal to defend the settlement side by side with Yu Chun, the same eccentric doctor he knew. An imaginary picture appears before his eyes. Under the canopy of a giant tree, the old master calmly shares wisdom, while the young man trains with a stick, recalling how the generosity of the settlement's inhabitants saved them from hunger, and they never hesitated to beg. On a dark purple background, shrouded in ominous fog, the figure of an elderly warrior radiates a threatening aura. Gripping the stick, he stands unwavering in a combat stance, continuing his fatal, relentless countdown. In the young man's memories, they sit with the old man on the shore of a body of water opposite the settlement, and he makes a vow that when the time comes, they will fight without hesitation to repay the inhabitants for their kindness with their strength and lives. Amid the purple haze, Dr. Yen and his two heavily armed henchmen are frozen in the mud, tensely listening to every sound of the old warrior's voice, who continues counting down the last seconds before the bloody massacre begins. The three defenders stand shoulder to shoulder against the enemy horde that has already begun its advance. Mujin hears the bandits' threats, promising to leave them no chance of escape if they dare to flee. The elderly guardian's face is covered by his own hand, decisively stretched forward. This gesture, full of hidden power, is accompanied by a strange glow in his eyes, foretelling an inevitable storm. Two mercenaries, one with a bandana and an axe, the other with a top knot and a battle axe, burst from their place, breaking through streams of energy with a shout that the fate of their opponents is already decided and the enemies themselves have made this deadly choice. In a surge of incredible energy that makes the ground tremble beneath their feet, Mujin and the boy with the headband, frightened but determined, prepare for the clash, accumulating all their inner strength for the first strike. The old warrior, armed only with a stick, soars into the air towards two armed bandits. The space around them explodes with streams of combat energy, turning the battlefield into an arena of a deadly dance. Powerful whirlwinds lift Mujin, tearing him from the ground. He looks down in surprise, feeling strong streams of energy carrying him upward, away from the epicenter of the first clash. While the guardian on the purple mud prepares to meet the enemies, behind him the boy with the headband also rises into the air, engulfed by turbulent streams of energy carrying him higher and higher. Mujin finds himself in the air almost upside down. His hair flutters in the wind, and his eyes, widened in astonishment, look at his comrades begging them to run and save themselves while there is still a chance. On the purple ground, the old warrior freezes in a battle stance, gripping a stick. Two mercenaries surrounded by their own energy vortices fly at him like enraged beasts, and behind them looms the sinister figure of Dr. Yen. The young man with a headband, engulfed in turbulent streams of blue energy, swiftly moves upward. His hands are raised, and his face is frozen in an expression of surprise at his own power and speed, carrying him to the skies. The eyes of two bandits blaze with frenzied fire. They rush forward in a wild rhythm, surrounded by powerful auras, ready to tear apart anyone who stands in their way to loot. The old guardian and the young man with a headband, armed with sticks, fly through the air with battle cries toward the enemies. Their gazes are focused on the opponents, and their bodies tense in anticipation of a deadly strike. Amid the purple fog, Mujin's figure performs a breathtaking somersault in the air. He flies, trying to control himself and orient in this chaos of martial arts. Two settlement defenders with sticks in their hands rush toward two bandits who, with their heavy weapons, fly at them like two deadly meteors, ready for a devastating collision in the air. Mujin, continuing his flight, feels drops of tension running down his sweaty face. He feverishly thinks that if they fight all together, perhaps they will have a chance to win. While flying upside down, Mujin feels the space around him saturate with a new, extraordinarily powerful energy. The expression on his face instantly changes, and his eyebrows furrow angrily over his nose. The face of one of the attackers with a top knot distorts with rage. He rushes through the air, raising a heavy axe above himself, ready to deliver a devastating blow to his victim. Mujin, continuing his movement in the air, witnesses this terrible scene. His gaze becomes extremely intense, capturing every detail of the approaching deadly threat. The moment of truth arrives. The old guardian with a stick clashes in a fierce duel with a bandit in a bandana, while the young man with a headband takes the blow from a mercenary with an axe, beginning a fierce battle for life. Mujin's flight ends with a hard landing. He crashes into the shore, and from the strong impact with the ground, his entire body is pierced by sharp pain, making his breath catch. The face of the young man with the headband in the heat of battle radiates primal rage. He clenches his teeth so tightly that the tendons play on his cheeks, and he puts all his hatred into every lightning-fast movement. Above the mirror-like surface of the stream, amid the purple haze, men's legs rush by, wrapped in colossal streams of energy that cut through the fog like blazing blades. The young man with the headband continues his deadly dance. His eyes burn with anger, and his lips are pressed into a thin line as he frantically attacks the enemy in an endless flow of movements. Mujin rushes along the forest path among towering trees, trying to escape as far as possible. He feverishly convinces himself that this retreat is the only logical way in such a situation. The figure of the boy blurs from the mad speed of running. He tries to drown out the voice of conscience with thoughts that he is only following the comrade's order to save his own life. Breathing heavily, Mujin focuses on the main goal. He must survive at any cost to deliver the message to the settlement and warn the people about the deadly threat. A terrifying vision appears before his eyes. The bottom of a pit where, among the corpses of animals, lie the bloodied heads of an old warrior, a young man, and Mujin himself with lifeless, glassy eyes. In this imaginary pit reigns the chaos of death, chopping parts of human bodies mixed with dirt and blood, and a severed hand reminds of the terrible fate awaiting those who remain. Mujin stops in a sunlit glade to catch in his breath. He bitterly thinks about his weakness, for if he were a true master, he would not have had to flee disgracefully. In the darkness of his subconscious, the image of Dr. Yu Chun arises, an eccentric martial arts master whose figure, turned away, radiates calm and unattainable power. Sweat blinds Mujin's eyes as he stands in the middle of the forest. The image of Yu Chun does not give him peace, becoming a symbol of the courage and skill he so lacks now. Against the backdrop of a deep starry sky, the young man sees three: Yu Chun, the old guardian, and the boy with the headband. They stand shoulder to shoulder, looking into infinity, like a true fighting family. Mujin realizes a terrible thing. His friends consciously chose an uneven fight, although they are not masters of the highest level. Their devotion to the settlement proves stronger than the fear of death. Mujin's lonely figure among the tall trees looks broken. He stands with his head lowered, while the feeling of guilt lies like a heavy stone on his heart, tearing it from the inside. Men's boots touch the purple earth again, where the fog becomes thicker. The legs feel a strange vibration, whether from the trembling of the earth or from a sudden surge of inner energy. Suddenly, Mujin's gaze changes. He sharply turns over his shoulder, his eyebrows furrow angrily, and a warlike fire flashes in his eyes. He no longer intends to run away. The tall crowns of the trees support the cloudless, sunny sky, and strange sounds break through the forest silence, either someone's desperate laughter or dull blows against the trunks. Mujin rushes through the forest thicket like a living projectile. His figure is enveloped by powerful streams of energy that cut through the air around his heated body. The boy's face is maximally focused. Heavy drops of sweat run down his temples, while he looks intently forward, trying to calculate the exact source of the sound. Mujin continues his run, his eyebrows furrowed angrily toward the bridge of his nose, and his eyes express iron concentration on the goal. Sweat blurs his vision, but he does not slow his furious pace. Ahead, a light flickered. The forest was finally ending. At that moment, he remembered how he protected a child from the Ching Chung sect. Then he was beaten, but the pride of the master was stronger than the pain. The boy's body is tense to the limit. Every muscle works ahead of time. He drives away doubts, engraving in his thoughts the only truth. A true warrior never allows himself to think like a coward. If only this path would not end. If the fight had ceased before my arrival. A treacherous thought flashed in Mujin's head as he approached the dangerous clearing. The path widens, visible streams of combat energy swirling around the trunks. The boy understands. If he turns around and runs now, the ghost of this shame will haunt him forever. Towering trees part, revealing the path to the epicenter of the clash. The loud sounds of battle become clear, and a dangerous vibration from the strikes of steel is felt in the air. Mujin freezes in the thicket, breathing heavily. His gaze is fixed on the bloody spectacle where a gang of robbers has surrounded a brave young man with a stick and an exhausted elderly master. The young man with a headband moves like a whirlwind, his staff tracing complex arcs in the air. Each of his attacks is accompanied by bursts of energy that hold back the enemy's assault. The elderly master with long mustaches fights at the limit of his strength, his fists clenched until the joints turn white, his face distorted with rage, and his hair fluttering in the wind from powerful bursts of inner strength. Mujin watches from an ambush, seeing how deep wounds bleed the men dry. His heart pounds in his chest as he tries to find a way out of this deadly trap. On the purple ground unfolds a brutal dance of death. Bandits with heavy axes fiercely attack the young man and the old man, trying to break their desperate defense in one blow. The figures of the defenders look exhausted, their movements losing former ease under the weight of fatigue, yet they continue to grip their weapons, preparing for the last breath. The young man's face in the bandage paled from exhaustion, sweat flooding his eyes, but he continued to look at the enemy with unwavering determination, although every second of the fight cost him incredible effort. The frenzied accomplice of Dr. M swings a huge axe for the decisive blow. His eyes are bloodshot, and his gaze is directed straight at the heart of the exhausted boy with a stick. Against the backdrop of purple fog, two fates collide. A bandit lunges into attack, and a young man tries to deflect the blow. The space around them explodes from the clash of colossal volumes of energy. One of the attackers falls to his knee, unable to withstand the tension, while the young man with the bandage flies backward, trying to maintain his balance after the devastating blow of the enemy axe. "How tired I am of you, damn bandits!" shouts the boy, gritting his teeth. His stick trembles under the weight of the axe embedded in the tree, but he refuses to retreat. The air is torn by the clatter of metal and the crack of wood. Three fighters have locked in a tight circle where every mistake costs a life, and the tension has reached its critical point. The robber's eyes burn with the fire of murder. He presses again and again on the boy whose face is covered with dust and sweat, but his gaze remains sharp and focused on every move of the enemy. The axe whistles through the air, tracing deadly circles around the defender. The youth maneuvers skillfully, holding the stick against blows capable of splitting stone. At the moment of weapon clash, the youth's face distorts from exertion, his mouth twisted in a silent scream, and his dilated pupils reflect the approach of deadly steel. The bandit swings again, shouting through laughter, "You're tougher than you look, ragamuffin." His strike carries all the weight of rage, promising to end this long battle. The bandit with a bun skillfully draws eights in the air with his heavy battle axe, while the youth with a headband barely manages to dodge. The attacker mocks, demanding to show the skill he boasted of earlier. The blade of the battle axe whistles through the air, grazing the youth's body. Bright red drops of blood burst from a deep wound, leaving a painful trail on his exhausted body. At the moment of the stick and battle axe clash, the youth's face turns into a mask of extreme effort. He moves at the edge of human capability, trying to hold back the devastating force of the enemy's weapon. The enraged robber raises his massive weapon over his head again, his face expressing animal bloodlust and confidence in a swift victory over the wounded opponent. The youth is knocked off his feet. He shields himself with the stick from a blow that strikes directly on the wood. Meanwhile, the old master, fending off the burly bandit, desperately calls the apprentice, "Jusain!" The master sharply looks back over his shoulder, his face burning with anger and tension. He shouts at the top of his lungs, ordering Jusain to immediately pull himself together and rise from his knees for their mutual survival. On a rich green background appears the energetic embodiment of the old master's will, from which sparks of power fly out. But this vision is suddenly pierced by the cold steel of enemy weapons. In the midst of the purple fog, the bandit raises the axe right above the master's face. He desperately dodges the blow while the enemy mockingly asks if he is too old to worry about others at such a moment. The master falls to the ground, leaning on his hands and breathing heavily. Right in front of him, an enraged bandit knocks Jusana down with a powerful punch, forcing him to fall again onto the purple soil. The bandit in a bandana glances over his shoulder with a beastly look, his eyes glowing ominously beneath furrowed brows. Baring his teeth, he asks if these two intend to fight dirty to the very end. The face of the elderly man is covered in sweat, but his gaze remains firm. He hoarsely replies that it is better to be dirty than a dead victim, and that is still more honest than the evil carried by the bandits. In the foreground, a bandit in a bandana fiercely swings an axe and clenches his fist. He confidently declares that the old man and his apprentice are doomed and must come to terms with their inevitable death. The master kneels on one knee, holding onto the ground, but his eyes look at the enemy with unwavering stubbornness. The bandit only laughs, threatening to turn their bodies into fertilizer for this forest. The old master's gaze becomes thoughtful. Sweat trickles down his forehead as he listens to the surrounding noise. It seems that amid the chaos of battle, he heard something, or finally a plan was born in his mind. The old man's facial expression changes instantly. His eyebrows furrow angrily, and his gaze focuses on something important ahead. He has made a final decision that could change the course of this uneven confrontation. Jusin takes off into the air again in a combat position, tightly gripping the stick. His eyes glow with pure hatred, his teeth clench tightly, and every movement aimed at destroying the enemy before him. In the thick fog, a fierce slaughter continues. Jusan desperately maneuvers while the bandit keeps pressing the old master. However, the elderly warrior confidently declares that he is not ready to give up so easily. On the purple land lies a lonely fragment of a shattered staff, a once reliable weapon of the defenders, now turned into a symbol of their critical situation in this battle. The bandit makes a powerful leap with a loud battle cry, aiming at the master. The old man sharply jumps aside, swiftly approaching the remains of his staff lying on the ground. The face of the bandit in the bandana distorts with rage. Clenching the axe tightly in one hand, He yells at the old man, outraged that he still has the audacity to resist and defend his life. Right in the air, the bandit catches up with the master and with a powerful blow shatters his stick into small splinters. The old warrior at the last moment tucks in and makes a swift somersault, avoiding death. The bandit repeatedly charges with the scream, "Die!" But the master, even while falling, does not take his eyes off the enemy, watching every move over his shoulder and preparing to defend. The master's head is wrapped in energy flows. His face radiates absolute concentration. Despite fatigue and sweat, a new insidious plan can be read in his confident gaze. Jusin continues his fight, frozen in a defensive stance before the bandit with a bun. The latter does not tire of swinging his weapon, making one attack after another on the exhausted young man. While Jusan's eyes blaze with anger and drops of blood fly from his stick, another drama unfolds behind him. A bandit in a bandana jumps at the master, but he skillfully dodges the blow again. Against a purple ground, a man's hand desperately claws into the earth. Fingers tightly grasp roots and dirt, seeking support for the final surge. In the center of the fight, Jusin kicks the enemy while holding a stick ready as the old master jumps away from another bandit. The heavy axe of the bandit crashes into the ground with a roar, raising a cloud of dust. The face of the elderly warrior is tense to the limit, eyebrows furrowed, and eyes fixedly looking forward. He is in constant motion, ignoring the fatigue that clouds his vision. A memory arises in his mind, a peaceful village painted in the yellow-orange hues of sunset, where by the riverbank an old craftsman quietly sat next to the very young Jusin. The master soars in a high jump, surrounded by a golden glow of energy. In his hand is clenched a piece of root and mud, which he prepares to use as his last weapon of despair. Outrage and shock are read on the face of the bandit in the bandana. He screams from surprise as a piece of dirt hit him right in the face, blinding him for a moment. The figure of the old warrior falls on the bandit with an axe right in midair. He grabs him by the shoulders with all his weight, trying to knock the enemy to the ground. Chaos unfolds on the purple background. Yusung, with a precise kick, knocks one attacker off his feet, forcing him to fall on his back along with his massive sekira. The enraged bandit strikes the master with the axe right in the back. The air bursts with splashes of blood, but the old man continues to hold the enemy firmly, sacrificing himself for the sake of the student. Yusung freezes in horror, his eyes wide open, and his heart skips a beat. He instantly realizes the terrible price the teacher is paying for his chance at salvation. The young man's gaze sharply changes, focusing on the wounded figure of the teacher. Time seems to slow down and doubts fade in his mind, giving way to cold determination. The steel of the axe crunches into the master's flesh, tearing through clothes and skin. Streams of blood scatter in different directions, marking this moment as an irreversible tragedy. The old master's hands come together in a strong, unbreakable lock behind the bandit's back. He squeezes his fingers with such force that it seems the bones themselves are about to crack. The master lets out a frantic scream of pain while blood continues to flow from his severed back. He holds the enemy in deadly embraces, giving him no chance for another strike. Yusong's face becomes stone-like with concentration. Despite the pain in his heart, he understands. The teacher's sacrifice must not be in vain, and he is obliged to finish this fight here and now. The old man's eyes darkened from inhuman tension. He turned into living shackles for the bandit. The robber desperately tries to break free, but the steel of the master's hands holds tight. The master's face, distorted by pain, is drenched in blood, teeth clenched tightly. He calls out his student's name one last time, giving him his final command in this life. In close-up, the clenched, bloodied teeth of the old man are visible. He hoarsely says that the time has come to repay people for food and kindness, protecting the weak at the cost of life. Jusin takes off into the air like an angry god of war. He raises the stick high above his head, putting all his hatred and desperate hope into the upcoming strike. The face of the bandit held by the old man twists with animal fear. He sees the approach of death but cannot move, bound by the iron will of the wounded master. The mortally exhausted master breathes heavily. Blood flows from his mouth, mixing with sweat. He is on the verge of fainting, but holds on only thanks to superhuman strength of spirit. In the purple fog, Jusin flies at the enemy while another bandit chases him. The young man ignores the danger behind, fully focused on the target ahead. Jusin tightly grips the stick, aiming a strike at the head of the bandit in the bandana. Meanwhile, another attacker has already raised an axe, trying to intercept the young man in midair. The young man fights off one enemy while trying to cover the wounded master. The bandit with the axe receives a powerful blow to the jaw, momentarily disorienting him. Mujin suddenly emerges from the shadows with a face twisted in rage. In one hand, he holds a heavy stone, and the other is already raised for a devastating throw toward the enemies. The bandit with a bun on his head falls to the ground with a dull groan. The heavy stone hit him right in the face, turning it into a bloody mess. The bandit only manages to curse Dr. Yem. Jusin lets out a furious scream, releasing a colossal wave of energy. His eyes blaze with beastly fury, and his sweat-soaked figure moves like an enraged whirlwind to protect the teacher. Jusin's heavy stick strikes the head of the bandit in the bandana with devastating force. The bandit's eyes widen in shock, and he collapses limply to the ground, dropping his weapon. In the middle of the clearing, the drama's finale unfolds. Jusin freezes in a fighting stance after the strike. The master still holds another enemy, and Mujin runs out of the forest while Dr. Yem coldly watches them from afar. Against the backdrop of purple fog, everything mixed together. One bandit lies motionless in the grass. Another falls along with the wounded master, who did not release his embrace, and in the distance looms the ominous figure of Dr. Yem. Blood flows from the shattered club of Jusin directly onto the purple ground. The boy breathes heavily, and behind him stands a stunned Mujin, clenching his fist from the horror he has witnessed. Mujin's face expresses deep shock. Sweat rolls down his cheeks, and in his eyes reads uncontrollable pain and sympathy for the wounded heroes who sacrificed themselves for justice. Suddenly, Mujin's pupils dilate with surprise. He freezes, noticing through the fog the one whose appearance seemed impossible in this cursed place. The last bandit with an axe leaps desperately at Mujin, shouting that the boy made a mistake choosing death instead of fleeing this battlefield. Mujin stands firm, raising a stone for the final blow, while the wind blows his hair. This is the moment before the clash, where life weighs no more than a breath. Suddenly, the air is cut by something incredibly fast. An invisible flash rushing over the clearing with a whistle that makes the heart stop. Mujin looks up in surprise, trying to understand what force intervened in the fight and saved him from the deadly axe strike. Before Mujin, who still clutches his stone, stands not the attacker, but Dr. Yuchun. He has just landed like a deity descending from the heavens into this purple fog. The legs of the eccentric doctor in purple robes confidently stamp the ground, and his hand casually but firmly grips a long, shining sword still vibrating from the strike. Yuchun slightly turns his head toward Mujin, throwing a brief phrase. He notes that the boy has traveled too long and dangerous a path to finally find the true source of the disease. The scene on the clearing is horrifying. The beheaded body of the bandit lies in a pool of blood next to a severed hand, while Yuchun calmly stands beside the stunned Mujin as Jusan mourns the teacher. Ahead is visible the entrance to the cave under the rock, entwined with roots. The ground around it rots and crumbles, poisoning all living things. It is here that the source of the Black Plague hides. Jusan kneels, trembling with sobs. He presses the bloodied body of the master to himself, and his tears mix with the blood of the one who became dearer to him than his father. Yuchun's gaze becomes sharp and cold as steel. He surveys the place of tragedy, and his face expresses deep anger and contempt for those who caused this sorrow. With his hands behind his back, Dr. Yuchun asks Mujin whether ordinary bandits are really behind this crime, to which the boy fiercely replies, "The main culprit is Dr. Yem." The figure of Dr. Yem turns into a pitiful sight. His body trembles with horror. His teeth chatter, and his fingers clench convulsively as he sees true power before him. Yuchun instantly appears behind the killer, placing his hand on his head. Dr. Yem begins to hiccup from paralyzing fear, vainly trying to find any way out. With boundless contempt, Yuchun pushes the scoundrel into the mud. The basket flies off Dr. Yem, and he humiliatingly sprawls in the dirt under the icy gaze of the eccentric doctor. Dr. Yem kneels, not daring to raise his eyes, while Mujin towers over him with clenched fists, and Yuchun sternly interrogates him about the reasons for creating this terrible plague. "Did you really do this just for money?" Mujin shouts in the face of the scoundrel, while he panics, covering his head with his hands, begging for mercy he does not deserve. Yuchun coldly looks at the sprawled enemy, restraining Mujin with a commanding hand. He asks the only question that takes the boy's breath away. What is the true goal of this madness? Dr. Yem looks pitiful, his sweaty face distorted by panic. He is afraid even to raise his eyes, hiding his head behind trembling hands from every word of Yuchun. The attacker begs for mercy, assuring Yuchun that he, as a true master, will appreciate his gift. Medicine for cultivation, more valuable than the lives of all the inhabitants of this settlement. Folding his hands in a pleading gesture, Yem trembles from every breath of wind. He hoarsely asks if the great Yuchun has ever heard of the legendary and ominous Black Peony. Mujin is stunned, sweat rolls down his forehead, and his mouth involuntarily opens at what he hears. What he is learning now goes beyond his worst expectations. Against the backdrop of the endless, starry sky blooms the Black Peony, a flower nourished by the dark energy of the world. It stands alongside the mythical snow ginseng and the pills of immortality. Before his eyes appears a gloomy battlefield under a gray sky. The ground is covered with mangled weapons and the bodies of warriors whose lives were cut short in a bloody dance for the sake of others' ambitions. From the eye socket of the fallen hero's skull, right through the blood-stained clothing, a delicate flower sprouts. So thorn. The Black Peony is a beautiful and at the same time terrible plant that feeds on death. Dr. Yem, sitting in the mud, desperately points his hand aside, promising to give this treasure to Yuchun and Mujin if they agree to preserve his worthless life. Yuchun sinks into thought, his face becoming focused, while Mujin, standing behind him, tries to comprehend the scale of the crime this killer has committed. A trembling finger points to the entrance of a cave, from the depths of which a strange, otherworldly light breaks through. Long roots hang from the cliff like the tentacles of a monster guarding its treasure. The magical flower pulses again with energy against the blue-violet sky. Waves of power radiate from it, capable of both lifting a warrior to the heavens and destroying his soul. Is it really her? The Black Peony? Mujin asks barely audibly, his eyes wide with horror, and his heart pounding from the realization of the price people paid for this plant. Mujin explodes with anger, raising his fist over the doctor. He suddenly realizes that Yem deliberately lured them here, hoping to buy his freedom at the cost of this cursed flower. The boy jerks sharply when he feels Yuchun's heavy hand on his shoulder. The doctor does not allow him to carry out the reprisal, looking at the situation much more deeply and insightfully. Yuchun explains to Mujin the enemy's treachery. An ordinary person who tries to tear off the peony will instantly die from the excess of deadly energy that this treacherous serpent relies on. Yem's face pales again. He realizes that his plan is exposed. Sweat blinds him, and the fear of Yuchun turns into a true agony of awaiting judgment. The killer bows while Yuchun reveals his scheme. The disease was needed only to turn the settlement into a cemetery and feed the flower with human death. While they argue, Ju-san mourns the master alone. His tears fall into a pool of blood, and desperate sobbing breaks the silence of the glade where life has just gone out forever. Yem hits his forehead on the ground, assuring that he would never dare to poison such great masters. He whines that the peony is too complex for him, and he only wanted to survive. Against a deep blue background, Yuchun's face looks cold and penetrating. He barely turns his head, noting that Yem's knowledge is too deep for an ordinary doctor from a god-forgotten mountain village. Wrapped in purple mist, Yem trembles all over, sitting in the mud. He tries to justify himself, babbling that his knowledge is just a random trick he once learned. Yuchun stands under a starry, greenish-blue sky, surrounded by the glow of the majestic Black Peony, which he calmly holds in his hand. Behind him, streams of energy rage, and the voice sounds like a verdict. Yem must die. The killer's face distorts with incredible shock. He looks at Yuchun and cannot believe his own eyes, for he holds the deadly flower with bare hands, unafraid of its lethal power. The world around Yem begins to spin. Drops of sweat fly aside, and the space fills with clouds of black energy and splashes of molten red blood. Time for the criminal has stopped forever. With one swift sword movement, Yuchun cuts off Dr. Yem's head, while Mujin watches, standing nearby. Powerful streams of blood rise up, marking the end of the bloody deception. In the purple mist of the forest, Mujin and Yuchun stand over the finale of this drama. At their feet in the mud lies Yem's severed head, whose empty gaze has finally frozen in eternity. Yuchun raises the black peony to the sky, watching as magical vibrations emanate from it. He puts a full stop to the story, proclaiming that everyone chooses the moment of their own death, and Yem has made his choice. The misty mountains and forest thickets stand frozen in silent sorrow, while a bitter reflection lingers in the air about why such inhuman doctors continue to appear in this world. The dark entrance to the cave, surrounded by the intertwining roots of old trees, hides inside a mysterious light coming from the petals of the mystical black peony. On the cold ground rests a severed male head wearing a traditional hat, and nearby thick red blood spreads, testifying to a recent brutal execution. Among the ravaged clearing, Yuchun holds the black peony and reflects that knowledge of medicine does not yet grant the right to be called a doctor, while Mujin listens attentively to his words. Against the backdrop of the ghostly forest, Mujin anxiously gazes at the face of the eccentric doctor, asking if he is all right, since he holds a deadly dangerous flower in his hands. Turning over his shoulder against the misty trees, Yuchun replies to Mujin that he is perfectly fine, as he earned his high title of doctor not through random gambling games. While Mujin leans over the young man, holding the old man with long mustaches on his knees, Yuchun orders him to take the unfortunate away and leave, promising to tame the flower's poison on his own. Mujin gently touches the shoulder of the grieving boy, trying to soothe his sobbing. But he himself cannot tear his astonished gaze away from the figure of the doctor in purple robes. Yuchun freezes in a lotus pose with the flower on his legs, his eyes closed, but around him pulses such a powerful energy that it visibly lifts the edges of his long robe in waves. Mujin's face distorts with a mixture of amazement and genuine horror as he sees the beginning of an incredible process unfolding right before his eyes against the backdrop of the mountains. Between the doctor's palms, folded at chest level, bursts a turbulent stream of purple energy, fueled by the power of the black peony and flowing upward along his arms. In the clearing, clubs of violet glow rage through which Mujin tries to break through to the doctor. But an invisible barrier makes him tremble from supernatural pressure. A man's boot confidently stands on the mud, which has turned violet due to magical energy, flows piercing the very ground beneath the meditating master's feet. Mujin freezes with a frightened expression, tilting his head to the shoulder and staring into the huge vortices of energy that generate countless silent questions in his mind. At the bottom of a deep pit among the remains of dead animals, heavy clouds of dark violet power rush, filling the surrounding space with a sense of inevitable danger and death. Through thick fog under a gray-violet sky, stars barely flicker, while Mujin realizes that the eccentric doctor forcibly draws all the poison spilled in the air into himself. Giant vortices of pink-violet flame whirl in the air, rapidly ascending toward the figure of Yuchun, from whom dazzling and extraordinarily bright light begins to emanate. Mujin barely stands on his feet, trying to maintain balance under the blows of the energetic wind that blows his hair and knocks him down with its furious strength. Enveloped by the energy flow, Mujin covers his face with his hands, choking from the terrible stench of poison while his eyes reflect absolute shock from what he has seen. Streams of dark energy merge into a single blue-pink whirl, twisting around one point, creating a powerful funnel of incredible destructive and magical force. Among the empty eye sockets of a donkey skull at the bottom of the pit, violet tongues of magical flame dance, caught by a wild vortex that leaves no chance to all living things around. Drops of sweat fly off Mujin's face, whose eyes have widened from incredible tension, while the furious wind mercilessly strikes his face against the backdrop of violet glow. Near the cave, an epic scene unfolds. Yuchun is at the center of an energy storm, and Mujin, with a young man and an old man behind him, watch this holding their breath. Mujin is forced to shield himself with both hands from the unbearable pressure, trying to stand still while Dr. Yuchun continues his dangerous ritual amid the whirlwind. Yuchun's face remains perfectly calm in a state of deep meditation as the wind wildly blows his hair, emphasizing his iron will and concentration. Heavy drops of sweat slowly trickle down Mujin's face as he intently gazes toward the doctor, feverishly wondering if this is the final completion of the ritual. Mujin's focused gaze is fixed on the space before him. He wipes the sweat and mentally asks himself if his eyes have truly missed no important detail. Against a clear blue background, among shimmering stars and transparent glass polyhedrons, A peony flower shines majestically, radiating magical light. Yuchen, with a triumphant smile, displays the peony that has changed its color to a delicate lilac and offers it to Mujin, enjoying the harmony of pure chi energy. Enjoying the harmony of extending the flower to the astonished young man, the doctor explains that he personally purified it from deadly poison, and now this rare gift can be safely consumed. Mujin holds the peony confusedly against the backdrop of majestic mountains, while Yuchun assures him that he fully deserves this treasure because he managed to unravel Dr. Yem's cunning plan. The eccentric doctor's face beams with satisfaction as he casually informs Mujin that for his own purposes, he only needed the extract of the collected poison. Mujin freezes, lowering his gaze to the amazing flower in his hands, and plunges into deep reflection about everything he had to endure in the last few minutes. Turning over his shoulder, Mujin sees a young man on the clearing who is uncontrollably sobbing over the old man's body, while fresh bloodstains still darken the grass around them. Against the backdrop of a misty forest, Yuchun looks at Mujin with a kind but somewhat surprised expression as Mujin suddenly decides to return the priceless magical flower to him. Standing in the middle of the clearing, Mujin stretches the peony back and admits that he returned only out of fear of being called a coward, although he was able to throw only one stone. Mujin's face fills with bitter disappointment. He gloomily lowers his head while Yuchun calmly listens to his sincere confession about the true course of events. Yuchun warmly points at Mujin with his hand, but he suddenly sharply turns his head to the other side because a strange movement or unexpected sound behind caught his attention. Mujin sees a young man with a headband finally standing up, firmly tying the body of an old man with long mustaches to his back with wide ropes. While Mujin stands in place with the peony in his hands, Yuchen confidently walks away, throwing in the end that admitting a mistake and returning is the act of a true brave person. Walking against the backdrop of mountain peaks, the doctor cheerfully notes that one can run away anytime, but the most important thing is not to turn away from responsibility at the last decisive moment. Mujin freezes with an extremely serious expression on his face, trying to absorb every word spoken to him by this strange but wise eccentric doctor in purple. Under the luxurious gray-pink sky, the golden peony explodes with bright sparks, scattering magical glitter around it that resembles real stardust. Yuchun continues sharing the secrets of existence, until suddenly his inspired speech is interrupted by a loud and distinct crunch sound coming very close to him. The doctor instantly stops and distrustfully asks if Mujin really just ate that very flower, to which the young man calmly gives his affirmative answer. Frightened by the doctor's exclamation that he should not have rushed, Mujin begins to justify himself, as he understood Yuchun's words as a direct instruction to act. Mujin's face twists with fear as he reminds the doctor about the promised absence of side effects. But suddenly he hears a strange and loud rumbling in his own stomach. Above the crowns of ancient trees and mist-covered mountains spreads a powerful wave of energy, accompanied by a desperate and very loud human scream. In the silence of the forest, where a wide path runs between mighty trunks, the heavy panting of people tiredly making their way through dense forest thickets is clearly heard. Yuchun walks along the path, dragging loads behind him, while simultaneously scolding Mujin for having drunk the cultivation elixir without knowing any proper breathing techniques. The eccentric doctor's face burns with anger. He walks beside them and sternly lectures Mujin on how to properly place the foot and breathe according to the black turtle method. On the wide path, Yuchun warily drags the loads, irritated by Mujin's request to repeat the lesson, calling the young man clever but at the same time an incredible fool. The doctor explains in detail how to connect the earth chi and lung chi in the center of the abdomen, directing the flow along the spine axis to safely expel the energy of the poisonous black peony. Mujin desperately shouts that he is trying to do everything correctly, but Yuchun sharply cuts him off, ordering him to immediately shut his mouth and fully concentrate on the technique. From inhuman tension, Mujin's face contorts. He begins to tremble violently, and horror at the uncontrollable processes in his body is reflected in his dilated eyes. Thick steam bursts from the young man's mouth, sweat floods his forehead, and each heavy step in the men's boots becomes part of a complex and exhausting magical exercise. Yuchun freezes cautiously, noticing how a strange blue energy begins to pulse around his student, indicating the onset of deep internal changes. A sturdy men's boot confidently presses into the forest ground, completing another step in the correct rhythm, which is the foundation of the ancient cultivation method. Mujin moves swiftly through the forest, enveloped in a bright blue glow like a fiery element, while the wind wildly blows his hair and washes away drops of sweat. Turning to the young man, Dr. Yuchun thoughtfully considers that he will be able to fully organize Chi's rebellious energy even before they reach the first settlement. A small squad moves through the forest. Ahead are the doctor with the stretchers and the radiant Mujin, and behind is the exhausted boy carrying the wounded old teacher on his shoulders. The frightened Mujin feels an unprecedented power inside himself. His mouth is open in a silent scream, and his body burns in a pillar of pure blue energy. Against a bright blue background, Yuchun intently watches the student, sensing his sincere amazement at how powerful and effective the magical energy has turned out to be. In a wide clearing, the angry Yuchun insists on continuing the exercises while the blood-stained young man with the old man on his back wearily trails behind his companions. Mujin complains of stomach pain, trying to avoid the duty of carrying the wounded, while the blood-stained boy attentively listens to their endless argument. The road finally leads the travelers out of the forest thicket to an open space where a majestic panorama of distant mountains unfolds before the tired heroes. The sky above the heroes' heads is painted in incredible shades of yellow and pink, foretelling important changes in the end of their difficult and dangerous journey. The residents of the mountain village poured out onto the street, anxiously and intriguingly gazing at the sky, against which figures of unexpected and strange guests appear. In the open square, Mujin widely spreads his arms before the crowd, while Yuchun and the exhausted Jusun with the wounded on his back silently wait for the villagers' reaction. Inspired, Mujin loudly announces to the people the victory over the source of the disease, pointing to Jusan and the old man as heroes who helped overcome the culprits of the trouble. The joyful crowd bursts into applause and shouts of gratitude, but the face of the young Jusun remains gloomy and incredibly tired from the endured sufferings. Happy people surround the doctor and Mujin in a tight circle, while Jusun with his heavy burden remains standing aside, feeling complete loneliness. Mujin sincerely rejoices together with the settlement's residents, not noticing how seriously and intently the mysterious doctor in purple watches this whole spectacle. Amid the general festivities and bright sky, Yuchun's gaze suddenly becomes sad as he turns away from the crowd, immersing himself in his own difficult thoughts. Under the fiery sky, Jusan humbly bows his head in prayer, carrying the old man on his back, while around him rages a foreign celebration to which he has no concern. In the square in front of wooden houses under the bright sky, a crowd of peasants continues to joyfully celebrate their unexpected liberation, while the mountains silently watch the festivities. Jusun, without removing the old man with long mustaches from his back, thoughtfully looks at the happy people and the neat huts of the settlement, feeling like a stranger at this festival of life. The celebration ended. Only Yusan, with his heavy burden on his shoulders, remains in the empty square, standing alone near abandoned burdens and scattered bottles. Jusun looks one last time at the place of recent festivities, turns around, and firmly holding the elderly man on his back, slowly leaves the square, heading in an unknown direction. The evening sky burns with yellow-purple colors over the multicolored mountain ridges, at the foot of which wooden huts are cozily clustered, reflecting in the mirror-like surface of the water body. Morning light softly illuminates the green-gray mountain slopes, near the foot of which the settlement awakens, separated from the world by a water body cut by thin sandy spits. A clear blue sky stretches over the forest-covered mountains, and above the roofs of wooden houses rises a mysterious column of either steam or powerful energy. A man's boot firmly stands on the ground next to a heavy stick, the end of which is wrapped in a pulsating column of light green energy, indicating the beginning of training. In the clearing, in front of the brick stands with boiling pots, Mujin trains. He froze in a fighting stance with a stick burning with green energy, intently looking forward. At a frantic training pace, Mujin swings the energy stick in front of the boiling pots, moving so fast it seems as if he is in several places at once. Mujin carefully examines his stick, trying to replicate the teacher's movements, and attempts to perform complex steps in different directions, honing his footwork technique. Mujin suddenly lands on his knees before the pots, throwing his head back in a calling cry, when suddenly Yuchun appears behind and angrily remarks that the student will stir dust into the medicine. Surprised, Mujin listens to Yuchun's order to immediately prepare for a long journey, confusedly objecting that there are still sick people in the village who need the doctor's help. Mujin dreamily raises his eyes to the sky, imagining himself as a hero among joyful girls amid sakura petals, and thinks it would be nice to stay here a few more days. Yuchun sharply interrupts the student's sweet dreams, reminding him that they came here only at the request of a poor man, and Mujin wonders if the teacher saw where the young man with the old man on his back went. Mujin's face contorts with horror and amazement when he hears Yuchun's suggestion that the poor man probably already buried his master and is starving somewhere despite his heroic deed. In Mujin's imagination appears a terrifying image of Jusan against a blood-red background and tongues of flame. The young man holds a stick dripping with blood, and his eyes glow with a frenzied fire. Against the greenery, Yuchun coldly explains to Mujin that the poor man who killed the master, regardless of whether it was just or not, ceases to be just a poor man and becomes a dangerous threat. Against the dark blue sky, Yuchun attentively listens to Mujin's gloomy reflections, who stands nearby, lowering his head in deep sorrow and doubts about what he heard from the teacher. The pots continue to boil on the brick stands under the continuous conversation of the men about what it really means to take someone's life and what consequences it entails. The landscape of the morning brown-green mountains, at the foot of which a wooden settlement sprawls, reflected in the body of water with sandy spits, froze in silent grandeur. Under the bright sunny sky, a crowd of happy peasants joyfully waves their hands in farewell to Mujin and Yuchun, and ahead of everyone stands a boy who has just recovered from a serious illness. Mujin, with a backpack on his back, cheerfully turns to the crowd, waving goodbye, while Yuchun, holding a shield behind his back, confidently looks ahead at the wide sandy path. Illuminated by the first rays of the morning sun flooding the mountains in the settlement, Mujin with a backpack and Yuchun walk along the wide sandy path, leaving the hospitable people forever. Along the dense forest against the backdrop of majestic mountains and bright sky, Mujin with a backpack confidently strides, following the man in purple who holds a shield behind his back. The travelers delve into the forest thickets. The Dr. Yuchun confidently walks ahead with a shield, and behind him hurries Mujin, carrying a heavy backpack with medicines and supplies on his shoulders. Against the backdrop of the bright sky and mountain peaks, Yuchun suddenly stops, and Mujin, peeking from behind his back, freezes with an expression of deep surprise and inexplicable anxiety. Mujin's face distorts with embarrassment. He opens his eyes wide and slightly parts his mouth as if wanting to ask his companion what strange sight has opened before them. The men continue their way along the wide forest road, finding out during the conversation that an old cemetery is located somewhere very close, where eternal peace reigns. In a wide clearing in the forest, small round burial mounds are visible, in front of which the Dr. Yuchun and Mujin freeze, silently gazing at these silent testimonies of the past. A sunbeam brightly illuminates one separate mound, near which lie two fragments of a broken staff on the ground, the former weapon or support of the one who rests here. Against the backdrop of a cloudless blue sky and green hills, the hands of Mujin and Yuchun are folded in a humble prayer gesture, paying tribute to the memory of the fallen. In the middle of a clearing, surrounded by misty mountains and dense forest, Mujin and Yuchun kneel, resting their hands on the ground in a quiet and sincere memorial prayer. Yuchun stands motionless under the azure sky, while Mujin, standing nearby, Yuchun looks attentively and inquisitively at the teacher's face, trying to understand his inner state. The face of Dr. Yuchun expresses deep concentration. He has lowered his head and closed his eyes, immersed in his own thoughts against the backdrop of transparent mountain hills and trees. While Yuchun kneels near the cemetery, Mujin, who has settled nearby, suddenly turns sharply and notices the familiar figure of the young man Jusen, who unexpectedly appeared in the clearing. Jusen freezes under the bright sky in a prayerful pose. He sincerely thanks for the rescue and wholeheartedly wishes his rescuers success and an easy journey in the future. Dr. Yuchun continues to stand motionless before the grave of the old man with long mustaches, while behind him Mujin asks Jusen if he has been hungry since last night. Mujin extends a bundle of food to Jusen, and he gratefully accepts the unexpected help, feeling warmth and care from the former adversary. Mujin asks Jusen about his further plans, and the young man, holding the food in his hands, replies that he will stay in the village as it is the only place he can call home. Standing by the fresh grave of his teacher, Jusun reassures Mujin with words that poor people are used to surviving and adapting to any life conditions. In the imagination of the tense Mujin, the bloody image of Jusun against the background of a joyful crowd appears again. He bitterly reflects on the terrible price that must be paid for a taken life. Jusun looks extremely confused and surprised when he suddenly hears from travelers and offer to go with them and distrustfully asks where exactly they are calling him. Joyful Mujin suggests to Jusun to go where he can be himself without judgmental looks, assuring that the old Master Hong would definitely approve this choice. Two figures, the smiling Mujin and the embarrassed Jusun, stand under the clear sky while Mujin cheerfully addresses Yuchun, hoping for his agreement to take a companion. Near the grave of the old teacher, Jusun and Mujin freeze in a brief conversation, trying to comprehend the new perspectives that opened before them on this momentous morning. Jusun suddenly realizes that Yuchun has already begun to move away from them. He looks after the doctor with fear and surprise, begging him to wait and not go so fast. Jusun and Mujin run with all their might along the forest road, trying to catch up with the teacher. Mujin, with a backpack on his back, assures Yuchun on the move that they will not let him go alone. Yuchun hears Mujin complaining to the new companion about his impatience, seeing before him the frowning face of the student and the sincerely surprised look of Jusun watching him. The three men, Yuchun, Mujin, and Jusun, walk along the wide road away from the cemetery. Mujin confidently declares that they are now one team, not forgetting about training. The solitary grave of the elderly master with long mustaches rests at the foot of the hill, and next to it lies a memorial staff split in half, covered with mysterious hieroglyphs. Two fragments of the staff on the ground near the travelers eloquently testify that Hyun is buried here, a true hero who, despite his poverty, earned eternal memory. Dr. Yoshun, without stopping, barely turns his head back and throws over his shoulder to his young companions a single but meaningful word: Luoyang. The morning haze slowly rises over the majestic river, in the middle of which, on an island, stands an impregnable settlement, surrounded by a strong stone wall. In the forest clearing, the figure of Dr. Yuchun looks majestic. He skillfully maneuvers the sword, while Mujin and Jusun listen intently to his lesson about the true essence of the weapon. Yuchun swiftly soars into the blue starry sky. His movements become lightning fast, and the blade of the sword draws patterns in the air of a shape the teacher calls by the refined name Wasp. The master continues his dance of death under the night sky, tracing a perfect circle in the air. These incredibly fast and dangerous movements are called Ivy. The eccentric doctor radiates powerful energy, his eyes blazing with strength, and his clothes flutter in the wind as he performs a circular technique called Summit. Mujin and Jusung stand in fighting stances on the clearing with swords in their hands, watching Yuchun smoothly descend from the heavens, surrounded by bright energy sparks. In the night air, against the backdrop of a dark forest, pulses a huge cluster of pure power, shining with dazzling white light inside and shimmering violet at the edges. Under a whirlwind of glowing energy, Yuchun firmly holds a sword, preparing to attack while his disciples try to master the complex art of wielding combat weapons. Dr. Yuchun slightly turns his head toward the boys, a challenge readable in his interested gaze. He asks if they are capable of repeating such a complex technique on their own. The faces of the young men against the night sky look exhausted. Sweat covers their eyes, and their gaze reveals a complete lack of strength after an incredibly hard training. The enraged Mujin bursts into a shout, saliva flying from his mouth, and his eyes wide with fury. He does not understand how the teacher can demand such perfection from him. On the clearing, Jusong silently watches the harsh exchange between teacher and student, where Mujin proves the impossibility of destroying a tree in such a short training period. Yusong looks at the mountains with fear and wonder. Sweat rolls down his face as he realizes how complex and dangerous the things Yuchun tries to explain are. Mujin takes a stance again, awaiting the teacher's evaluation, while Jusong also tries to repeat the sword movements but awkwardly asks for advice due to his own clumsiness. Under the bright sky, Yuchun continues methodically correcting every movement of Mujin, who despite fatigue tries to catch at least some difference between the complex attack forms. Jusun carefully watches every step and movement of his comrade's legs, trying to remember all the master's instructions to later correctly perform this technique himself. Jusun's gaze becomes dreamy and satisfied for a moment. He enjoys the beauty of nature and the moment of calm amid the exhausting day of combat training. A quarrel flares up again in the clearing. Yuchun demands impeccable posture and respect, threatening Mujin for disobedience with sending him to the very heart of the terrible icy hell. The morning training is in full swing. The figures of the youth soar into the air from strong palm strikes. They wave their arms, trying to maintain balance. Under the tall trees, Mujin and Jusun desperately jump, applying the purple cloud step technique. Although their faces are distorted from excessive effort, Mujin lies motionless on the grass, arms and legs spread out, his eyes closed, and a huge bump adorns his head, the result of an unsuccessful combat maneuver. Yuchun, with a victorious look, raises Jusun's hand up, proclaiming him the winner after 30 fierce fights, while he tries to hold on heroically. Tired, Jusun wipes sweat from his forehead, but deep thought shines in his eyes. He reflects on the strange and strong bond that has arisen between Yuchun and Mujin. Mujin rages again, threatening the teacher with a real attack. But Yuchun only laughs cheerfully in response, knowing that the student is still too weak for such a challenge. Watching this scene, Jusun quietly concludes, despite constant quarrels and shouts, true relations of a wise teacher and a loyal student prevail between these two. Jusun stands at the forest edge, watching the funny quarrel between Mujin and Yuchun. It seems to him that they resemble an uncle and nephew. The figures of the heroes stand out clearly against the mountain sky, their faces glowing with sincere joy from mutual respect and warmth. Mujin focusedly performs complex exercises, sweat streaming profusely from his face, while nearby Yuchun watches the student with hidden kindness. In the forest clearing, Yuchun laughs loudly and asks Mujin to repeat the form, while he, like an angry child, stomps his feet in fury. Jusun's head in profile against the greenery, he is frozen in thought, silently analyzing this sincere dialogue between the master and his pupil. Joyful Jusun on a light background looks inspired. He fingers the knots on his belt, immersed in pleasant memories. The sun slowly rises over the mountain settlement, reflecting in the river where long ago Hongyun and little Jusun once sat. The scene of a peaceful morning impresses with grandeur. A mighty river encircles an island where behind high walls a cozy settlement is securely hidden. Heavy raindrops drum on the tiles of the majestic building's roofs, while the sky above the fortress fills with thick gray clouds. The massive city gate stands as the last line of defense, through which travelers pass, hiding from the approaching storm. On the rain-soaked square, Jusun bows his head in prayer, thanking his friends, while Yuchun promises that fate will surely grant them a new meeting. Standing under the downpour, Yuchun advises Jusun to change his name to avoid danger from those who know about the tragedy and death of Hongyun. The humble figure of Jusun stands still in the middle of the city square under the pouring rain. The young man expresses his boundless gratitude one last time. The city comes alive under the sound of the downpour. Passers-by hurry about their business, and among the crowd Jusun turns and waves goodbye to his friends one last time. The silhouette of Yusun gradually dissolves in the distance amid the rainy square, but he still continues to wave his hand to his companions. The bad weather intensifies, forcing the residents to seek shelter, while the fortress walls reliably protect them from the wind and cold streams of water. Mujin's sad face reflects his state. He slowly lowers his hand, feeling a strange emptiness from the fact that his friend has left. Yuchun instantly notices the disappointment on the student's face. They stand side by side as the outlines of buildings blur through the rain. Mujin admits that Jusun became his first true friend after he left Sichuan, and this loss resonates with pain. Mujin's face twists with offense at the doctor's irony. He says that the student will never win against Jusun in a duel. The angry young man tries to prove his strength, actively gesturing and assuring that last time he was one step away from triumph. Yuchun confidently walks down the street, ordering Mujin to be silent while he tries to find out exactly where they are heading. Through the veil of rain, part of the massive roof of the building appears, above the entrance to which proudly hangs a sign, Fen Family Forge. Before them stands an elderly blacksmith with a hardened body and wise eyes. He asks if they intend to rent his forge. Yuchun silently observes the situation, and next to him stands Mujin, folding his hands in a pleading gesture, showing his request with his whole appearance. Against the backdrop of the building, the figures of Yuchun and Mujin promise the blacksmith an unusual reward, the opportunity to see the master's work, implying Mujin's hidden talent. In the spacious and clean courtyard of the smithy, On the even stone floor, a calm conversation unfolds between the travelers and the elderly host, who listens attentively to the guests. Under the cozy canopy stand bamboo furniture, and the old blacksmith, having agreed to the strange proposal, slowly steps aside while Yuchun and Mujin prepare to work. Mujin's face simultaneously shines with success and shows genuine surprise. He feverishly thinks about how exactly their plan worked and why the host so easily let them near the furnace. Yuchun pushes Mujin toward the glowing fire, meanwhile negotiating with the host about firewood and materials in exchange for making a small farm sickle. Mujin's figure by the smithy wall radiates dissatisfaction and concentration, while Yuchun genuinely rejoices, loudly announcing that the first official order has already been accepted. Mujin carries a bundle of firewood under his arm, complaining that he has become an attraction for the teacher, but Yuchun orders him to stop whining and immediately start on the sickle. Standing against the backdrop of the rainy street, Yuchun instructively raises a finger upward, reminding the boy that he must repay with his own labor for a whole month of exhausting training. Mujin freezes before the blazing furnace in thought. He weighs the master's words and finally agrees that such payment for combat science is quite fair and honest. The old blacksmith rests under the awning, listening to the rain, while inside the smithy, Mujin embarrassedly admits to Yuchun that he has never before made similar things. Sitting aside, the elderly master attentively watches the conversation near the furnace, curiously noting for himself that the young man is taking on making a sickle for the first time in his life. From the smithy's chimney, smoke rises into the gray sky. The blacksmith looks at it with hope and secretly prays that the blacksmith god is not angry that his forge has been idle for so long. The old man with a wart on his nose falls silent and listens to the inner sounds of the workshop, where finally the first confident and clear knock of the heavy metal hammer sounds. Holding a cup with a drink, the blacksmith reflects that the rhythm of the hammer perfectly harmonizes with the sound of the downpour. He sees in Mujin the potential to become, if not a legend, then a wonderful craftsman. Looking at the rainy street, the old blacksmith immerses himself in his own past. He recalls his youth when he was full of ambitions, and for a moment sadly lowers his gray head. Suddenly the master's gaze becomes sharp, and his eyes widen from a sudden revelation. He guesses something extremely important that radically changes his attitude. In a swift flight against the background of a blue-purple starry sky shines a forged sickle, symbolizing the perfection of form and the strength of spirit of the young man who created it. The elderly blacksmith holds the finished tool in his hand with amazement. He looks extremely embarrassed as before him appear Mujin's tired hands extending the product. Mujin holds the shiny sickle and awkwardly asks if he did everything correctly, and the old man's trembling hands confirm the incredible quality of this first work in the boy's life. Mujin's hand touches the very stream of molten energy coming from the furnace, while on the other side of the frame the blacksmith's hand firmly grips the forged sickle against the heat. The old master's face suddenly changes. He sharply raises his hand up, causing in Mujin a mute surprise and complete incomprehension of what the blacksmith is about to do. The master with darkened eyes begins to sharply swing the sickle in the air, and the frightened Mujin jumps aside trying to avoid accidental injury from the blade. On a purple background appears the face of the elderly blacksmith with a characteristic wart. His eyes now seem completely black, devoid of the usual human shine. Against the background of a stone floor, a close-up shows the corner and legs of a bamboo chair, which are extremely tightly and securely tied with a thick and strong rope. Part of the bamboo table barely holds on strong shackles, and bright sparks of energy fly from the chair, accompanied by a powerful and tangible flow of force. Under the forge's canopy against the backdrop of rain, the summer blacksmith confidently maneuvers the sickle, while the surprised Mujin watches him, and Yuchun calmly stands by the blazing furnace. The old master, with darkened eyes, continues his dangerous dance with the weapon, and Mujin suddenly realizes that before him is not just a craftsman, but a true martial arts master. Yuchun calmly watches the events, crossing his arms over his chest, while the blacksmith swiftly jumps aside, leaving Mujin completely stunned by such incredible speed. On the wet road under the rain lies a neatly cut corner of a bamboo chair, and in the air sounds Mujin's confused question about where Master Fen is rushing to. Dr. Yuchun calmly advises the apprentice to immediately prepare for forging a real sword, as the mysterious guests are already very close, which causes a wave of sincere incomprehension in Mujin. Against the backdrop of a rain-covered street, Mujin's face shows shock. The teacher's words that one must forget about waiting and act immediately sound to him like thunder out of a clear sky. Mujin's eyes widen with genuine horror as grim silhouettes of enemies appear in his imagination, and Yuchun's voice coldly confirms that the dangerous guests have already arrived at the place. The boy's face distorts with tension. He breathes heavily, and large drops of sweat run down his cheeks as he tries to comprehend the scale of the disaster approaching them. On an anxious purple background appear enraged bandits with bare swords. Their eyes blaze with fury, and thick steam bursts from their mouths like wild, enraged beasts. Bloodthirsty criminals with predatory smiles surround the old blacksmith, rejoicing in their find, while their burning gazes promise nothing good for either the master or his accidental guests. The blacksmith's face with a wart on his nose becomes stern and detached, and his eyes turn into two impenetrable black spots radiating only cold and resolute readiness for battle. The old man's hand firmly grips the sickle forged by Mujin, which suddenly begins to emit magical light, becoming a formidable weapon in the hands of an experienced martial arts fighter. Mujin stands in front of the forge building with a frightened expression on his face, a silent question frozen in his eyes about how an ordinary peasant's tool can change so drastically. One of the bandits, gripping a sword from which sparks fly, fiercely asks how the young man managed to create a weapon capable of cutting the best blades of the famous masters of Chengqin without any damage. Another robber with an axe in his hands gasps with greed, saliva dripping from his mouth, and his eyes spark with fury as he demands to reveal the secret of creating the perfect blade. On a purple background, the second bandit, trembling with excitement, tightly clutches a double-bladed axe ready at any moment to launch an attack to possess the magical weapon. The third enemy, on an orange-yellow background, smiles maliciously, gripping a heavy club. His disheveled hair is tied with a dirty rag, and his eyes burn with the fire of uncontrollable hatred. The shining sickle, forged by Mujin's hands, cuts through the yellow air, leaving behind a bright trail of pure energy that pulses and repels all hostility in its path. Among the rainbow waves of power, the old blacksmith triumphantly raises his hand with the sickle upwards, proclaiming at the top of his lungs that Mujin has managed to create a truly perfect and invincible weapon. A crowd of enraged men with broken weapons in their hands rushes forward, their faces distorted by screams, and in their eyes reads a desperate desire to obtain something extraordinarily valuable. The old blacksmith leads this mad rush, his mouth wide open in a warlike shout, firmly holding the sickle while behind him rages an angry wave of armed people. Mujin watches this scene against the backdrop of the night sky and realizes with horror, this entire crowd is running straight towards him to forcibly extract the secrets of his unique blacksmithing technique. Against the background of fiery energy, the inflamed men demand the boy forge swords and axes for them, each shouting their order, trying to break through the crowd to the new master. Mujin's face contorts with despair and nausea. Cold sweat floods his eyes as he helplessly watches the approach of this uncontrollable and dangerous mass of people. At the decisive moment, Dr. Yuchun decisively steps forward, shielding the confused Mujin from the angry crowd and becoming an unshakable wall between the student and the company of pursuers. Yuchun stands firm before the excited crowd, shielding the student. Before him appears the figure of the old Master Fen, who casts a questioning and expectant look at the doctor. Dr. Yuchun's hand confidently rises upward, palm to the sky, freezing in a violet haze of energy that electrified the air around the entrance to the forge. With a sly smile on his face, Yuchun addresses the men, offering each to lay out 2 silver coins for the exceptional opportunity to see Mujin's work with their own eyes. The doctor's palm remains open and extended forward, eloquently hinting to the crowd that knowledge and the spectacle of skill must always be paid for with ringing coin. A real trade unfolds before the forge. Mujin watches in astonishment from the threshold as Yuchun collects money from the men and the old blacksmith, who crowd in anticipation of a miracle. Over the city, surrounded by high walls, bad weather prevails. Heavy raindrops beat on the tiles, and from the forge's chimney rises a thick yellow-black column of smoke into the gray sky. The lonely figure of young Jusen slowly moves along the stone pavement under the pouring rain. He walks forward, not even trying to find shelter from the cold downpour. Against the backdrop of luxurious, multi-story buildings, enclosed food stalls, Yusan looks like a stranger who stubbornly ignores the bad weather, immersed in his own mysterious goals. Suddenly, Yusan stops sharply. His face becomes alert, and his gaze turns somewhere aside as if he sensed danger or caught something familiar in the city noise. The boy walks along neat streets, past expensive houses, and a picturesque bridge over a stream, recalling the words of teacher Hongun that everything in this city looks majestic. Streams of rain run down Jusun's inspired face. He does not notice the cold because all his thoughts are occupied with the search for the mysterious hemp field that the master once told him about. The cityscape opens a view of a man-made stream, where under the arch of an old bridge in the shade hides a strange gathering of people whose presence seems extremely suspicious to Jusun. Jusun tightly gripped the tip of his belt, on which several knots are tied, understanding that this sign reveals his belonging to the famous but poor sect of the poor. In the boy's memory arises the warm image of a smiling teacher who proudly and lovingly gives him this very belt, guiding him on the path of a true warrior and faithful friend. Memories of the mentor make Yusun stop in the middle of the rainy street. He clenches the belt in his fist with pain and determination, feeling the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. Continuing his way along the city stream, Yusan firmly decides to find at least someone who might have known his late master Hongyun in this big and unfamiliar city. Against the backdrop of a leaden rainy sky stands a multi-story building with a traditional roof decorated with shining Chinese lanterns, from which grateful shouts of unknown guests are heard. In the middle of the rain-soaked street, the tavern owner with a flattering smile sees off a group of warriors, assuring with a sweet voice that students of the beggar sect are always sincerely welcome in their establishment. On the dark pink robe of the neat owner, a belt stands out clearly, at the end of which 3 knots are tied, indicating his special status in this hierarchy. Against the backdrop of majestic city architecture, under the relentless rain, Yusan stands motionless, respectfully folding his hands in a greeting gesture, hiding his true thoughts behind calmness. Walking across the road from the noisy crowd, the young man recalls stories about the sect's presence on this street, but realizes that in 20 years his teacher's name could have been forgotten. The street is drowned in downpour and the light of long lanterns, while Jusan gloomily reflects on how much the current sect differs from Hongyun's descriptions, impressed by the tavern owner's greed. The owner in the pink robe, confidently twirling a gold coin between his fingers, explains in a businesslike tone that joining the Chongqing branch requires a considerable contribution, which is supposedly easily earned by labor. Passing by bright lanterns, the thoughtful Jusun comes to a bitter conclusion. Even to be officially considered poor in this secular faction, one must first have a lot of money in their pocket. The young man wanders alone along an almost empty road, vainly trying to hide from the rain, and increasingly doubts that anyone in this city remembers his famous mentor. Heavy streams of water continuously flow from the pointed roof canopy, breaking against the cobblestones and emphasizing the gloomy atmosphere of fruitless searches in the very center of the downpour. An elderly man under the building's wall decisively shakes his head and raises his index finger, making it clear to Yusun that he has never heard of the legendary hemp poor. Another poor man, hiding from the bad weather under a neighboring roof, only shrugs in response to the boy's question, although the boy persistently reminds him that the events happened 2 decades ago. The crowd by the wall, among whom stands a woman with a baby, only silently shakes their heads, as the name of the 4-knot elder of the sect is completely unknown and alien to them. Jusun continues to wander the city in search of any clue about Hongyun, but as he approaches another group of poor people, he prepares in advance for another failure in silence. The boy slowly walks along the river, emerging from under the bridge where the destitute huddle, and politely thanks them for the conversation, despite his hope of finding the teacher gradually fading. Stopping by a cold stone wall, Yusun freezes and looks with a long, thoughtful gaze at an old piece of his mentor's belt, which he tightly clutches in his palm. Suddenly, the boy shudders from surprise when a frightened poor man runs swiftly past him under the bridge, desperately clutching his head as if escaping from an invisible danger. Through the veil of rain, Yusun watches the soaked figure of a man from whom water streams down, while the man complains in a trembling voice about the unbearable cold that pierces to the bone. The young man's face reflects deep thought and slight hesitation. He carefully examines the unfortunate poor man, trying to decide whether it makes sense to ask him the same question again. A skinny man with sunken cheeks and infinitely sad eyes, hearing the call of Yusan, slowly turns around, looking exhausted from the constant struggle for survival. Respectfully bowing his head in greeting, Yusan asks the stranger with hope about the hemp poor man with 4 knots, explaining that he lived in these parts about 20 years ago. The boy's face instantly lights up with uncontrollable inspiration when he hears the poor man begin to recall a man who really had 4 knots and was 10 years older than him. Seeing Hussein's exuberant joy, the frightened poor man recoils, trying to avoid confrontation with the youth who excitedly shouted that this was exactly the person he was looking for. The exhausted man skeptically asks if it is really about that attractive beggar who constantly spent time in the hemp fields, while Jusan actively confirms every word. The joyful smile instantly disappears from the youth's face, replaced by bitter disappointment when he learns that the poor man had only 1 knot, and therefore it is a completely different person. In the middle of the majestic city, under the veil of a heavy downpour, Jusan stood motionless on the bridge, feeling like a stranger among the crowd of poor people whose fates intertwined in gloomy silence. On the embankment, harsh words echo that the hemp poor man was just a lazy scoundrel who never mastered martial arts, wasting his life in the fields. Seized by a sudden surge of anger and despair, Yusan abruptly rushes off, running wildly along the stone embankment while the rain tries to stop him with its cold blows. Huge raindrops break on the surface of the river, reminding the boy of the story about the theft of a mysterious item in old Grandma Jen, who might know the true truth about his teacher. Water mercilessly runs down the youth's face and hair, soaking through his headband, while each drop grows heavier with the realization of a possible betrayal by the one he trusted. Black clouds completely swallowed the sky, leaving only faint blue glimmers, and through the rumble of the storm come fragmented shouts of passers-by, amazed at the strange behavior of the lonely youth. The face of Jusan is distorted with unbearable pain and disappointment. He looks at a piece of an old belt as the rain streams mix with his first, still invisible tears. On the riverbank under the stormy sky, the boy falls to his knees, bowing over the symbol of his belonging to the sect, and through clenched teeth he hurls curses at the late master. Trembling from cold and rage, he feverishly tries to untie the knots on the belt, but his numb fingers do not obey, only tightening the knots of his own fate and disappointment even more. Gasping from the downpour, Jusan bites into the coarse fabric with his teeth, recalling how he earned these knots through endurance and hunger, and now realizes how worthless this reward was. The torn pieces of Master Hongyun's belt, which once seemed sacred, now lie abandoned in a dirty puddle, gradually disappearing under the blows of the relentless rain. The youth frantically tramples on the remnants of the fabric, remembering his 15th year of life in the 3rd knot, which now seems to him just another step in a great and long lie. Clenching the scraps of the past in his fist, Yusun finally understands why Hongyun's techniques were so imperfect. His teacher simply had nothing to pass on to his student. Soaked to the bone, he raises his eyes to the sky and screams with unbearable anger, cursing the lying teacher whose life turned out to be nothing but a series of fabricated stories and empty promises. Suddenly, the dark sky is split by a dazzling white-blue lightning, briefly illuminating the figure of the youth whose inner world is collapsing faster than the electric discharge fades. On the bank of the great city, Jusan continues shouting curses, feeling how anger pierces every cell of his body, for he entrusted his life to a person who simply used him. His hand tightly grips Hongyun's belt, as if trying to strangle the very memory of the years spent under the care of one who turned out to be a common fraud in rags. The stormy downpour over the river grows stronger, hiding the figure of the boy standing at the very edge of the shore, struggling with the desire to forever erase his past in the murky waters. Jusan slowly raises his hand up, holding the belt of his so-called teacher, and looks at the river's current, which relentlessly rushes past him, like life itself that has passed by. Under the stormy sky, the figure of the young man seems tiny. He stands with his hand raised upwards, as if showing the heavens for the last time the symbol of his betrayal and unfulfilled hopes. Falling to his knees again, he lowers his head while the rain mercilessly beats on his shoulders, and the raised hand with the teacher's belt begins to slowly lower to the very surface of the turbulent water. Jusan curses, choking on despair, because what hurts him most is not the lie itself, but that he cannot even look the teacher in the eyes and ask why, since he has long been dead. Standing at the very edge of the shore where the water foams from the heavy downpour, the young man slowly bends and dips one hand into the cold river surface, saying goodbye to the past. The fingers finally unclench, and he lets the river water take away the last thing that connected him to Hongyun, the old belt with knots that no longer have any meaning. Jusun's face distorts from unbearable suffering, and finally true tears flow from his eyes, indistinguishable from the raindrops flooding everything around. Jusun's fingers weakly open in the icy water, and the swift current instantly carries away Hongyun's old belt, forever taking the symbol of discipleship into the unknown. The stormy sky burns with dark purple and black colors, tearing the space with fierce lightning strikes, while the wall of relentless rain tries to wash away the remnants of past life. Broken and oppressed by the weight of truth, the young man bows down to the very ground in a desperate impulse, his figure resembling a person praying among the ruins of their own faith. Heavy clouds finally begin to disperse, revealing light gray clearings in the sky, which become the first sign of the end of the exhausting night storm. Against the background of the gradually brightening sky, a massive roof and a wall with a prominent sign, Fen Family Forge, emerge, promising stability in this changing world. Mujin, whose eyes shine with genuine satisfaction, confidently holds in his hands a newly forged massive sword, announcing the successful completion of today's hard work. The forge yard is filled with the enthusiastic shouts of men who insistently demand the master to continue working so they can admire his unparalleled talent for just a moment longer. The old blacksmith, with a characteristic wart on his nose, decisively drives the unruly crowd out the door, giving the tired Mujin the much-needed moment of peace by the forge. While the spectators disperse, the old man grumbles about the absence of Dr. Yuchun, and meanwhile among the passers-by, Yusong freezes, his gaze fixed on the figure of the master in the yard. Mujin's face is washed with sweat in the rays of the blazing furnace, but sudden surprise changes his expression when he recognizes an old acquaintance and loudly calls out Yusong's name. Against the backdrop of a cold gray sky, the face of a young man appears, whose gaze has become empty and endlessly tired from the soul-shattering experience of the night. Under the clear blue sky that replaced the rain, the sign of the Fen family forge quietly sways, witnessing the beginning of a new, difficult conversation between two friends. Filled with bitter disappointment, Jusung slowly reveals to Mujin the terrible truth about the real face of Hongyun, which he had to hear from random passers-by. Mujin listens sympathetically to the story about the hemp poor man sitting on a bench in front of the forge, while the sight of his crushed friend breaks his heart with hopelessness. Worried about his companion's condition, the master intently looks into Yusong's face and with undisguised concern asks if he has had even a crumb of food in his mouth all this time. Yusong replies that he received some food from a little girl, Kesum, who lives under the same bridge, sharing with him the poverty and gloomy everyday life of a wandering existence. Looking at the cold wall, the boy admits that he had no appetite at all, but the sincerity of another poor man did not allow him to reject the outstretched helping hand. Mujin's face twists for a moment from the realization of his own tactlessness, and he mentally scolds himself for not immediately understanding the depth of his friend's distress. Mujin indignantly reminds Jusun that he no longer belongs to the beggar sect, and decisively calls him to follow, unwilling to see his friend in such a miserable state. Jusan raises a questioning look, to which Mujin confidently declares, "The time has come to wash away all this humiliating dirt and regain human dignity." The master's gaze against the backdrop of the blazing heat of the furnace becomes playful and filled with unshakable confidence that they will overcome any trials of fate. The night sky takes on a deep, dark blue hue, and among the sparse clouds majestically emerges the round blue sphere of the moon, illuminating the city with a calm glow. The tavern building, decorated with dozens of glowing lanterns, attracts the attention of passers-by, and from its open windows, sounds of cheerful music and laughter burst onto the street. Inside reigns a festive atmosphere. On the illuminated podium sings a beauty with a lute, and skillful waiters quickly carry orders between the floors of the cozy establishment. In the depths of the noisy hall at one of the distant tables, among exquisite dishes and drinks, sit two friends, Mujin and the young man who has finally found shelter. The charming singer with a lute plays a melody against the backdrop of a luxurious canopy, while magical sparks resembling twinkling stars scatter in the air around her. The The renewed Jusan, in elegant attire and with a new hairstyle, stands confused in the middle of the tavern, clutching a cup in his hand and marveling at the surrounding luxury. Before the young man stretches a banquet table, golden roasted fish, appetizing chickens, and huge trays completely filled with pork ribs and juicy shashlik. Noticing the fear in his friend's eyes, Mujin loudly calls his name, trying to bring Jusun back to reality and finally urging him to enjoy the moment. Friends greedily empty the bowls, and while the satisfied Mujin savors the drink, Jusan, with slight fear, suggests feasting as if this evening is the last in their lives. In the large hall of the tavern, merriment reigns. Mujin continues to party to the fullest, while Jusan, overfilled with food, has simply collapsed powerless from the table. Suddenly, the party becomes truly hot. From the spicy food or strong drink, tongues of real flame burst from the mouths of both boys, dazzling the guests. The girl on the podium throws a very dissatisfied look toward the noisy company, irritably thinking that these two are making too much noise in her establishment. Jusan cheerfully winks at his friend, praising the incredible taste of the dishes, but Mujin laughingly reminds him that not long ago he was almost sick from overeating. Mujin mocks Dr. Yuchun, attributing to him a title for gambling, and Jusan in response jokes about the teacher's anger, risking a friendly blow of the 1,000 palms. By the wall on a bright red tablecloth stands a large jug alone, like a silent call for friends not to stop and to continue this crazy evening. Despite the noise in the hall, the singer's face remains focused. She continues to perform the melody, trying not to pay attention to the antics of strange visitors. Juzin, seized by excitement, places 2 empty plates to his head instead of ears, and amusingly makes a monkey face under the approving laughter of his companion. Mujin puffs his cheeks, trying to break the world record for eating dumplings, while Jusun behind him almost chokes with laughter watching this spectacle. On the red fabric of the table now towers a whole mountain of empty pots, eloquently testifying to how grand this unexpected banquet turned out to be. On the bright red tablecloth remain only empty pots and scattered crumbs of food, and the silence of the hall is broken by the loud and rhythmic hiccups of one of the friends. Satisfied Jusong and Mujin sit at the table, feeling an incredible heaviness in their stomachs, until Jusong suddenly asks how exactly it is customary to pay here. Hearing from Mujin that the payment is made with real money, Jusong tries to estimate the price of the banquet, despairingly reminding that he doesn't have a single penny. Jusong's face shines with unexpected laughter when Mujin admits that his pockets are empty too. It turns out they both remained ordinary poor men. The frightened singer with the lute freezes in place, hearing the boys' frank confession that they have nothing to pay for such a luxurious dinner. Imagining themselves as funny fat men from overeating, the friends shout across the hall about their poverty, shocking the tavern visitors with their candid sincerity. Despite the lack of money, the boys continue to joke about Dr. Yuchun and loudly proclaim that this tavern now officially belongs to the beggar's sect. Mujin bursts into loud laughter, while Yusong breaks out in a cold sweat from fear, and he watches the crowd's reaction in the center of the hall with horror. While Yusong trembles with fright under the singer's watchful gaze, Mujin only confidently chuckles, making everyone around hold their breath in anticipation of the outcome. Suddenly, Yusong discovers that the chair next to him is empty. Mujin disappeared instantly, only managing to throw a brief assurance and farewell that everything will be fine. Mujin appears by the wall, wrapped in mysterious streams of energy, and with a triumphant smile promises that now he will settle the issue of paying the bill. In one hand, the master still holds a pot with a drink, and with the other, he swiftly pulls a sharp steel knife from his sleeve, gripping its handle tightly. The singer's face distorts with horror. She watches every movement of Mujin with wide eyes, while shiny sparks dance anxiously around her. With a happy and confident expression, Mujin raises a metal dagger to his eyes, carefully examining the blade as if it were the very coin for payment. On a deep purple background, cold steel flashes. The sharp blade of the dagger gleams, heralding the beginning of a dangerous act. The tavern singer froze in horror, clutching her lute tightly to her chest, her eyes filled with genuine numbness. While the girl watches, Mujin holds a pot with a drink in one hand and slices the air with incredibly fast combat movements with the other. The enraged Yusong bursts out shouting, trying to drown out the noise and find out from Mujin what the hell he has arranged with this crazy dance. The crowd around buzzes. Some consider the warrior a drunkard, Others demand the continuation of the spectacle, and Yusong only watches the chaos with fear. Mujin's eyes burn with an otherworldly light, while behind his back the stunned Yusong and a tavern worker try to comprehend what is happening. Ignoring everyone, Mujin continues his invisible fight, skillfully combining holding the jug with lightning-fast strikes of the sharp dagger. Only the stern profile of the warrior, in his hand firmly gripping the weapon's hilt, stand out against the rough stone wall of the old tavern. Mujin's gaze grows heavier, and his eyes flash with a sinister red fire as the hand with the blade draws deadly patterns in the air. From every movement of the warrior, pieces of dark energy scatter, causing the tavern worker to panic and call the guards to stop this magic. Mujin moves at the edge of human capabilities, surrounded by a whirlwind of black power, as if fighting an entire army of invisible ghostly enemies. Through the tavern hall, guards run headlong, striving to subdue the warrior, while the frightened Jusong retreats as far as possible from the epicenter of events. From the balconies, mocking shouts of amused spectators pour down, while the guard sternly demands to stop this drunken spectacle in the middle of the establishment. By the wall where music once played, Mujin froze with a jug in his hands, and on the surface behind him appeared a mysterious, newly created drawing. The warrior slowly raises the pot, preparing to take a sip, under the watchful and hostile gazes of two guards who approach closely. The gleam of steel and splashes of the drink mix in a single dance as Mujin begins to pour the liquid in a circle, performing complex combat moves. The faces of the guards stretch in astonishment. They do not know how to react to this strange mixture of martial art and outright madness. Jusang and another random witness froze in tension, not taking their eyes off Mujin, whose presence presses on everyone in this hall. Against the background of the wall with the image of the divine face, Mujin finally calms down and takes a long, confident sip directly from the pot. Slightly drunk, but with a firm voice, the warrior asks if he should stop, since this is exactly how he intends to pay for his rest. Pointing with a dagger at the guards, Mujin forces them to instantly change their tone. They excuse themselves, saying they only wanted to find out why the music stopped. The singer, obeying the strict order of the warrior not to spoil the mood of the guards, touches the strings again, filling the hall with trembling sounds. The tavern visitors sit with open mouths, stunned by how quickly the situation changed from a deadly threat to a strange performance. Against the backdrop of multi-tiered balconies, Mujin once again falls into rhythm. Sparks fly from his blade, illuminating the darkest corners of the noisy tavern. The final flash, and the gleaming dagger blade disappears in a swift motion, leaving behind only the whistle of sliced air and a quiet echo. Mujin focuses his gaze to the maximum, trying to catch the perfect trajectory and precisely aim the gleaming tip of the dagger at the very essence of the stone. While the girl continues singing under the canopy, the warrior diligently works with the dagger near the back wall of the podium, skillfully carving complex and mysterious patterns. The entire tavern hall freezes in observation of the strange spectacle, and Husong stands tensely opposite the stage, not taking his eyes off every movement of his comrade. The work is finished. Mujin's hand, against the wall background, triumphantly raises the dagger tip upwards, showing everyone present the result of his incredible labor. With a sharp and confident movement, the warrior directs the blade vertically upward, as if cutting through the very air and preparing the audience for something truly grand. A sudden flow of unknown energy pierces the darkness of the hall, brightly illuminating every corner and making the visitors hold their breath at what they see. In the shining stream, against the blurred interior of the tavern, appears the majestic hand of God holding a flower between the fingers in the outlines of a golden divine crown. On the wall stands a figure full of grandeur of Buddha. The radiant image emits calm, instantly changing the surrounding atmosphere to one of reverence and solemnity. Mujin looks with curiosity into the empty drink pot, probably sincerely regretting that the tasty liquid ended right at the moment of his creative triumph. The shining face of God Shiva impresses with its balance and calm, looking at the noisy tavern through the prism of divine wisdom and eternal peace. The tavern building shines with lanterns against the night sky, and from inside comes Mujin's firm promise that with this masterpiece he will fully pay the bill. A thick fog settles on the stone streets of the big city, while passers-by ponder the teacher who promised that skill will always find gratitude. Standing under the streetlights, Mujin and Jusan cautiously discuss the teacher's words that the thousand hands of Buddha effect will truly be amazing. Mujin imagines a crowd of men with burning gazes flying through the air, ready to give all their possessions and even animals to thank him for his work. Inspired by his own success, the warrior-friendly embraces Yusan by the shoulders, conspiratorially looking into his eyes with a feeling of true triumph and joy. The tavern owner addresses Mr. Tan, enthusiastically calling his work divine, while Mujin's faithful dagger habitually flies back to his hand. The warrior carefully examines the weapon in his own hand, listening to the surprised conversations of people who do not believe such a masterpiece was created in just 2 hours. Mujin climbs a bamboo ladder to the balcony while the owner promises friends to prepare the best dumplings for the road so they won't be hungry. Under a rain umbrella, the warrior sits on the edge of the bridge, watching from above as Yusan below distributes free food to the poor living in damp slums. Jusen hands a hot dish to little son, who once fed him, and asks the girl to eat well while an elderly man patiently waits his turn. From above on the wall, Mujin hides from the rain and warmly watches the kindness of his friend, who sincerely wishes health to the little girl. Under the umbrella, Mujin's face lights up with joy. He finally sees on Jusun's face that very true, inspired smile that had been absent for so long. Heavy clouds covered the sky over the large city, and a thick downpour washes the empty streets and rooftops of buildings, creating an atmosphere of melancholic calm. While the storm rages outside, friends peacefully sleep in beds under a reliable canopy, finally getting a chance to rest after long and exhausting adventures. In the morning, they lazily discuss hangovers and the need for a break, as their daily visits to taverns have made them completely lose track of time and days of the week. In a spacious room with large windows, Mujin and Jusan have a leisurely conversation, trying to understand why the sounds of rain so strongly draw them back to the tavern. Mujin laughs in agreement with his companion, not rushing to get out of bed and enjoying the coziness of the room while the storm relentlessly rages outside. Through the noise of the gray rain, Yusan suddenly shudders and raises his head in surprise, as he clearly hears someone from the street desperately calling his name, Hon Jusan. The young men simultaneously look out the window and see through the dense wall of rain the figure of a person who is trying with the last of his strength to attract their attention. Before them appears the tired and completely drenched face of a poor man named Samgu, whose appearance eloquently testifies that some inevitable misfortune has occurred. Against the backdrop of the gloomy sky unfolds a disturbing story about the disappearance of Sun, the girl always warned about her route and was afraid to go far in such bad weather. Frightened and extremely nervous, Samgu barely restrains his trembling, assuming the worst. Little Sosun might have been captured by cruel and ruthless river bandits. The figures of Jusen and Samgu stand frozen in the rain near the building, while the young man tensely clarifies whether river robbers could really be behind this disappearance. A grim picture appears before their eyes. Against the background of purple clouds, a group of bandits with fiery eyes and heavy axes lurks near the darkest river water. Angry Samgu clenches his fist, telling about witnesses of the kidnapping and terrible rumors about masters who buy small children for their dark purposes. The man's face shows deep despair and primal fear, as he is terrified to death that little Sosun might have already become another victim of these beasts. Jusen compassionately places a hand on the grieving Samgu's shoulder, confidently promising his sect brother that he will definitely deal with this terrible situation. Jusen's gaze becomes resolute. He knows exactly who can help, and asks Samgu not to worry prematurely, but just to wait a little for good news. Raindrops run down Samgu's face, and hope flashes in his eyes. He sincerely thanks for the help and promises to also try to talk to his superiors. Under the rainy sky stands a tavern lit by lanterns, from which a sober warning comes. Do not expect too much from the leadership of the poor sect. Outraged Jusen sharply asks how they can be so indifferent, since they are members of the poor sect and must stand by each other in such times. The tavern owner with the sect sign on his belt leans heavily on the table, explaining that they cannot risk people without ironclad evidence of kidnapping. The man sadly shakes his head, wiping sweat from his face, and complains that an extremely difficult season has just begun, which literally ties their hands. Jusen frowns thoughtfully, recalling the owner's hospitality in the past, and suspects that the change in attitude is directly related to his lack of power nodes. The owner explains that the spring rainy season in Chongqing is a time of maximum tension, as this year's rains are much stronger than ever before. Jusan listens cautiously to the story and notices the owner's characteristic gesture, an upward turned palm, the meaning of which he instantly and very clearly reads. In the well-lit hall of the tavern, Jusung actively gestures, standing in front of a large window and trying to reach the conscience of his cold interlocutor. The tavern building is drowning in a gray downpour, and through the second-floor window, figures can be seen arguing about the inevitable flooding of the Yangtze and the great danger. The serious owner talks about floods that force every member of the sect to build barricades instead of fighting armed river bandits. Alert Jusang carefully considers what he has heard, understanding that due to the disaster, the sect simply has no free people to save the little girl. On the stone embankment near the bridge, where the poor huddle, Jusung talks with Samgu about how the tavern owner's words cannot be trusted even a bit. Jusung's face is full of sincere sympathy as he looks at Samgu, who at that moment is mercilessly shaking from experienced grief and injustice. Hiding from the rain on the embankment, the men continue the conversation about how barricades are being built upstairs, and the owners do not care about the fate of the destitute people. Against the background of the stone wall near the bridge, Jusung looks extremely surprised and tries to find at least some arguments to refute Samgu's gloomy words. Looking at the rainy city, Jusung fervently argues that martial arts masters must have at least a basic sense of justice. On the anxious purple-red background, Samgu shudders with bitter sobs, asking what kind of sense of justice ordinary bandits can have at all. Samgu says that in recent decades he has not heard about conflicts between bandits and the sect, and they will not risk their lives for a random poor person. Under the cloudy sky, Samgu cries, saying that the poor sect members are only afraid to lose their masks and status while other poor people hurry to calm him down. Jusun remembers himself as a child next to teacher Hong Yun in the face of an old pauper with sunken cheeks, who told him about those cursed knots. Angry Jusun thinks that all this about the noble poor was a lie, but at the same time convinces himself that he should not feel guilty about it. Standing on the embankment, the young man watches as the poor under the bridge comforts Samgu, suggesting to simply trust the sect, since Yusun was the only one who listened to them. Yusun opens an umbrella to go out into the downpour. He is upset and thinks that it is not his duty, and he has already done more than enough in the settlement. Through the rain along the wall under the bridge walks Yusun, and towards him passes a random person in thistle clothing, who because of his bizarre appearance resembles a mushroom. On the wet embankment, Yusan, immersed in his own thoughts, is compared to this passerby, who in his strange outfit really resembles a large mushroom. As the downpour intensifies, Yusan walks away from the bridge, but the random passerby in the mushroom clothing suddenly stops and slowly turns towards him. On the embankment, only the legs and reed clothing of the mushroom person who turned to Jusan are visible, while at this time Jusan has already begun to move away from the bridge under the umbrella. Jusan instantly stops, hearing a sharp shout. "Hey you, Jusan, the one who seeks the hemp poor." The stranger's voice cuts through the noise of the heavy rain. Before him stands an elderly woman in a reed cloak, Grandma Yen. She sternly asks Yusan about what kind of relationship exactly connects him with Ma Zhongyu. Hearing the teacher's name, Yusan thinks that even that was a lie. He replies to Grandma that he heard that he was just a petty thief who ran away. Huge drops of rain drip from Grandma Yen's clothing as she seriously interrogates what exactly this man stole and why Jusan even assumed he was a thief. The figures of the woman and the young man froze on the embankment under the downpour, while the grandmother tells Yusun that the poor man from the hemp field never actually stole anything. Yusun's face becomes tense as he suddenly suspects something very bad. This poor hemp man might have stolen not gold, but a living person. On the stone embankment, under a dense curtain of cold rain, the figures of Jusun and grandmother Yen froze, whose conversation cuts through the quiet noise of the water. Jusun does not hide his sincere surprise at the news that Ma Zhongyu dared to steal a person, and the grandmother confirms this with a barely noticeable nod. Heavy drops drip from the brim of grandmother Yen's hat as she recalls events from 20 years ago about the split between factions in the poor sect. In the twilight of the rain appear the images of the leaders, a red-faced old man from the central region and a stern poor man from Winter Hill, who divided power. Under the black sky, two groups of people met, where former unity and harmony were completely crushed by accumulated grievances and uncontrollable emotions. Memories blaze with the glow of an ancient fight, when minor disputes between faction members finally escalated into a real bloody confrontation. Two men fiercely clutch each other by the collars against the backdrop of fire, marking the death of the poor man from the hill and the final expulsion of his supporters. On a purple fiery background lies scattered bodies and broken swords, and among the dead lies a man whose face terrifyingly resembles Jusun himself. Amid chaos and bloodied steel, the poor man from the hemp field managed to break free from the trap, taking with him the only son of the fallen comrade. On that fateful day, the sun broke through the clouds, illuminating the young Ma Zhongyu, who carefully held a baby wrapped in swaddling clothes close to himself. Yusun stands under a busting umbrella, umbrella from which water drips. His eyes darken with heavy thoughts, and his clenched lips reveal inner tension and anger. The figure of Grandma Yen stands out clearly against the gloomy sky as she meets Yusan's gaze, who asks for the real name of the deceased. Amid the noise of the river, a short answer echoes. The real name of the one who once held Winter Hill in his hands is Hong Jun. Grandma Yen doubts that Jusan is looking for Hong Jun's son specifically, so she prepares to leave, leaving the boy alone with his heavy reflections. She turns toward the city, throwing a final request. If Jusan ever meets Ma Zhongyu, let him know that she is waiting for him. When the old woman looked back, the embankment was empty. Jusan instantly disappeared, leaving behind only a lonely umbrella on the stones. The boy stands in the middle of the downpour, his body trembling with rage. Ma Zhongyu's whole life was a complete lie, from his name to his martial arts. Raindrops or bitter tears of realization that his entire past reality was a fabrication flow down Jusun's face. He freezes on the riverbank, shuddering from the emotional pain that tears him apart inside more than any physical blow from an enemy. Overcome with despair, Yusan lowers his hands into the cold river water, as if trying to wash away from his memory all the falsehoods he has known until now. With a frantic scream, he plunges into the stream, seeking salvation in the water's element from thoughts that prevent him from breathing and thinking clearly. His gaze becomes glassy and sightless, and the streams of water on his face mix with rage, turning him into a truly furious beast. The blurred figure of the young man above the river surface desperately grabs water with his hands, trying to catch at least some hold in this sea of lies. Leaning in the water near the very shore, Jusong rummages on the bottom, ignoring the cold rain and the piercing wind that hits his back. He lifts long, slippery seaweed above himself, and in his head pulses only one obsessive thought about the knots that defined his status. Jusong stands knee-deep in the cold river, facing the endless downpour, and desperately whispers the names of the knots that tear his soul apart. Not far from the shore, where the eroded land meets the water, the young man's figure suddenly disappears in the waves, fully submerging into the river abyss. Only the empty earthen shore near the hill remains a silent witness to the tragedy, while the rain continues mercilessly lashing the surface of the dark river. Suddenly, the water surface breaks, and Yusong surfaces, greedily gasping for air. But the fire in his heart still does not extinguish from the cold. Unable to withstand the pressure of thoughts, he again plunges into the murky water at the foot of the hill, searching there for answers or at least a moment of peace. Deep underwater, Yusong swims through transparent currents, puffing his cheeks with air and desperately paddling his hands among thousands of silvery bubbles. His eyes are wide open underwater. He intently gazes into the river darkness while whirlpools of oxygen bubbles swirl around him. In memory emerges the image of young Hongyun under the clear sky, holding a baby, swearing to protect him at the cost of the 4 knots of the mountain guard. On a warm golden background appears the face of the baby with thick eyebrows and black hair, in which the features of the future Jusang were already discernible. The memory transports to a small settlement at the foot of the cliffs, where Hongyun, frozen before the sandy spits, looked at the quiet wooden huts. A young mother with a baby in her arms shudders in fright when Hongyun appears in the doorway with a screaming child and 3 knots on his belt. On the sunny shore, the gray-haired teacher carefully wipes little Jusun after bathing, while the child tries to catch a bright butterfly. Years pass. Old Han Gyun ties a knot on the belt of a 10-year-old student, gently explaining something, while the boy eagerly devours his dinner. Little Jusun triumphantly raises a stick above his head, and his teacher amusingly lies on the sand, pretending to have suffered a crushing defeat from the boy. The scene changes to horror. Bloodied fragments of Hongyun's stick lie on the ground, revealing the terrible truth about the real purpose of those knots. Before the eyes appears the teacher's face distorted by pain in his last moment of life. He went to death only to become a shield for Jusun. Diving deeper and deeper, Yusun realizes every knot made by Hungyun was not a symbol of power, but a sacred talisman for his protege. At the very bottom, tangled in thick seaweed, the old belt with 3 knots faintly glimmers, the only material memory of the teacher. Jusun's hands confidently cut through the water, reaching through a cloud of bubbles toward the relic to finally take what rightfully belongs to him by memory. Firmly clutching the belt in his fist, the young man turns and swiftly swims toward the light breaking through the thickness of the river water to the very surface. His face underwater becomes serious and determined again. Now he knows exactly who he is and why his only mentor gave his life. Clear water around churns with thousands of oxygen bubbles accompanying every movement of Jusun on his path to his new, true rebirth. A tense face with air-filled cheeks approaches the boundary of 2 worlds, where the rainy sky awaits the return of the true air. The river's depth fills with light and foam as Jusun overcomes the last meters, feeling how the weight of the past finally becomes his new strength. Suddenly the movement stops. A purple figure freezes motionless in the depths with raised hands, as if the water has forever taken him into its embrace. In the turbulent river currents appears an imaginary, as if split figure of Mujin, whose desperate scream cuts through the noise of the water and the rumble of distant thunder. Finally, the sky softens. Through yellow-pink clouds, the first sun rays break through, illuminating 2 weary figures on the damp riverbank. Jusun and Mujin heavily gasp on the ground, Dronzer, while the former frantically presses the found belt to his chest, the only treasure left from the teacher. Mujin, squinting displeased from the sun, grumbles at his companion, not understanding why he went into the water to ruin his clothes in such terrible weather. Sitting on the sand, Mujin seriously gazes at Jusun, who is trembling, but whose wet hand holds the old belt tighter than the most precious weapon. Mujin's gaze becomes questioning. Against the backdrop of the golden sky, he tries to comprehend what exactly has changed so radically in his companion's eyes. The sky finally clears completely, glowing with gentle pink hues, and the gentle light after the storm promises at least a brief respite from dangers. Jusun triumphantly raises a clenched fist with the Hungyun belt and, looking upward, asks Mujin to become his reliable ally one last time. River water reflects the sun's gold, while Mujin ironically reminds the friend who just saved his life. So what else can he demand? Jusun's face shines with inspiration. He offers Mujin a desperate plan to free So-sun together from the captivity of ruthless river bandits. Mujin freezes in silent amazement, trying to grasp the madness of this idea, while the sun highlights every wrinkle of doubt on his face. The yellow-blue sky with light pink clouds briefly gives an illusion of calm before the start of a new, even more dangerous adventure. A hand grips the dagger's hilt, and at that moment a barely noticeable but powerful energy begins to emanate from the blade, signaling readiness for battle. The landscape changes sharply. At the foot of tall mountains, under a new wave of relentless rain, a solitary 2-story wooden building stands tall. Under the gloomy sky, a group of people, bending under the weight of sandbags, hurriedly builds a dam, trying to tame the raging river element. From the mountain heights, there is a view of the turbulent stream and the roofs of the inn nestled by the road under the ceaseless flow of water. Hiding behind a huge rock, Yusun grips a heavy stick, while Mujin quietly asks if he has a simpler rescue plan. Pressed against the wet rock, the friends watch the enemies. Mujin anxiously finds out if they really have to fight this entire horde. The young men carefully peer into the windows of the 2-story house, assuming that So-sun is held there, and prepare for a secret infiltration inside. Mujin notes that their clean clothes will instantly reveal them as strangers, to which Yusun, without hesitation, suggests smearing themselves with mud or even undressing completely. Suddenly, both sharply turn over their shoulders. Behind their backs, a suspicious sound rang out, making the boys' hearts beat in a crazy rhythm. Figures appear on this hill under umbrellas. Patrolmen complain about the bad weather, dreaming of working better on the dam than wandering these slopes. Jusun and Mujin literally press themselves into the stone, holding their breath and tightly gripping their weapons as the enemy patrol passes very close. True horror is read in the boys' eyes. They froze, preparing for the worst, when every extra rustle could be their last. 2 armed guards in wide hats and cloaks suspiciously survey the area, their gazes sharp as blades and full of distrust. Through the dense curtain of rain, patrolmen slowly advance along the forest path, their silhouettes barely discernible among the wet tree trunks. Mujin's face tenses from the strain, and drops of sweat mixed with rain run down his cheeks. He feverishly thinks that a fight with an entire squad is certain death. The boy's fingers noticeably tremble as he presses the cold steel of the dagger to himself with all his might, trying to calm the primal inner fear. Watching the enemy from an ambush, Mujin concludes that the best strategy now is to hold his breath and wait until the patrol disappears from sight. Hiding near the old wooden bridge, the friends whisper an argument. Mujin suggests hiding under the decking, but Jusan realizes that the two of them won't fit there. Suddenly, Mujin flinches, hearing a suspicious rustle through the noise of the downpour. His gaze becomes sharp and frightened, and his heart skips a beat. Yusun is the first to slip under the wooden beams of the bridge, pressing into the wet ground. His face is tense, and every nerve is stretched like a bowstring. While sheltering, the boy desperately gestures to Mujin, ordering him to immediately split up and take position on the other side of the huge stone boulder. Mujin watches his friend's movements, calming himself with the thought that the rumble of the downpour reliably hides their movements, and involuntarily admires Jusan's cleverness. In the silence, a heavy step is heard. A man's foot in a rough reed sandal steps onto the first step of the bridge, causing water to splash. Two hunters in wide raincoats descend the crossing, tightly gripping heavy axes and carefully inspecting every bush in search of strangers. The friends found themselves on opposite sides of the bridge, Jusun crouched behind a hill, and Mujin pressed against a stone, holding his breath under the watchful eyes of the patrolman. Jusun, without leaving the shadow of the bushes, makes another sharp gesture, coordinating their further actions and preparing his comrade for the decisive moment. Mujin cautiously peeks out from the shelter and affirmatively raises his thumb. Everything is going surprisingly smoothly, and he already begins to believe in the success of their sortie. Suddenly, the situation sharply gets out of control. Jusun's face is distorted from an unexpected blow or someone's iron grip. Mujin watches this scene in horror. His eyes widen with the realization that they have been exposed, and the sweat on his forehead turns icy. One of the guards suddenly throws his head up, noticing a swift shadow cutting through the rain haze right above his hat. The second patrolman also only manages to raise his gaze, seeing an inevitable and swift threat falling on him from the sky. Jusun flies into the air like an enraged demon. A wild scream bursts from his chest, and in his hands he raises his heavy stick for a strike. The silhouettes of the enemies freeze for a moment against the backdrop of rain flashes before all the rage and strength of the enraged youth crash down on them. Jusun's eyes blaze with true shalom. He no longer hides, pouring all his anger into this swift and merciless attack. With one powerful swing, he knocks both patrolmen off the hill, while Mujin is already flying across the bridge to help, clutching his weapon. After a short but fierce clash, Usan breathes heavily, his body trembling from exhaustion and adrenaline under the cold streams of water. The boy stares at the defeated enemies, trying to recognize in them the infamous Hound twins, about whom terrifying rumors circulated. Exhausted Jusan stands in the middle of the downpour, his gaze clouded with fatigue, and every cell of his body screams from the experienced shock. Mujin, looking at this madness, only grimaces with rage and despair. He is absolutely sure that his friend is a real idiot. The face of the guard under the brim of his hat burns with fury. He stares wildly and roars, threatening to smash the head of anyone who gets in his way. Two grim figures of armed guards in heavy rain gear stand motionless amid the bad weather, resembling sinister statues lurking for their prey. Frightened Mujin freezes under their heavy gaze. His suppressed figure trembles uncontrollably, and deep helplessness is read in his eyes. Heavy footsteps of men's shoes echo loudly off the wooden bridge as an unknown person swiftly climbs the stairs, cutting through the damp air in a frantic running rhythm. Mujin, with an enraged look, rushes to help Jusan, desperately shouting his name and ordering him to immediately come to his senses and escape. The guard, in swift motion, widens his eyes in astonishment, in fury. He shouts fiercely upon noticing another audacious attacker who dared to challenge them. A fierce fight breaks out on the shore. One bandit raises a sword over Jusong, while another attacks Mujin with a contemptuous scream, considering the young man completely inexperienced. The guard in the raincoat swings a heavy blade. His face is twisted in a beastly grimace, and his voice sounds like a death sentence. He promises instant retribution. Mujin's face truly burns with warrior's rage. although deep inside, he feels a chill from realizing that this desperate surge leads straight to the abyss. Mujin's pupils dilate with horror, but in his frozen gaze reads an iron will. He clearly understands that retreating now means certain death. Before his eyes appears the image of Dr. Yu Chun, calmly demonstrating the complex Turo technique. These instructions emerge from Mujin's memory at the most critical moment. Swinging the sword at a furious pace, the enraged guard in the raincoat screams wildly, trying to crush the young opponent's resistance with a single blow. The enemy is reflected in Mujin's pupil while the Turo scheme is etched in his mind. A low stance, a wide swing cutting through the air, and a lightning-fast lunge forward. The fighters emerge in a deadly dance. Mujin recalls the lesson about 3 deceptive strikes, after which the blade must uncontrollably rise, piercing the enemy's defense. Mujin drops to the ground beneath the guard's feet, waiting for the very moment when the opponent falters to deliver the decisive blow right to the enemy's heart center. The blade mercilessly cuts into the bandit's chest, and in the next moment, heavy red drops of blood scatter from his body, mixing with the streams of cold rain. Mujin's hand, tense to the limit, firmly grips the dagger's hilt, which has already deeply pierced the enemy's chest, stopping his attack forever. The second bandit, in a wild leap, swings his sword, shouting threats. His figure in a raincoat hangs in the air, preparing to unleash all his fury on the young man. Mujin's gaze becomes intensely focused and sharp. He cold-bloodedly watches the attacker's movement, realizing that the enemy has finally made a fatal mistake. In the whirlwind of a lightning-fast clash, the bandit tries to attack from above, but Mujin technically executes his first deceptive strike from below, confusing his opponent. The guard in the hat looks down arrogantly at the young man, unaware that Mujin's next move is not just another attack, but a carefully planned deadly trap. The sharp blade of the dagger cuts through the bamboo hat with a characteristic sound, and a fountain of crimson splashes flies into the air, blinding the wounded bandit. Before the eyes of the bandit, stunned by surprise, a cold gleam of metal and a bloody mist flicker, signaling the end of his unpunished reign. Mujin freezes with a frightened face and wide-open eyes, breathing heavily and trying to grasp the reality of the just-committed bloody massacre. The sword raised high in the young man's hand gleams against the backdrop of the gloomy forest, and from its tip, hot blood slowly drips onto the damp ground from the defeated enemy. Mujin stands motionless over the fallen enemy with raised weapon. His gaze is fixed on the motionless body, and his whole being trembles with a slight, uncontrollable shiver. A hot drop of foreign blood slowly drips down the young man's cheek, leaving a sticky trail. Only now does he realize that he is completely stained with crimson. Mujin's figure changes. Now he is dressed in the rough armor of the slain guard, which looks on him like an alien and gloomy masquerade of death. 2 young men in trophy raincoats freeze behind wooden crates, watching the 2-story building. They hope that while everyone is on the dam, they will manage to bypass every house unnoticed. Hiding under the wide brims of a stranger's hat, the boy nervously feels the fabric of his new cloak, trying to get used to the unusual weight and the smell of wet leather. Amid the pouring rain, Husong sharply pushes Mujin on the shoulder, demanding immediate focus. Any delay on enemy territory could be a fatal mistake for them. Dressed in bandit rags, they whisper-argue under the wall of rain. Yusong assures that true spies must sit quietly like mice in a burrow, not attract attention. Moving through the yard, the partners almost quarrel over misunderstanding gestures. Mujin tries to explain something, but Jusong orders him to shut up so as not to ruin the infiltration. Near the half-open door of the wooden building, the youths make a promise to themselves. They will act swiftly and silently, find Sosin, and disappear from here without unnecessary bloodshed. The room is filled with jars and boxes, but inside, not a soul. Jusong finally explodes, demanding that Mujin stop shouting the names of techniques during every attack. Having entered inside, Mujin justifies that this is how he was taught, reminding his friend how he himself recently shouted so much that he almost summoned all the bandits of the district upon their heads. They move half-bent under the rain, holding weapons at the ready. Jusong mocks the title of master given to Mujin by an impressed enemy, hinting at his trembling hands. Against the backdrop of the massive structure, the dispute about skill continues. Jusong boasts of victories from last month, but Mujin sharply cuts him off, calling for silence before the entrance. Under the downpour, Jusong confidently offers a bet of 5 silver coins that the building is empty, but Mujin aptly reminds his friend of his empty wallet and chronic poverty. Mujin coldly ignores jokes about his poverty and orders Yusong to shut his mouth. The time for empty talk is over. The moment for real business has come. If Shantayan, the moment for real business. Two dark silhouettes with weapons in their hands freeze on the threshold of the last room. They were already ready to believe in success, but suddenly abruptly stop at what they see. On the wooden floor, the legs in woven reed sandals and short pants are clearly visible. Without a doubt, those they tried so hard to avoid stand before them. In the center of the room at the table sits a man with scars and a defiant look. And before him, another bandit is bent in a wine pose. They are just discussing the terrible work of the patrol. The faces of Mujin and Jusun instantly harden with tension. Fear mixes with the understanding that their presence in this dwelling is no longer a secret to the enemy. Over the river, a storm rages, enveloping the old building in darkness. But even through the noise of the powerful downpour, muffled sounds of blows cutting through the silence of the night room are clearly heard. The two-story house shakes under the blows of the storm, yet inside unfolds its own drama. The sounds of fighting do not cease, testifying to fierce resistance within the walls of the hideout. Carefully peeking out from behind the massive gates onto the street, the youth quickly assess the situation around the building, trying to understand if an ambush awaits them outside. In the pouring rain, the heroes finally pull two thoroughly beaten and tightly bound bandits from the building, who vainly try to offer any resistance. The figures of the captives writhe fiercely, trying to tear the bonds on their hands and feet, but the knots hold tight. Their faces are distorted with powerless anger and hatred. The bandit with a scar sees the sharp tip of a sword before his nose, and his companion with a bump on his head freezes under the barrel of a heavy club. True horror finally settles in their eyes. Under the gloomy foundation of the old building, which stands on tall wooden piles, Mujin and Jusan lean over the bound bandits, clutching cold weapons in their hands. Dressed in reed cloaks, the youths fiercely interrogate the prisoners, demanding immediately to reveal the whereabouts of the little girl with two ponytails, or else they will chop them to pieces. Against the backdrop of the turbulent region, a tense scene unfolds. The armed heroes lie in wait over the enemies sprawled on the sand, trying to extract the truth about the fate of the kidnapped child. Mujin's face twists with haired audacity as the bandit only mocks his attempts to appear formidable, claiming that the boy has not yet seen true horror. Captain Chan Sanche, whose face is covered with numerous battle scars, contemptuously tells the youth that ordinary tortures will not be enough to intimidate a killer of 10 people. Mujin feels bitter disappointment. He sincerely hoped that the mere sight of a sharp sword at the throat would be enough to make the experienced robber talk. The boy's fingers grip the sword's hilt tightly, its tip aimed directly at the audacious captain. Yet in the youth's soul grows a troubling understanding of his own powerlessness. Under the brim of his reed hat, Mujin tensely contemplates how to break the enemy's will, while behind his back the dark river roars and the rain incessantly drums on the wooden piles. Standing under the massive foundation, the partners seek a way to loosen the bandits' tongues, realizing that they have neither a place for torture nor experience in such matters. Rain or cold sweat streams down Mujin's cheeks. He feverishly clings to the very word torture, trying to find at least some clue in his memory. While the surprised Jusun continues to guard the prisoners, Mujin suddenly turns and silently walks away, leaving his partner in complete confusion about his next actions. Looking at his comrade's back, Jusun tightens his stick and exclaims a confused question, trying to understand where and why Mujin went at such a critical moment. Against the backdrop of dark water appears a wooden box divided into sections, where in each compartment lies a mysterious bundle of fabric hiding a dangerous content. Mujin intently examines the supplies of aconite, a deadly wolf poison he took just in case, knowing that in the right proportions it becomes a tool of pain. Cup-shaped palms under the downpour, the youth collects rainwater to prepare a potion, simultaneously convincing himself that he absolutely does not want to become an executioner. The master's hands skillfully mix the ingredients in a small vessel, stirring them with a needle. This dose should be enough to scare the bandit captain half to death. While Mujin is conjuring the poison, sitting with his back to everyone, Jusan mistakenly concludes that his friend was simply afraid of responsibility and retreated before the enemy. The tied-up bandits on the ground watch the scene hopefully, while Chang Sanche confidently asks what strange game these odd youths have started under the foundation of the house. Suddenly, the tip of the needle appears before the bandit's eyes, dripping a shining liquid, releasing an ominous purple smoke that instantly poisons the surrounding air. Mujin laughs sinisterly, explaining to the captive, if he is not afraid of steel, then he will definitely appreciate the poison that bursts the veins of everyone who feels its touch. The thin needle, held between the youth's fingers, glows with an otherworldly light, and a thick purple boing envelops the scene, giving it the appearance of a true night horror. Through the veil of poisonous smoke, Mujin's gaze becomes inhumanly bold. He describes in detail the agony awaiting the enemy, claiming that this pain is worse than any wound. Pointing the tip directly at Chang Sanche's pupil, Mujin coldly asks again if the captain has finally developed a desire to tell everything he knows. Looking death in the eye, the bandit desperately tries to bluff, shouting that such a green youth could not possibly possess secret poisoning techniques. Mujin internally shudders with doubts about the dosage, but outwardly remains unshakable, offering the enemy to personally test the power of his secret weapon. In the next moment, the boy's hand sharply plunges the needle into the bandit's chest, and horror freezes on Chang Sanche's face at the inevitability of what has just happened. The Tide Captain tries to get up, his body convulsed by a strong spasm. He still manages to croak that he feels nothing, but suddenly his voice abruptly cuts off. Sanche's eyes widen from unbearable pain. His eyebrows knit in agony, and he begins to choke on his own blood, which gushes from his throat like a fountain. While the captain falls dead to the ground in a pool of blood, his accomplice with a bump on his head, in complete shock, starts calling for their leader, trembling with fear. The figure of the once formidable Chan Sanche now lies helplessly in the mud, contorted in pain, showing the other bandit the full seriousness of young Mujin's intentions. Mujin's face distorts with genuine horror as he sees the effect of his mixture. His eyes widen, reflecting the shock at what he has proven capable of. Chan Sanche convulses with fever, and on his skin and even in the whites of his eyes, hideous dark purple veins rapidly spread, resembling poisonous cobwebs. The bandit captain's consciousness leaves him. His eyes roll back, revealing only grayish whites, while the purple network eats away at his face, indicating a critical condition. The bound body of Chan Sanche helplessly twitches on the dirty ground with a needle in his chest, while the poison continues its destructive dance through every millimeter of his tense muscles. Mujin freezes, looking at the work of his hands. From behind, only his slumped shoulders and raised hand are visible, as if frozen at the moment of the greatest emotional breakdown. Confusion is read in every feature of the young man. His gaze darts from one victim to another, filled with the frightened realization that the situation has gotten out of control. Mujin's fingers tremble uncontrollably, barely holding the thin acupuncture needle, which has just become the instrument of unbearable torment for the hardened bandit. Under the massive piles of the old house, where the sound of the downpour mixes with the dying man's wheezes, Mujin thinks with horror that the life of Captain Chan Sancho has finally faded. While the leader's body with the motionless needle in his chest freezes on the wet sand, his partner, in complete despair, calls for the captain, shuddering at every sound of the storm. Mujin sharply switches his rage to the second bandit, gripping his throat with a deathly grasp. The captive's frightened face contorts from lack of air and fear. Pressing the prisoner, the young man grits out a warning through his teeth. Now that he has seen the effect of the poison, it is better to tell everything voluntarily to avoid the same fate. Mujin's eyes blaze with true fire of anger, leaving no room for pity. He demands an immediate answer to the one important question: where is the little girl hidden? The second bandit finally breaks. His face turns gray from deadly fear, and drops of cold sweat mix with rainwater on his trembling cheeks. Amid the foggy, rain-swallowed forest, the captive's confession is barely audible. The child is hidden in a cave, far from strangers' eyes, under the reliable guard of darkness. A wide dirt road, washed out by relentless rain, leads straight to the gloomy maw of the cave, above which tree roots hang, and from the depths a faint, anxious light breaks through. Through the dense curtain of cold downpour, the gloomy outlines of mountains and forest thickets are barely visible, while Mujin realizes that he has taken life with both sword and medicine by his own hand. The wide dirt road leads to the mysterious cave entrance, overgrown with thick greenery, from the depths of which a faint light breaks through, contrasting with the gray rain. Before their eyes appears the gloomy maw of the cave, from which a mysterious golden glow emanates, beckoning the heroes to enter inside and leave the bad weather behind. Mujin and Jusun in hats and cloaks freeze on the threshold, looking into the long corridor where torches on the walls cast their long and anxious shadows on the wet ground. Mujin confidently raises the burning torch under the low vault of the earthen grotto, and bright tongues of flame snatch the rough walls of the underground passage from the darkness. Armed young men slowly advance inward, and Mujin bitterly reflects that to save his loved ones, he had to become a killer, even if that was a mistake just once. The figures of the friends continue their path through the endless underground corridor, firmly holding weapons and a torch that illuminates their faces filled with determination and doubts. Jusin casts a look full of sympathy at his comrade, while he reproaches himself for what he has done, and bright, fiery sparks fly around them from the blazing torch. Mujin's face is frozen in deep thought, his head heavily bowed down, and a glowing glare swirls around, emphasizing the weight of his inner struggle. The young man shudders from his own thoughts against the dark wall, feverishly trying to convince himself that the death of the scarred enemy was only an unfortunate dosing error. Continuing to move, the friends recall the bloody past of Chang Sanche, who boasted of killing many people, and conclude that such scoundrels definitely deserve death. Under the low vaults of the cave, Mujin admits that although the fatal dose of medicine could have been a mistake, he does not regret for a moment the death of the one who brought only sorrow. Mujin insists that they should find Susan as soon as possible and get out, since wet clothes stick unpleasantly to the body, causing a disgusting sensation. Jusin walks focused beside his partner, peering into the darkness of the dungeon, silently agreeing with every word of his friend, preparing for any danger. Suddenly, Mujin's face becomes extremely alert. He freezes under the stone vault, feeling something bad that instantly makes his heart beat faster. Realizing that there is no turning back, the young men break into a run, and the sound of their heavy boots echoes loudly through the gloomy and damp corridor of the cave. Mujin suddenly stops, his gaze full of anxiety and tension, as an unknown threat makes him hold his breath and peer into the impenetrable darkness. The corridor splits into two parts. From the left passage flows a vague light, while the right entrance yawns with absolute darkness, hiding the unknown within. Armed heroes freeze before the fork, assessing every movement and trying to understand exactly where this dangerous path, lit only by their torch, leads. Listening to the smells, the friends note that one tunnel smells of current, while the other seems clean, so they decide to immediately check one of the chosen paths. Jusin suggests to his partner to stay on guard and cover the rear, while Mujin himself sets out to scout one of the mysterious branches of the branching cave. Jusin sharply stretches out his hand to his friend's face, stopping him mid-word, and whispers an order to freeze, as he heard the approach of someone unfamiliar from deep within the tunnel. Mujin focuses and freezes with weapon and torch in hand, intently looking at the floor and waiting for further instructions from his attentive partner. Jusin swiftly lies down on the ground, closes his eyes, and firmly presses his palms to the rough soil, trying to catch the slightest vibration from the footsteps of an unknown enemy. Pressing his ear almost flat against the damp earth, the boy tensely catches every echo coming through the stones, trying to recognize the nature of the sounds. Mujin freezes under the low vault, tightly gripping the torch with trembling fingers, and anxiously asks his comrade how numerous the group of enemies approaching them is. Before their eyes stretches an endlessly long underground corridor, whose walls are barely illuminated by sparse torches that snatch cold stone from the darkness. Jusin sits on the damp ground, his face contorted from nervous tension, cold sweat running down his cheeks, while he warns in a trembling voice about the inevitable appearance of the enemy. In the middle of the narrow passage, two figures in heavy boots freeze, staring into the depth of the tunnel where, in the flickering light of the flames, an angry crowd of bandits is already clearly visible. Jusin instantly rises and takes a combat stance against the backdrop of the earthen floor, decisively gripping his heavy club with both hands for a future counterattack. Mujin, whose face was distorted with rage and wariness, slowly draws a sharp sword from its sheath, coldly stating that the situation has become critically dangerous. On the uneven vaults of the corridor, illuminated by torches, grotesque and gloomy shadows of bandits begin to dance, rapidly advancing on the youths from the depths of the dungeon. Mujin's gaze burns with anger. He raises the blade tip upwards, promising himself to take as many of these vile creatures to hell as possible before he falls himself. The young man makes a swift combat lunge, literally slicing through the air in a sharp leap, while his sword glistens in the semi-darkness, preparing for the first deadly clash. A pack of pirates armed to the teeth, shouting threats and brandishing crooked sabers, inevitably approaches the heroes under the pressure of the low stone vaults of the cave. In the furious fight, Mujin faces two enemies at once, delivering lightning-fast sword strikes in the air, from which heavy crimson drops of fresh blood scatter in all directions. The boy's eyes glaze over with rage. He feels a sharp pain from the received wound, but in a moment realizes that this bloody scene was only a product of his agitated imagination. Mujin stands, gripping the hilt with trembling hands, while behind him spreads an ominous red light, and the thought pulses in his head that such a desperate plan will only doom them. The torchlight on the cave walls illuminates the sinister shadows of the attackers, which grow larger and clearer, filling the entire space of the underground passage. The hero again imagines himself in flight with furious eyes, preparing for the final throw, where every move must be measured to the millimeter to survive this uneven battle. He reflects that he must turn Jack Bong's fake strikes into real paralyzing lunges, hoping to withstand the onslaught if the enemies attack in successive waves. In Mujin's imagination unfolds the picture of a perfect fight. He defends himself with incredibly fast movements, and the bloodied bodies of bandits fall one by one at his feet in defeat. The young man calculates attack options from different sides, understanding that using certain techniques can be dangerous, as the enemy is capable of pushing him back into a dead end. A terrible picture arises in his thoughts. Enemies surround him, and he receives numerous through wounds, bleeding out in the air, which would mean a complete and irreversible end. The real world returns with the echoing stomp of feet. A crowd of armed pirates relentlessly advances through the illuminated tunnel, closing the distance to the youths with each heavy step. Mujin prepares for a real clash near a torch burning on the ground. His body involuntarily shudders as he feverishly searches for a way out of this deadly trap. Steam bursts from his mouth. His eyes burn with determination. And in his thoughts fights the realization that he does not know how to fight a crowd, but he will never beg for mercy from these beasts. The heavy gate in reed sandals echoes off the earthen floor of the cave, announcing the arrival of someone extremely strong and confident in their impunity. Ahead of the bandits steps the one-eyed leader with coarse hair and scars, who brazenly mocks the youths who dared to break into Chang Sanchi's lair without permission. The one-eyed pirate stands firmly on the ground, tightly gripping a massive and terrifying axe in his hands, promising a swift and painful retribution to anyone who stands in his way. The scarred face of the one-eyed bandit twists with rage as he hoarsely asks if these are the overconfident fools who dealt with his sentries. Mujin's hands, against the bright yellow glow of the torch, clutch the sword hilt with a death grip, preparing for a swift strike that will leave the enemy no chance. Sweating profusely, Mujin coldly cuts off, saying that empty talk is unnecessary, as the bandit will soon die anyway, although in his soul he understands there are far more than 20 enemies. The one-eyed leader, surrounded by a crowd of armed pirates, brazenly grins, demonstrating that the youth's threats only amuse his battle-hardened gang. Mujin freezes with his back to us, looking at a solid wall of angry enemy faces that have blocked their only path to salvation in this damp dungeon. The pirate with the eye patch bursts out with a coarse laugh, mockingly advising his subordinates to take down the audacious youths before the main leader of their criminal den arrives here. The air around suddenly tears apart with flashes of violet energy, accompanied by loud pops, signaling the start of a real magical confrontation. A pack of heavily armed bandits, sensing their numerical superiority, launches a massive assault, filling every free inch of the narrow corridor. Mujin and Jusang stand shoulder to shoulder in combat stances, surrounded by whirlwinds of violet glow pulsing in time with their tension-accelerated heartbeat. Mujin's face in the moment of movement becomes unrecognizable. His eyes blaze with altered, otherworldly light, and his expression becomes stern and merciless, like that of the god of death himself. Fingers grip the sword in a battle position, and the last echo of fear in the youth's mind fades away, giving way to a single cold decision to fight to the end. With one sharp movement, Mujin cuts through the space, swinging his blade and swiftly breaking into the ranks of the bandits, turning his rage into deadly steel. In the whirl of battle, the boy realizes a harsh truth. To survive today, he must kill mercilessly, striking blow after blow in an endless rhythm of death. Making an incredible leap, Mujin flashes his sword, and hot blood of the enemies who did not even have time to realize the scale of the threat flies everywhere. For a moment, the hero's focused face freezes as a thought rushes through his mind that in the heat of battle, he inflicted a much deeper wound than he initially planned. Mujin's figure becomes the center of bloody chaos. Wounded pirates scatter around him, and the air thickens with crimson drops accompanying every one of his movements. One of the pirates freezes aside, watching with hidden anxiety and surprise as the young man skillfully deals with his experienced accomplices. Mujin spins in a frantic dance of death, managing not only to attack but also to swiftly defend against new waves of river bandits attacking from all sides. Through the haze of enemy blood flying into his face, Mujin understands. Any pause now would mean instant death, so he continues his frantic fight. A huge bandit jumps out of the darkness, raising a heavy weapon above his head and threatening to split the young man in half with one mighty blow filled with animal rage. Mujin briefly catches a glance and sees the enraged Jusin nearby, whose presence gives him the strength to continue this exhausting and bloody underground battle. Another attacker, receiving a devastating blow of incredible force, flies deep into the tunnel, crashing into the stone walls with a loud crunch of his own broken bones. Jusin fiercely bursts into the thick of the action, skillfully wielding his staff and scattering enemies in different directions, leaving them no chance for a successful counterattack. The trio of pirates standing behind watch with fear and distrust as Jusin acts professionally, turning their comrades into a pile of helpless bodies. The one-eyed leader with a disfigured face fiercely watches the duo of heroes, involuntarily admitting that these guys turned out to be much stronger and more dangerous than he thought. Mujin and Jusin freeze in the middle of the gloomy corridor, their faces distorted with anger, and their bodies tense in combat stances, ready for another bloody clash. For a moment, the rage on Mujin's face changes to sincere surprise when he hears Jusin's sharp and commanding call to immediately regroup and act as one. Jusin boldly grins, asking his partner if he has decided to play the lone hero and die senselessly, since without him the search for So-sun is doomed to fail. Mujin barely smiles at the corner of his mouth, and in this confident grimace reads an unwavering belief in his own strength when he retorts, "Who said I am going to die?" Reminding about the debt of 5 silver coins for the lost dispute, Mujin friendly calls Jusin a poor bastard and assures that he will not go to the other world until he takes his money. The one-eyed leader, together with his accomplice, break into a run, screaming wildly and urging the gang to press on the youths from all sides, not giving them a single second to rest. An enraged crowd of pirates armed to the teeth rushes like a swift avalanche through the narrow tunnel, filling the space with the clatter of steel and the anticipation of a swift reckoning over the heroes. Stepping over the bodies of already defeated enemies, the friends tightly grip their weapons, tensely awaiting the next wave of attackers who have already raised their blades for a strike. In the heat of the new clash, Mujin and Jusin act in concert, delivering precise and devastating blows that force the bandits one by one to fall onto the damp floor of the dungeon. While Jusin holds back the assault of one pirate, Mujin with a sharp lunge pierces the chest of another attacker with a cold blade, whose weapon helplessly falls from a limp fist. Mujin's face burns with furious rage. He raises his sword above his head and lets out a thunderous cry that echoes off the walls and instills primal terror in the hearts of his numerous enemies. Jusin does not lag behind his comrade. His voice equally tears through the silence of the cave, and a heavy club with a dull crack descends on the heads of the pirates, leaving them no chance to defend. The air in the confined corridor space trembles from the continuous rumble, the ringing of metal, and heavy blows that merge into a single symphony of a fierce underground battle. The crowd of bandits, led by the one-eyed leader, surrounds the youths. Their clothes are already slashed, and from the blades of enemy weapons thick and warm, human blood barely audibly drips onto the floor. The bloody tip of Mujin's sword and the battered end of Jusin's club freeze in the air against the backdrop of a pile of mangled enemies who became the price of their desperate breakthrough. Dripping with sweat, the boys breathe heavily and exchange wary glances, feverishly wondering if they will have enough success to break through this endless horde. A numerous pack of pirates led by their leader approaches almost up close, creating a living ring of steel around the heroes, from which it seems impossible to break free alive. Mujin's gaze becomes intensely focused. He dismisses all extraneous thoughts, concentrating only on the enemy's movements and his own breathing rhythm before the decisive moment. Under the flickering light of torches, the sweaty faces of friends look especially stern as they peer into the eyes of the crowd preparing for the final, decisive attack. When the youth stand back to back among the bodies of fallen enemies, the cave is suddenly torn by a polyphonic shout of pirates who tremblingly announce the arrival of their chief. In the light of the flames appears the back of a pirate with a thin braid and deep scars on his bald head, testifying to the many deadly battles he has survived. Before the hero stands a burly giant with short hair and eyes glowing with wildfire, and from his enraged mouth, clouds of steam burst into the cold air. Mujin freezes from unexpected fear, feeling his hands tremble, and in complete despair, thinks about what kind of new monster has just appeared from the underground darkness. The frenzied face of the new enemy resembles an enraged buffalo, whose superhuman strength and burning gaze promise the youths nothing but a quick and painful death. The huge figure of the bandit leader fills the entire corridor space, and his heavy breathing mixes with the thick fog rising from the damp and cold cave floor. The massive hand of the pirate freezes over the cold stone floor of the corridor, where a body lies in a pool of blood. Rough fingers touch the still warm wound, smeared with crimson. The giant slowly licks his bloodied fingers, savoring the metallic taste. He grins fiercely, recalling everyone who naively tried to challenge Jing Sanche. In the half-darkness of the cave, Mojin and Jusen clutch their weapons, their faces filled with fury and tension as they stare at the figure of the monster calling itself their death. The pirate's eyes blaze with wildfire, and the silence of the corridor is shattered by loud, mad laughter. This sound echoes off the walls, piercing the youths to the very bones with its confidence. Against the backdrop of the cave's high vault, the figures of the boys seem tiny. In their eyes reads a mixture of anger and primal fear of the force standing in their way. Drops of sweat run down Mujin's focused face. He feels the heavy energy of the enemy pressing on his shoulders. This pirate definitely possesses top-tier, first-class technique. Bugai grabs a huge axe, breaking the silence with a contemptuous remark. He turns to Jusen, calling him just a miserable scoundrel who talks too much. Jusen jumps up, his eyes glowing with beastly fury. He makes a lightning-fast strike with a stick, shouting that for such ignoramuses, the best medicine will be his fists. The huge figure of Zhang Sanche towers under the vault, meeting Jusan's attack with only a mocking laugh. The giant did not even flinch when the boy tried to hit him. The fighter's hands merge in a frantic dance of weapons. Amid the whistle of steel and blows, they manage to exchange shouts, figuring out who among them is truly weak and who is a master. Mujin sharply turns around, his face distorted by anxiety. Shouting over the noise of battle, he desperately calls Jusen, trying to warn him of mortal danger. Jusen makes a desperate lunge, raising a stick for a devastating blow. At that moment, Mujin rushes to his aid, realizing that the giant cannot be defeated alone. The pirate's axe describes a heavy arc in the air. Jusan spins like a top, barely dodging, while Mujin, with a sword in hand, bursts into the fight to cover his comrade. The pirate's beastly snarl grows even wider as he swings the axe again. "Want to die? Your will," he growls, ready to crush the insolent boy with one blow. The pupil of Jusen expands from the awareness of the closeness of death. These words of the enemy strike no worse than weapons, forcing the heart to beat in a frantic rhythm amid the bloody fight. The steel of the sword meets the blade of the heavy axe with a clang. Mujin manages at the last moment to cross weapons with the enemy, taking the devastating blow meant for Jusen. Jusen freezes for a moment, his gaze becoming confused and wary. He breathes heavily, realizing how thin the line is that separates them from defeat in this damp corridor. The fight flares up with new strength. The pirate swings the axe while the beaten Jusen and focused Mujin try to find a gap in his defense, making quick and dangerous thrusts. The giant's eyes blaze with inhuman excitement. He pants contentedly after each clash, savoring the pain of his opponents and his own advantage in this brutal game. A sudden kick flies into Jusanu's stomach. The boy is thrown back like a rag doll and knocks down Mujin, who was trying to flank the pirate. Jusen bends in pain, heavily crashing his back into his comrade. Both young men barely stand on their feet as dust rises beneath them from the force of the powerful blow they received. A giant figure with a bizarre braid at the nape strides heavily forward. Zhang Sanche confidently closes the distance, holding an axe ready for the final reckoning. Mujin and Jusong once again take battle stances. Their bodies are enveloped in radiant energy, swirling around like a whirlwind, preparing the boys for the final desperate charge. The pirate's face turns into a mask of pure madness. With an inhuman smile, he holds out a massive double-sided axe before him, confident in his easy victory. In the flickering torchlight, Yusong clutches his chest, trying to quell the pain. Mujin does not take his eyes off the enemy, who is inevitably approaching them in the darkness. Mujin's face blazes with anger, and drops of sweat cloud his eyes. Gripping the sword hilt, he feverishly thinks that the strength of this giant is immense, though he is still far from the mastery of the old teacher. In the boy's memory, the majestic image of Yuchun with a battle stick in his hands appears. His focused, barely noticeable smile radiates unwavering confidence, which his students so desperately need now in this dark cave. Mujin freezes in a low fighting stance, preparing for the decisive lunge. He clearly recalls the teacher's instruction. With a short weapon, one must get as close to the enemy as possible and finish everything with one swift strike. Mujin's gaze becomes sharp as the blade of his sword, despite the fatigue and sweat running down his cheeks. He hears the pirate's hoarse voice, who ferociously admits that he hasn't had this much fun in a fight for a very long time. The enemy's gazes cross like blades in tense silence. The pirate leader contemptuously suggests the boys attack again, while Mujin realizes that defeating such a monster with a simple attack is impossible. A giant figure of a pirate with a heavy axe towers over Mujin, resembling an indomitable rock. His eyes blaze with wildfire as a young man with a sword prepares for the next, possibly final confrontation. Mujin momentarily falters at the enemy's audacity when he breaks the silence with a sinister laugh. "If you don't come to me, I will come for your head myself," the giant growls, stepping forward. In the torchlight, the pirate's face appears crimson with rage and thirst for blood. He lunges into attack, madly promising to be slow so the young men can feel every moment of their approach to death. Mujin reacts instantly, making a lightning-fast strike towards the enraged enemy. His sword cuts through the air, becoming an extension of his arm in this deadly dance among the cold stones of the corridor. Enveloped by a turbulent stream of inner energy, Mujin fiercely parries the devastating axe strike. Every muscle in his body is tense to the limit as steel clashes with the raw strength of the burly pirate. The frenzied Mujin barely keeps up with the enemy's movements, struck by his incredible speed. The wind pressure from the axe literally tears the skin off, and the giant's chaotic blows are impossible to predict by any logic. The pirate with a funny kitty on the nape turns into a real whirlwind of destruction. He spins a massive axe around himself with incredible ease, creating an impenetrable wall of deadly steel. Mujin focusedly parries every attack, feeling the weight of each clash with the axe. He stubbornly repeats to himself that this bandit is only a shadow of true power, and he can never match the greatness of the old man. In the narrow corridor of the cave, a fierce battle unfolds between Mujin and the pirate chief. Suddenly, from the darkness, Jusong comes to help, whose battle staff whistles through the air alongside his friend's sword. The figures of the youths merge in a swift movement, trying to surround the enemy. Jusong, shouting, "Snake style, 4 strikes!" flies into the fight, making Mujin think about the incredible fearlessness of his partner. The pirate jumps high up, preparing a devastating strike from above, meant to crush Jusong, but the boy skillfully holds out a stick, taking the full weight of the attack under the flickering flames. While Jusong holds back the giant's onslaught, Mujin rapidly closes the distance, keeping his sword ready. He knows that every second of hesitation could cost his friend his life under the blows of that cursed axe. The tense face of Mujin reflects deep concentration during another attack. He suddenly realizes a terrible truth. This bastard is not just fighting, he is openly playing with them like a predator with prey. The giant, with a contemptuous smile on his face, swings the axe with only one hand, demonstrating complete superiority. His beastly gaze is fixed on Mujin and Jusong, who are struggling to breathe before his might. In the midst of a fierce clash, Jusong fails to react to the enemy's quick maneuver. A powerful knee strike hits him right in the chest, knocking the air out of his lungs and throwing the boy onto the cold floor. In Mujin's imagination, a giant black cat appears, playing with a small white mouse. He understands that now they are only toys, but toys raised by a real tiger, who will still show their sharp fangs. Before his eyes again appears the stern image of Yuchun, whose eyes shine with wisdom and strength. This memory gives Mujin the determination not to give up and to continue the fight even in the darkest moment of the duel. Muzin grips his sword tighter, once again taking a battle stance with an unwavering gaze. In his mind pulses only one thought: he will definitely find a way to defeat this monster, no matter the Keto. Sweat floods his eyes, but Mujin only focuses more intensely on the target. He is ready to improvise and literally to bite his way to victory if ordinary techniques cannot stop this raging mountain of muscle. While Jusan tries to get up after a painful blow, Mujin decisively advances on the pirate. Each of his steps echoes in the cave, and the sword in his hand becomes a symbol of the last hope for salvation in this bloody trap. Mujin charges into attack, raising his sword for the decisive strike, while the sounds of his footsteps merge with the roar of battle. Every move is precise. Every second brings closer the moment of truth in this clash of characters. The pirate leaps into the air, raising his axe for a devastating strike, but Mujin cold-bloodedly analyzes his style. He understands that all the enemy's blows are predictable, and the transition between swings gives him a chance for a counterattack. The giant continues wildly swinging his weapon, creating a zone of death around himself. His movements are fast, but Mujin has already begun to notice weak spots in this iron storm of steel and fury. "I will make you open up!" Mujin grits through his teeth, planning to strike the enemy right in the torso. He knows he must force the pirate to raise his hands to deliver that one single victorious sword strike. Suddenly, Mujin freezes in surprise, watching Jusun's strange maneuver. The friend unexpectedly wedges himself between him and the pirate, doing something completely unpredictable that confuses both fighters. The frenzied Jusun lunges into attack, gripping the stick tightly with both hands. He shouts the names of his most powerful moves throughout the cave, about a strike on the sealed path and a devastating kick to the skies. The enraged Mujin watches this scene with bitter skepticism. He understands that loud names do not help, as no strike hits the target, and Yusong only needlessly exposes himself to the counterattack. The pirate's stature seems even more massive. He literally fills the entire quarter space. Thick steam pours from his mouth, and his eyes glow with an otherworldly fire, making him look like a demon from the very depths of hell. Jusun does not stop, making another attempt to reach the giant. He moves at the limit of human capabilities, so fast that the hems of his clothes fly upward, cutting through the heavy air of the dungeon. Mujin closely watches every move, analyzing the enemy's tactics. He is gripped by anxiety. This huge pirate blocks all attacks with incredible ease, leaving the boys no chance of success. In response to Jusun's attack, the giant delivers a lightning-fast series of blows, shattering part of the battle staff into splinters. Behind, clutching his sword, Mujin rushes forward, trying to save his partner. Another attack by Jusun ends in complete failure. He receives a devastating counterattack from the pirate and helplessly flies back, barely managing to regroup to avoid crashing into the sharp stones of the cave walls. Mujin rushes headlong into the attack, seizing the initiative while the enemy is distracted. His gaze is intensely focused, and every movement is filled with determination to win at least a few seconds for his friend. Jusan's face is distorted by a grimace of pain and shame from the temporary defeat. He flies back rapidly, feeling that the enemy's strength was far greater than he had imagined at the start of this fight. Mujin clenches his teeth, his eyes burning with rage. He realizes the harsh reality. If they do not change tactics immediately, neither he nor Jusong will hold out in this corridor for even a few minutes. Mujin's hand confidently traces swift circles with the sword, creating a protective barrier of steel. He tries to find a weak spot in the pirate's defense, preparing for a risky maneuver that could change the course of the battle. The giant figure of a pirate with the braid at the nape looks menacing. His eyes are wide open, and his face is stretched into a malicious grin. He clearly enjoys the challenge posed by these daring youths. Muzin desperately maneuvers, trying to dodge the giant's heavy blows. In his head pulses a single thought: he must at any cost force this monster to open up even for a moment for an accurate strike. The air around the fighters literally whistles, slicing through from the insane speed of their weapons. Every axe swing and sword thrust leaves invisible traces, filling the cave with the sounds of deadly steel. Muzin moves on the edge of a foul, his sword slicing the air with such force that the sound echoes off the vault. He puts all his strength into every move, trying to find even a millimeter of free space in the enemy's defense. The pirate's beastly face distorts in a victorious scream as he raises the axe above his head. He sees Mujin's intentions and mockingly promises to show him the real breach in the defense before striking. Mujin's face twists with sudden realization. During the fierce exchange of blows, he understands that the experienced pirate has figured out his plan and is now simply luring him into a deadly trap. The cave is filled with sharp sounds of collisions tearing the air apart. The metallic ringing and loud bangs of energy waves indicate that the battle has entered its most critical and dangerous phase. The huge pirate axe describes a wide arc in the air, leaving a blurred trail behind it. Its weight and speed seem impossible for a human, forcing the defenders to retreat further and further into the corridor each time. At the moment of the fall, Mujin manages to group himself, landing on his back directly on the cold floor, firmly holding the sword with the tip upwards, preparing to face the enemy even in such an unfavorable and dangerous position. Mujin's eye focuses on the target with extraordinary precision. He shouts the name of his move, Sugar Maple Strike, concentrating all his remaining energy into a single decisive blow. Loud sounds of blows echo again under the high vaults of the cave, mixing with the cries of fighters. Each next move becomes harder than the previous one, and the cost of a mistake grows with every second of this duel. The pirate leader leaps up like an enraged bull and rushes toward the wounded Jusun, swinging his axe, intent on finishing off one of his opponents with a devastating charge once and for all. Jusun, with his last strength, makes a high jump, catching the stick with both hands. With a desperate scream, he tries to deliver a vertical strike from above, hoping to stop the enraged giant. Mujin, positioned below, watches tensely as Jusun flies through the dim corridor. He understands this moment is their only chance and is ready to support his friend's attack with his weapon. Frightened, Mujin holds his breath, watching his friend's desperate attack. He sees Jusun flying straight into the beast's jaws, disregarding any defense for the single chance to strike. A bold, triumphant smile appears on Jusun's face for a moment. He is confident in his maneuver, and this spark of triumph illuminates his tense features just before the clash with the enemy. Mujin's gaze is filled with horror. He sees every move of this deadly fight in slow motion. The boy's heart pounds against his ribs as he realizes how high the price of this moment is. The pirate bursts into the space between the youths, swinging a heavy axe that sparks against the stones. Above him, Jusun raises a stick in a high jump, and Mujin is already flying to help. Jusun's fingers dig into the smooth wood of the battle club. Every vein in his hand is tense, conveying all the youth's rage and strength in this decisive swing above the monster's head. Jusun's weapon whistles through the heavy, damp cave air, turning into a blurred streak. This flight of the stick seems inevitable, like a verdict about to fall on the pirate's head. Jusun's face twists into a grimace of wild scream as he loses his weapon. Without stopping, he flies at the enemy with bare hands, ready to grab the pirate's throat with sheer fury. On the back of the stocky pirate's head, a rough scar is clearly visible, crossing the skin near a stubby braid. He cold-bloodedly watches the approach of Jusun, not even flinching at his scream. Two opponents face each other. The pirate wildly shouts the battle cry, "Machongai!" In response, Mujin, with a defiant look, echoes the shout, accepting the death challenge. At the moment when Jusun almost touches the enemy, the pirate sharply kicks his leg upward. A powerful strike with the sole hits the boy directly in the chin, stopping his flight with a brutal crunch. Jusun's head jerks sharply backward from the terrible blow, and hot blood spurts from his broken nose. His gaze momentarily clouds, but his body continues moving forward by inertia. The boy's face distorts from a mixture of burning pain and uncontrollable rage. Sweat mixes with blood, running down his cheeks, and in his eyes flashes a true beastly fury that knows no fear. Despite the pain, the enraged Jusun tries to kick the pirate's leg in the next jump. His movements become fast and chaotic. He desperately fights for every second of initiative. The giant stands firmly on one leg, while the wounded youth tries to block the raised leg meant for a strike. The scar on his shaved nape seems even more noticeable in the flickering torchlight. Mujin leaps into the air, drawing a gleaming arc with his sword above the pirate's head. He uses the moment when the enemy is distracted by Jusun to deliver a devastating strike from above, putting all his hope into it. Jusun clings with a death grip with both hands to the giant's right forearm. He hangs on the pirate's arm with all his weight, trying to bind his movements and prevent him from swinging the axe again. The pirate bursts into loud, evil laughter, staring wide-eyed at the audacious young man. So the poor guy from the hemp field is actually capable of something. He chuckles, enjoying the thrill of the deadly duel, while Jusun is forcefully pulling his hand with the axe downwards, blocking the swing. He shouts an order to Mujin to attack. This is his chance, his breach in the monster's defense, for which too high a price has been paid. Mujin maneuvers with incredible speed, dodging a possible counterattack and preparing the final strike. Attack? He sharply asks again, already raising the sword blade for a deadly blow. Mujin's gaze becomes icy and focused amid this bloody chaos. He understands. Yusong created this opportunity at the cost of his own life, and now he has no right to make any mistake. Muzina's boot firmly presses against the uneven stones of the cave, preparing for the final push. This movement must be faster than thought to transform the accumulated energy into a devastating attack force. The boy's hand with the sword moves so fast that the blade seems transparent. Even if I die, I will not stop, pulses in his head as he rushes into the epicenter of danger. Jusun continues desperately holding the pirate's hand, giving him no chance to swing the axe. Opposite them, Mujin makes a swift lunge, directing the sword's tip straight into the enemy's heart. Mujin's concentration reaches its peak. He bets everything on the Golge technique. Every nerve in his body is taut like a string, awaiting the moment when the steel finally finds its target. In the torchlight glow, the final scene unfolds. Jusong swings the axe down, binding the giant, while Mujin delivers a lightning strike. This moment freezes in time, filled with the scent of blood and ozone. The pirate's face is illuminated in the last second by an ominous red reflection. His slanted eyes narrow, and his beastly features distort as he realizes the impending danger. Focused, Mujin flies into the whirl of battle, hot drops of blood scattering around. Steel against steel, the youth's sword clashes with the pirate's heavy axe in bloody splashes. The giant's face flew upward convulsively, frozen in a malicious and grotesque grimace. Beside him rages Jusun, his fists cutting through the air amid the red fog of the fight. The severed head of the burly pirate falls heavily, describing the last arc in the air. The cave corridor shuddered as the leader's head rolled right to the feet of the one-eyed pirate. The severed head froze on the dirty earthen floor as a silent reproach to the survivors. The one-eyed pirate panics, cold sweat flooding his eyes at the thought of escape. The warriors stand in battle stances, their shadows reflecting on the walls in the torchlight. "Will you really give the treasures to these kids?" the pirate shouts, trying to rally the remnants of the gang. The figure of Mujin is tense. He understands that the pirates are also exhausted to the limit. "Grab them!" The desperate cry of the one-eyed pirate echoes through the darkness of the cave. Even at the limit of his strength, Mujin will stand until his last breath. The crack of wood. Yusong instantly opens the box and sticks a bunch of needles into the potion. Surprised, Mujin watches as his partner rushes at the enemy with poisonous weapons in hand. Yusong's hand is tightly clenched into a fist, and deadly steel gleams fiercely between his fingers. "Thousand needle technique!" the boy roars, scattering poison stings with a wu-needing militant motion. Mujin is simply shocked. Is it possible to invent names for non-existent techniques on the fly like this? A cloud of needles flies into the air, although it does not resemble real combat skill at all. Sharp tips pierce the bodies of confused pirates, bringing them instant paralysis. Jusun shines with pride while the enraged Mujin calls him an idiot. Mujin suddenly falls silent, trying to understand what is really happening. The pirates watch in horror as their comrades fall into wild convulsions and seizures. Friends freeze in combat stances, looking at the bodies writhing on the cold ground. Mujin briefly ponders, staring at the enemies struck by a strong attack of cramps. The pirates on the ground are struck by fever. Foam flows from their mouths, and thick blood floods their noses. The one-eyed man froze before the crowd, feverishly wondering if the needles are the very hidden weapon. Mujin boldly clenches the needles in his hands, warning that this poison kills instantly from a single scratch. "If you want to attack, go ahead, but I'll make sure half of you die on the spot," the young man throws out. The one-eyed pirate is puzzled and silent, trying to decide whether to continue the fight. Mujin calmly asks the pirates what difference the dead boss makes to them when there are so many treasures around. He continues the dialogue, stating that they are not interested in gold. They only need the kidnapped child. "Don't tell me you came here for these miserable things." The one-eyed man can't believe his ears. The guys silently and intently listen to the pirates' shouts, not taking their eyes off the enemies. The one-eyed man asks in surprise if they really came this way not for gold, but for the poor. While Jusun watches the pirates, Mujin demonstratively turns around, sheathing his sword. The one-eyed pirate is literally shaking with anger at such contempt from the boy. "Do you seriously think we will believe this?" He shouts after Mujin, who is walking away. Mujin is alert. He has already thought of something and confidently walks in the opposite direction from the gang. "Don't believe it. Your business. But remember, the price for pursuit will be death." Near the crossroads, Yusun lights the way with a torch, and Mujin indicates that it's time to part ways. A band of pirates led by the one-eyed man froze, watching the boys with gloomy looks. "I will kill anyone who follows me," Mujin throws over his shoulder. "So choose wisely." The frightened pirates huddled together, staring into the darkness of the tunnel where the heroes had gone. The one-eyed man and his men stood still, not daring to take even a step toward the youths. They are scared and confused, yet continue to stand as if rooted to the spot. Suddenly, the pirates burst forward, running ahead while quarreling over who will be the leader now. Mujin and Jusun instantly dove around the corner, holding their breath so as not to be noticed. The friends cautiously peek out from behind the earthen wall, extremely alert and ready for anything. Jusun's face changes sharply. He heard something extremely important. Mujin quickly turned after his friend, his face instantly becoming serious. They both caught the same sound. A little girl in a dark dungeon cell tightly grips the bars, calling for her father through tears. Through light clouds, sunlight breaks through, and under the sky, someone's incredibly happy laughter spreads. A poor man with eyes full of tears of joy tightly holds his daughter, whom he no longer expected to see. Under the old bridge, several families cry with happiness, embracing their rescued children. Jusun says goodbye to the families. People bow their heads low, not knowing how to thank their saviors. A happy boy cheerfully waves goodbye, watching the little ones and their parents. Mujin intently looks at his friend's pinky. Blood seeps through the bandage. The price of Jusun stopping the axe with his bare hands. Jusun's injured finger, wrapped in a bloodied rag, became a silent reminder of their desperate move. Passers-by turn to the bloodied and torn youths, while Mujin thinks, "What a trick with the axe. Like teacher, like student." "What are you going to do next?" Mujin asked with a slight smile, looking at his partner. They climb the tavern stairs under the surprised looks of the cleaner. Mujin suggests traveling together. "We can't stay here," Yusun replies seriously. "It's unknown how the righteous faction in Old Komen Noge will react." Mujin jokes that Jusun has become a real cheeky ragamuffin, but traveling together is no longer a request, but a fact. "So who pays for the food, drinks, and new clothes?" teases Mujin, hearing only a confident "you" in response. Mujin laughs good-naturedly, calling his companion a true freeloader who has comfortably settled on his neck. Suddenly, both freeze in place as if rooted, seeing someone they did not expect at all. Yuchun sits at the table with a bowl. "Judging by your appearance, you had a good time without me. Is the sword still intact?" "We didn't have that much fun," shout the friends, running up to the old man and asking where he wandered with the silver. Yuchun's face becomes focused. He had to assess the situation and is sincerely glad to see Hongjusun alive. The evening sky covers the city, and passers-by below actively discuss the conflict between the factions in the poor union. The morning brings new rumors. The fortress head is dead, and they say it is the work of the young blacksmith from the Dan clan. By the shore of the Great Water, where giant ships are moored, sailors talk only about pirates and the mysterious blacksmith. The crowd disembarks onto the pier, rejoicing that the bandits will now lie low and the roads will become calmer. The shining morning sun illuminates the majestic island city, stretched between two mighty rivers under the protection of high walls. The herald on the deck loudly proclaims to the entire port that the ship is departing for Nakyan. A giant ship leaves the harbor while rumors about the death of Jiang Sanche spread through the city. Mujin and Husong against the backdrop of sails. They have been enjoying freedom and travel for half a month. The young man tosses a pouch of money, recalling that fierce battle that brought such results. Merchants and the blacksmith did not spare gold in gratitude for liberation from Jiang Sanche's tyranny. Mujin draws his sword under the sun, realizing, strength is always needed, and it does not wait for an invitation. If he had even for a moment abandoned the black peony technique, he would have lost even to ordinary pirates. Under the endless starry sky, Mujin cuts through the night chill, honing the skill of one of the techniques. Yu Song watches the training, pondering how to maintain balance during the rocking on the way to Nakyun. The ship sails through the night, and Mujin does not sleep. 11 sparrings after Jung Yefan have made him stronger. Each sword stroke under the stars brings him closer to the goal, to become one with the weapon. Sunlight floods the deck as the young man makes another sharp strike in his daily training. Suddenly, Mujin freezes. Amid the noise of the waves, he clearly heard someone's rhythmic claps. Unknown male hands confidently clap, breaking the silence of the sea night. With hands folded in greeting, a young man stands on the deck, seemingly just stepping out to admire the moon. The man looks around in surprise at the stranger who introduces himself as Nam Gunmen and requests a duel. The handsome young man Nam Gunmen, the eldest son of a great family, returns home on the ship as a martial arts master. He gazes at the city's outlines, scolding himself for a weak debut in a world where he has only defeated minor bandits. Suddenly, the boy notices a familiar silhouette and recalls a woman whose gaze did not weigh on him with the burden of family expectations. Before his eyes appears a beauty with a fan wrapped in magical light, who looks indifferently and majestically somewhere into the distance. Enchanted, Namgun understands. She was special, and to melt this ice, he had to give his whole self. A white bowl on red silk, in which a lonely flower petal unexpectedly froze in the shape of a delicate heart. He literally flew in the air, scattering cherry blossom petals before the girl who calmly sat at the lavish table. Giving a blooming branch, he felt absolute freedom from the chains of family until he appeared on the horizon. The beautiful stranger with a fan freezes against the backdrop of a sprawling cherry tree, like an exquisite painting from ancient legends. The idol is shattered by Mujin. With wild eyes, he begs to give the branch as medicine for the man who was poisoned by food. Namgun helplessly watches as the audacious invader tries to lure the precious gift from his beloved. The young man's face is distorted by rage, and in his thoughts he has already branded the insolent petitioner as a mad flower child. Now on the deck, he hides his anger behind a polite mask, coldly offering Mujin to engage in an honest duel. Mujin freezes in embarrassment, not understanding why this noble gentleman suddenly so strongly desires a fight. Namgun's gaze becomes icy. He does not just want to fight, he craves revenge and the complete ruin of his enemy. Mujin's fingers tightly grip the hilt of true steel, preparing for an unexpected clash on the ship. The night sky is reflected in the eyes of the girl who, with a fan in her hands, watches the silence before the storm. In contrast to the enemy, Namgun's hand confidently raises only a wooden training sword for the upcoming reckoning. Mujin doubts the fairness of the fight, but Namgun insists that he himself chose such uneven weapons for himself. Namgun makes a swift lunge, mocking the doctor who got a chance to become only a bright decoration of his finale. Yuchun and Jusung listen puzzled to the beauty, who for the first time asks about Mr. Namgun Men, whom they do not know. Swords converge under the night stars, and Mujin says that from now on his fate is completely in the hands of his opponent. The boy realizes he is in trouble because the legendary heir is simply trying to impress the woman with his blood. Mujin sees an ominous gleam in the stranger's eyes, exactly the same as in the most problematic patients of his hospital. Preparing the strike, he decides to fight only at half strength, to lose with dignity and not provoke the madman any further. A swift dance unfolds on the deck. Mujin and Namgun exchange lunges, slicing the air with steel and wood. Mujin moves incredibly fast, his body becoming almost elusive, and his gaze focuses only on the blade. Namgun stands firm, calmly watching every swing of the real sword tracing arcs before his face. He mentally assesses his opponent as an amateur, whose predictable lunge to the shoulder evokes nothing but boredom in him. Namgun firmly plants his boot on the deck, deciding to teach the boy a lesson so that he can at least fend off the mountain bandits. The noble warrior's fingers confidently grip the wooden hilt, preparing a refined and devastating counterattack. Crossing weapons, Namgun plans to use the softness technique Endless Sky to elegantly tame Mujin's brute force. The tips of both swords meet in dangerous proximity. Namgun is just waiting for the moment to yield to the enemy's movement and strike. Swords merge in a furious motion, where every millimeter of the trajectory is calculated by the experienced mind of the elder son. Namgun prepares the final pass, confident that his wooden weapon will easily change the direction of the real blade of the doctor. Suddenly, the air is split by a crackle. The severed tip of the wood flies aside, and Namgun realizes in shock the strike was too powerful. The wooden sword shatters into pieces, unable to withstand direct contact with the cold steel in the hands of the novice. The steel blade passes dangerously close to the body. Namgun understands that the next moment it will pierce his shoulder through. Cold sweat blinds Namgun's eyes and a panicked thought pulses in his head. Does this freak even know how to stop a sword? Mujin continues his relentless movement, like a force of nature that can no longer be returned to a calm state. Mujin's sword, with a dull sound, plunges into the deckboards, cutting a piece of Namgun's expensive clothing on the way. Mujin's eyes are filled with fear and regret. He sincerely did not want to injure his opponent, only tried to maintain balance. The picture of defeat, Mujin froze with his blade lowered, and Namgun, losing control, clumsily fell near the railing. Mujin approaches the fallen opponent, hiding his weapon and apologizing fervently for the fight becoming so risky. To everyone's surprise, Namgun sharply raises his palm, silently stopping the flow of excuses from his unexpected aggressor. Balancing on one hand in a stance, Namgun calmly says that such things happen in his family and the wooden sword was simply rotten. Easily pushing off the deck, he stands up while Mujin continues to scold himself for the old training weapon. Mujin suggests stopping this madness, but Namgun, as if in a trance, admires the sharpness of the other's sword and longs for continuation. Now in Namgun's hands shines real metal. He demands another round, refusing the chance for a dignified retreat. On the guard of his new sword glimmers a special peacock mark, a symbol of high status and deadly threat. Mujin looks at the sharp steel in Namgun's hands with obvious fear, asking again if he really desires a true duel. Clenching the hilt, Namgun assures that he will not use internal energy, although in his mind he prefers at all costs not to become a laughingstock. In his imagination, the beauty is already mockingly hiding behind a fan, and this fear of shame pushes the warrior to a desperate step. The young man makes swift thrusts, preparing to show the famous Zambon technique and the true advantage of his clan. His face is tense to the edge. He almost begs for this fight to restore his own pride in his own eyes. Impressed by such pressure and Namgun's fanatical devotion to his feelings, Mujin finally agrees to the duel. Under the deep blue sky, two blades rise up, marking the beginning of a serious clash on the deck amid the sea. Mujin is maximally focused. He instantly calculates the trajectory of the enemy's blade to timely raise a block. Namgun is also making complex calculations, but his goal is much sharper. He strives for total triumph over the opponent. The swords finally cross, sparking sparks that momentarily blind both martial arts masters. The steel blades press against each other with force, creating tension that makes the very air around tremble. Suddenly, the incredible happens. Mujin's blade, like a hard diamond, literally begins to shatter Namgun's exquisite weapon. The noble warrior freezes in shock, looking at the mangled metal and exclaiming indignantly over the ruined expensive sword. In uncontrolled rage, Namgun stomps his boot on the deck with force, unable to accept such a shameful defeat. Mujin continues the movement, firmly holding the weapon, although the initiative in this fight has already completely passed into his hands. He delivers another strike, but in his eyes reads a silent question. How could this have happened to the master's sword? Suddenly, Namgun's figure is enveloped in clouds of blue energy, contradicting all previous promises of fair play. A brief fright flashed in the youth's eyes. He himself did not notice how he broke his word, succumbing to emotions. A powerful wave of inner strength spreads across the deck, knocking Mujin off his feet and throwing him far back. After catching his breath, Mujin bitterly reminds the great warrior that he swore not to use secret energy techniques. Lowering his weapon, Namgun awkwardly apologizes, blaming his rudeness on the family habit of fighting to the last breath. Irritated, Mujin cuts in that a promise has weight, and only a miracle saved them both from bloody consequences. He decisively sheathes the steel, finally calling to put an end to this senseless and dangerous spectacle. Namgun stands still, finally agreeing that for today he has had enough duels and shame. To himself he counts. 3 times tonight he made a fool of himself, and even hid behind the family's honor to save his own face. Mujin, meanwhile, reflects that he endured these whims only because of the opponent's status, but in the end only ruined the sword. Namgun looks at the chipped blade in horror, realizing if his father sees this, an inevitable punishment awaits him. Before his eyes appears the image of a stern father, a burly man with fiery eyes and thick eyebrows. The heir of the family leans over the mangled sword, barely whispering into the void, "Father will definitely kill me." Mujin, already preparing to leave, turns around in surprise. Hearing this cry full of true despair, Namgun's face expresses genuine horror. He begs for mercy, feverishly wondering if he has encountered a truly divine blade. Cold sweat runs down the young man's forehead as he gazes enchanted at the mysterious weapon that so easily overcame the steel of his clan. Namgun's gaze is fixed on the sword in Mujin's hands, which against the backdrop of the night deck now seems to him something supernatural. Mujin calms his opponent, noting that the fight was strange, but the conditions from the very beginning only favored the noble warrior. Holding the sword in its sheath, the boy suggests simply forgetting about this incident and considering everything that happened a senseless accident. The sailing ship slowly cuts through the dark waters under the starry dome, leaving two warriors alone on the deck with their thoughts. The silence is broken by an unexpected proposal. Namgun, holding his breath, asks if Mujin would agree to sell his priceless sword. Mujin only shakes his head, explaining that this weapon is too special to him to have any monetary value. Namgun bows his head low in respect, thanks for the duel, and wishing good night, turns to leave. Mujin watches the beauty walking arm in arm with Namgun and decides to stay as far away as possible from this strange man. Left on the deserted deck, Mujin triumphantly raises the sword up, enjoying the moment of his unexpected advantage. Namgun goes to the cabin with a gloomy face. A sinister plan is already maturing in his mind, promising nothing good. A week passes, and under the clear blue sky, the ship finally arrives at the port, preparing to disembark the passengers. A peaceful morning in the harbor is shattered by a desperate scream. Mujin discovers that his faithful companion, the sword, has vanished without a trace. Yuchun and Jusun run to the scream, their faces expressing complete incomprehension of what could have happened in the cabin overnight. Mujin kneels, his body trembling with rage, and only one curse escapes his lips directed at the treacherous Namgun. The boy's furious gaze becomes almost beastly. He feels how the audacious betrayal of the guest burns his soul from within. Meanwhile, the real sword, carefully wrapped in old rags, is securely hidden from prying eyes and foreign hands. Namgun gallops away from the pier at full speed, his horse's hooves pounding the earth and raising clouds of dust. The kidnapper's face shines with brazen joy. He tightens the reins, madly whispering about his new divine blade. Evil and triumphant, Namgun believes that his entry into the world of martial arts will now mark the beginning of a great and invincible legend. The silhouette of the majestic metropolis is clearly outlined against the proud mountains bathed in the gold of the morning sun. The first rays touch the masterful architecture, illuminating the still deserted and quiet city streets. A massive gate towers at the entrance where two steadfast guards keep vigilant watch. The iron gates are closed, and the two guards strictly monitor every movement around. A lonely rider slowly walks on the cobblestones, whose figure cuts through the morning silence of the city streets. By the feeding trough, a man jokingly reproaches the horse, saying that with such an appetite its belly will soon burst. The groom diligently scrapes a layer of dirt from the animal's croup, hoping that Mayon's successes will save him from the elder's punishment. Namgun stands before the wide stairs to the palace, his travel clothes covered with spots of dust and mud. The entrance to the grand hall is adorned with a terrifying dragon skull, symbolizing the unbreakable power of this place. The young man lifts his head up, feeling the weight of the stolen sword and the greatness of the ancient artifact behind his back. Stopping at the threshold, he hastily brushes off the dirt, trying to give himself at least a somewhat decent appearance. The boy nervously blows on his palms, gathering courage before the very important conversation. The doors open, and Namgun decisively enters inside, calling out to his father. In the half-darkness of the palace stands a masterful statue of a dragon coiling around a stone column. Three influential men interrupt the conversation, intently staring at the young man who reports on his return from Changku. Bowing his knee in a respectful gesture, Namgun lowers his head before the elders. The sword of Mujin, wrapped in an old rag, lies on the floor, hiding its true power. The boy picks up the bundle, and with a note of anxiety declares that he must immediately show something to those present. Stretching his hands forward, he displays the sword as if it were the most valuable trophy in his life. The father's face instantly becomes stone-like. He understands that the news truly cannot tolerate any delay. The clan head rises, asking his son if the prize is really worth interrupting the council of the highest elders. Namgun does not move, holding the sword before him like a shield against his father's anger. The youth's hands noticeably tremble with fear, while the heavy palm of the man rests on the hilt of the stolen weapon. The night sky embraces the majestic structure, which shines with lantern lights in the darkness. Mugen and Yushun ascend the stairs, discussing the son of the third spirit of the sword, in whose honor the banquet rumbles today. The figure of Jusun slowly climbs the stairs, holding slightly behind Mugen and Yuchun. The friends approach the gates behind which a grand celebration of Namgun's success continues in the square. The figures of Yuchun and Jusan emerge before the entrance to the square, filled with a noisy crowd. Mugen rages when the doctor reminds him that this boy simply brazenly stole his sword. The square shines with multicolored fabrics, immersed in the atmosphere of a great national festivity. Namgun, in festive attire, confidently stands among the people, enjoying the attention of the guests. The Trinity enters the square, watching with contempt as the thief boasts about the theft. While Jusan studies something, Yuchun assumes that the boy simply lied to his father about this sword. Yuchun notes, such a crowded celebration is a great chance to publicly catch the thief red-handed. The focused doctor asks if they have enough strength to go against the elite master Muramu. The wary Mugen suggests taking the weapon later so as not to spoil the festive evening for the people. Yuchun laughs at his naivety, declaring that now is the time for them to become mad dogs. The head of the Namgun clan stands surrounded by his close people right in the middle of the celebration. Yuchun explains, arrogant clans fear only public shame in front of others. Suddenly, a loud shout comes from the crowd. An unknown man actively waves his hand at Yuchun. Smiling Namgun Jinya, with a silver bullet on his head, sincerely greets his old acquaintance. Jinya waves his empty sleeve, and the doctor ironically asks if the once severed hand still hurts. The old man laughs. The doctor did not kill him, but saved him from rotten poison by simply cutting off the hand. In response to the question about the companion, Yuchun calmly replies that Mugen is his colleague on the journey. Jinya's face instantly becomes frightened when he hears that Mugen has business with Namgun. The loud sound of the clapper breaks the air, calling to welcome the great chief and Master Myon. A heavy boot confidently steps on the laid red carpet amid admiring shouts. The majestic Namgun Jinshun walks across the square, accompanied by his respected retinue. Namgun Myon walks ahead of his father, solemnly holding a luxurious decorated box in his hands. The crowd of festively dressed people filled the entire square, gathered for a grand celebration. The clan head stands on the podium before a large box, thanking everyone for participating in the festival in honor of his son. The divine sword in its sheath is displayed for public viewing, gleaming steel in the rays of light. The crowd listens to the clan leader's story about the luck of the inexperienced Namgun, who found this artifact on his first journey. Young Namgun, with an embarrassed face, listens to his father's speech while he calls the guests to celebrate. A crowd of joyful men raises heavy glasses filled with strong drink, accompanied by loud laughter. Jinshin raises his cup, urging every guest to help him today glorify the greatness of the clan. People in the square wildly shout slogans, praising the young master as a true fighter for justice. The clan leader stands next to his son, who is preparing to drink his portion of the ceremonial beverage. Young Namgun, with a glass in hand, notices Jinyu, who is tensely talking about something with Yuchun and Mujin. Yuchun and Mujin carefully watch Jinyu, who begins to noticeably tremble from the lie he heard. Embarrassed Jinyu barely audibly repeats that he cannot believe such a vile and terrible lie from his own nephew. The old master tells Mujin that if his brother finds out the truth, he will personally destroy the core of his own son. Dr. Yuchun asks with surprise whether the father is really capable of punishing his own blood so harshly and not an enemy. Yuchun explains, for the Namgun clan, honor is above all, and the leader will not close his eyes to a crime even for the sake of his son. The stern faces of the father and son Namguns froze in the rays of festive lights, symbolizing the steadfastness of traditions. Mujin imagines the figure of a young man in chains against a bloody background, where the clan's prestige must be paid for with life. Mujin thoughtfully considers that the clan leader is a true tyrant, but the sword must be returned at any cost. Namgun the Younger shines with satisfaction, unaware of the terrible fate awaiting him after the truth is revealed. Mujin briefly ponders what will happen to the boy when the secret of his find comes to light. Suddenly, Namgun Jinya's hand firmly grabs Mujin, sharply pulling him aside from the noisy crowd. Namgun Jinya tightly squeezes Mujin's hand, begging him to overlook his nephew's mistake and promising generous compensation. Yuchun sharply intervenes, urging Jinya not to talk nonsense, as such requests sound like a direct threat to the young man. Jinya's face distorts with fear as he finds himself under the pressure of the authority and logic of the old doctor. Yuchun's eyes blaze with fierce fire. He asks how the Sword Clan can demand that a warrior forgive the theft of his weapon. Confused, Jinya stammers, realizing that Yuchun's companion is not just a traveler, but a true master of martial arts. The figures of Mujin, Jinya, and Dr. Yuchun froze in the middle of the festive square in a tense confrontation. Jinya again rushes to the distressed Mujin, begging him to reconsider his decision and not to lose the boy. The old man almost cries, explaining that Mayan committed this sin only to finally gain his father's recognition. Yuchun silently watches the celebration, while Jinya continues to pour out apologies to the stunned Mujin. Jinya speaks with remorse about karma, admitting that Mayon's sins and actions are solely his personal responsibility. Mujin listens attentively as Yuchun cuts in. Jinya should think not about his nephew, but about the honor of the entire Namgun clan. On the stage, unaware of the approaching storm, stands the clan leader next to his heroic son. Yuchun sternly asks Jinya if he really wants to see, as the future leader, someone who builds the clan's greatness on lies. The doctor decisively moves forward through the crowd, ordering Jinya to no longer interfere in what must happen. Mujin and the frozen Jinya silently watch Yuchun, who confidently strides toward the center of the celebration. Yuchun swiftly crosses the square, followed by Yusan, who continues to calmly stuff his mouth with chicken. The crowd of guests parts as Dr. Yuchun relentlessly approaches the stage with a sword displayed. The clan leader and his son look in surprise at the stranger whose footsteps echo too loudly and boldly. Yuchun's boot rises for the next step, and a powerful wave of violet energy spreads from the soul. The doctor is in a trance, his eyes glowing, and each heavy step makes the ground tremble with supernatural force. Mujin, with wide-open eyes, watches the incredible display of power from his companion. Namgun Jinya lowers his head, realizing that disaster is already inevitable, and the truth will now explode before everyone's eyes. Yuchun's next step strikes the cobblestone like a hammer, forcing the air around to vibrate with tension. The festival guests are horrified, not understanding who this mighty master is, whose gait suppresses the will of everyone present. The crowd scatters in all directions, opening a path for Yuchun, who walks to the stage surrounded by the glow of destructive energy. Jinshin's face becomes anxious. He feels a power equal in magnitude to the best masters of the celestial realm. Yuchun boldly greets the clan leader and declares that he has come to take the sword, rudely interrupting the ceremony. Namgun Mayon instantly breaks out in a cold sweat, feeling the ground slip from under his feet because of these words. The guests freeze, following Yuchun's index finger pointed directly at the displayed weapon. Yuchun loudly announces that this sword is the Soul Destroyer, and it belongs to another young man, not the thief on the stage. Mujin stands in complete numbness, not believing that the doctor dared such an open and dangerous provocation. Mujin shouts in despair that Yuchun has completely lost his mind, daring such a brazen prank. Clan leader Namgun Jinshan tells Yuchun that he truly justifies the title of eccentric doctor. The leader's face burns with rage and concentration. What the hell is going on here? Namgun Mian seems frozen. His body shakes with a slight tremor from inevitable horror. Namgun Jinya towers like a wall, while Mujin desperately rushes forward. Yuchun grins with a defiant smile. It's time to reveal the cards before everyone present. The doctor begins the story. Our dear Namgun Mayan obtained this sword during his first journey. Mujin suddenly interrupts the doctor's speech, jumping right in front of the great leader Namgun. Folding his hands in a respectful gesture, the young man declares he is ready to explain everything personally. The clan leader looks down coldly, preparing to listen to every word of Mujin. The younger Namgun looks miserable. He is drenched in cold sweat. Mujin weaves a story about a stolen family treasure, a sword that cuts through human souls. Namgun Jinya is stunned. The crowd behind him erupts with amazement and whispers. Jinshin is silent. His gaze becomes sharp as a blade as he analyzes the story. Mujin begs for help to protect the lost relic of the famous Tang family. Tension reigns on the stage, the confused Mayan at the table and Mujin demanding his sword. Mayan is on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Why is this boy covering up his shameful lie? The boy does not take his eyes off his father. Now the clan leader's reaction will decide his future fate. The leader slowly descends from the stage, heading towards the doctor and Mujin. The air thickens. A mighty hand rests on the sword's hilt. Jinshin decisively draws the weapon from the chest. The metal whistles through the air. The blade leaves the sheath. The blade passes just millimeters from Yuchun's and Mujin's faces. Mujin freezes in surprise. A wild primal fear is frozen on his face. With a sharp movement, the clan leader throws the sword right at the men's feet. The weapon clangs as it strikes the stone, getting stuck between the square's tiles. Yuchun just smiles. What fun! The clan leader himself has joined the celebration. Mujin and Yuchun are surprised by the leader's question. Can the boy prove that the sword belongs to his family? Jinchun is furious. If there is no proof, Mujin will bear severe responsibility for his lie. The young man feels the piercing gaze of the leader and understands. Without proof, he is simply dead. The steel sword stands motionless between the stone tiles of the square. Mujin feverishly thinks about what his teacher would do now, observing the reaction of Dr. Yuchun. He hopes that Yuchun will suggest a way out, but the doctor seems to want Mujin to manage on his own. The young man looks at the weapon. He has already lied about the relic, so he needs to create an identical sword. Suddenly, Mujin's face brightens with a sudden and very important thought. Clan leader Namgun continues to look boldly at the boy, waiting for an answer. Yuchun is stunned. Mujin claims that the sword has a secret Tun technique that works in fire. The clan leader squints at what he hears, not believing his own ears. Mujin seriously explains, his sword is pregnant and must give birth to a child within 5 days. Silence reigns in the square. The crowd, the doctor, and the clan leader are frozen by this news. Suddenly, the festive square erupts. People begin to laugh loudly at this story. Mujin hears the laughter and realizes that the story about the sword's child was clearly unnecessary. The crowd and heroes suddenly fall silent, freezing in anticipation of Jinchun's response. The clan leader asks Yuchun if he acts as a guarantor and confirms Mujin's words. The face of clan leader Namgun becomes truly grim and tense. Yuchun calmly stands next to the boy and confidently states that he confirms his speech. The doctor boldly adds, he can joke but never stoops to lying. Clan leader Namgun barely hides his pride after Yuchun's statement. Glances mixed. Crushed Mayan, surprised Mujin, and pensive Namgun Jinya. The chief announces, go to the forge, but without the sword child, in 5 days you will both lose your heads. The night forge breathes fire under the dark sky, while Yuchun calmly rests nearby. Mujin drags firewood under the reproaches of the doctor, saying the story about the pregnant sword was a mistake. Dr. Yuchun, against the backdrop of the night sky, says the story could have been anything, even about feeding the sword soy milk. Mujin carries firewood, replying that it is better to be a mad dog than a fool, and the doctor teaches to make others pay. The glowing mouth of the furnace in the forge breathes fiery heat. The anvil in the forge, to which various tools are attached. Dr. Yuchun continues to instruct Mujin, directly calling him an absolute fool. Mujin says he is a generous person and the principle an eye for an eye does not suit him. Yuchun explains to the stunned boy, you cannot repay evil with good, but you also cannot pay good for evil. The face of Dr. Yuchun against the purple sky. He irritably continues the lecture. Mujin naively says that Namgun Jinya and Mian might be grateful to him. Imaginary forest. Yuchun explains that by responding to evil with good, Mujin will only get hyenas behind his back. Imaginary image of an angry hyena with fiery eyes and bared fangs ready to attack. Imaginary pack of wolves around a slain kin. Yuchun says that foolish intentions in this world end with steel and blood. Picture of a smithy near the forest, and from the darkness behind it watches a beast's face with a fang-filled jaw. Surprised look of Mujin as Dr. Yuchun sharply pokes him in the chest with his index finger. Angry Yuchun pokes Mujin's forehead with his knuckles, forbidding him to risk his back for imaginary kindness. Mujin stands before the entrance, and the doctor settles on a chair and warns about a series of disorderly affairs. Stern face of Yuchun. Good or evil must be returned so as not to become the one who regrets. Imaginary picture of a slain wolf bleeding. Smithy under the night sky. Dr. Yuchun sits nearby, and Mujin has already started working inside. Large crowd of surprised men 5 days after the festival. Sword with a peacock-shaped stamp in the hand of the head of the Namgun clan. A severed piece of the sword of the head of the Namgun clan falls to the ground with a clang. The second severed piece of the sword of the head of the Namgun clan flies after it. The embarrassed face of the head of the Namgun clan. The hand of the head of the Namgun clan holding the family sword. A surprised crowd watches as the severed tip of the Namgun sword strikes the floor. A surprised crowd of men repeats that the sword of the three peaks was cut. The head of the Namgun clan and Namgun Jr. watch the duel. 2 men from the Namgun clan entrusted with checking the swords. A man's hand holds the intact Mujin sword, and another's hand holds the Namgun clan sword, severed by a third. In the square opposite at the podium, a man from the clan says that both swords are divine and both are genuine. The surprised face of Namgun Myeon. He thinks one sword must be fake, but this one seems truly born. The clan master says that the sharpness and balance are perfect, and these swords are twins forged by one master. Mujin with a proud and satisfied expression on his face. The face of the clan head Namgun, who is gathering his thoughts while Myeon watches his father. The clan head loudly announces to the entire square that, as was said, these are twin swords. The clan head points with his index finger at Mujin, saying that the true mother of the swords is there. Young Namgun watches everything that is happening. Mujin holds the sword in one hand, raised upwards. A man from the Namgun clan holds a sword stub opposite Mujin. Mujin's blade cuts the clan's sword near the hilt with the words that the mother is here. Mujin's hand triumphantly raises the sword upwards. Mujin, with a proud expression on his face, shows the sword to all the onlookers. Myeon's downcast face. He does not understand how, but acknowledges that Mujin has proven his right to the blade. Mujin agrees that all deeds must be given, as a dog finds a place for puppies. Mujin extends the sword and thanks Namgun the Younger for taking care of the relic. Mujin, with a friendly look, asks Namgun the Younger to take good care of the sword. The overweight Yusan eats chicken legs, while Yuchun wonders how he managed to get so fat in 5 days. A cozy evening courtyard in front of Mujin's house. He talks with Yuchun. They recall what happened and admit that everything went well. Mujin confesses that he was preparing for death, and Yuchun teases him about his trembling knees. Yuchun and Mujin rest on beds in a spacious, bright room. The teacher notes that this time they were lucky, but they must not relax. Mujin grips the sword, agrees with the mentor, and promises to be vigilant. Satisfied, Mujin holds the weapon nearby when Yuchun suddenly adds, "The story is not over yet." Yuchun continues the instruction with a serious face. He explains that a favor is always a two-way movement, and now it is time for them to receive their reward. Mujin and Yuchun sit on beds in a neat room. The student awkwardly asks what exactly the teacher means. Suddenly, both flinch at an unexpected knock on the door of their dwelling. Namgun clan patriarch and his son, Namgun Myung, enter Mujin's room. The stern and unwavering gaze of the head of the Namgun clan. Dejected Namgun Myung stands nearby, crushed by shame and staring at the floor. In the middle of the room, the patriarch of the Namgun clan addresses those present with apologies. He admits the guilt of his inept son, who fled, taking a sword with him. Confused, Mujin looks at the clan head and Yuchun. The patriarch reassures the boy, assuring that the son has already confessed everything. The clan head holds the second sword, forged by Mujin. He declares now that the truth is revealed, he must pay the price. Yuchun silently watches while Mujin cautiously asks the patriarch what exactly the payment refers to. Mujin freezes in anticipation as the clan head asks his son if he remembers the fate of the servant woman who stole a silver ring 2 years ago. In the tense silence, Namgun Jr. quietly replies, "That woman had her hands cut off." Namgun Myung stands by his father in Mujin's room, completely oppressed and broken. Yuchun and Mujin listen intently to every word of the patriarch, sensing danger. The face of the clan head becomes furious. He announces that he has made a final decision. Mujin is horrified, seeing the patriarch suddenly draw the sword from its sheath. The head of the Namgun clan swings the sharp steel at his own son. Namgun Myeon freezes before his father. Despite the mortal threat, he is ready to accept the sword strike. Memories fly before the boy's eyes. Little Namgun trains with a wooden sword. His whole life is just endless weapon exercises. Little Namgun, with a toy sword in the castle, recalls, games were training, and training was life itself. To be faithful to the way of the sword and perfect in every movement was the fate chosen for him by the family. The mentor watches a group of boys, among whom is young Namgun Myeon. The path of the future patriarch was forged from strict traditions, rules, and iron discipline. The stern gaze of the head of the Namgun clan. His son learned to endure everything, exhausting training, harsh restrictions, and painful whipping. The imaginary image of little Namgun Jr. He is exhausted to the edge and screams from helplessness. The figure of Patriarch Namgun, who turned his back to his son. This cold, impassive back of the father tells little Namgun only one thing. He is a complete disappointment. Close-up of little Namgun's face. He is tired, scared, and screams into the void. The square of a large city, where under the teacher's supervision, a crowd of boys trains. Young Namgun believes he must become a great patriarch, no matter the cost or methods he uses to achieve it. A kaleidoscope of memories. a child with a wooden sword, a youth fleeing on a horse with a stolen blade, and the present moment under the raised blade of the father. He stole the sword, and though it was cowardice and dirt, he believed that strength justifies everything, and for the acquired weapon he should be respected. The figure of young Namgun, who froze waiting for his fate. The face of young Namgun. He is focused on the thought that all his beliefs are just pathetic excuses. But it was thanks to them that he kept moving forward. Imaginary image of patriarch Namgun. With eyes burning with rage, he swings a sword at his own son. Imaginary frightened Namgun Jr. stands before his father, awaiting his punishment. The mortally frightened young man sees the father's blade almost touching his hand, but Mujin stops the strike with his sheathed sword. Terrified look of Namgun Jr. The moment when Mujin's sword blocks the clan patriarch's strike right near the boy's hand. Seen in the room, Mujin stops the patriarch's sword, and the clan head Namgun asks Mujin why he acted that way. The stern face of the patriarch. He asserts a crime committed by the hand must be paid by the hand. Does Mujin not agree? Sweaty but focused, Mujin replies to the patriarch that Namgun Jr. simply made a mistake. The stern gaze of the clan head. He asked Mujin if he knew the truth about the sword theft from the very beginning. Mujin boldly answers, one must pay proportionally for actions. It does not matter what exactly Namgun Jr. pays with. The main thing is the very fact of atonement for the deed. Focused and sweaty face of Namgun Jr., who watches every movement. Focused Dr. Yuchun attentively listens to the conversation between Mujin and the patriarch. In the middle of the elegant, bright room, Mujin suggests to the patriarch and his son not to escalate this problem any further. A man's hand puts the sword back into its sheath. The focused but now calm face of the head of the Namgun clan. He agrees with Mujin and admits the boy spared his son's hands, helped the clan hide the disgrace, and returned the priceless weapon. The patriarch notes that Mujin has rendered 3 great services and asks about a reward. A representative of the Namgun clan, Mujin, and Yuchun walk down the long corridor of the palace. Namgun Jr. bows deeply to the floor, extending his hands forward. He swears that one day he will repay Mujin for his generosity. The face of Namgun Jr., tears streaming down it. The figure of Mujin walking through the palace following a member of the Namgun clan. The companion is surprised and asks if the boy really managed to forge the swords in just 5 days. Mujin, Yuchun, and the Namgun clan member enter the next hall. Mujin asks where he learned about the sword work. The man replies that he only guessed, noticing the boy's red palms and rust under his nails. The man walks ahead, noting that the world is vast and full of talents. He sincerely thanks Mujin for his invaluable help to Namgun Jr. Mujin walks down the corridor, thinking skeptically that the word talented definitely does not apply to him. Behind him, as always, Yuchun walks unhurriedly. Mujin imagines Namgun Jr. bowing and recalls his promise to repay. He reflects on how serious these words are and concludes, they have already taken everything possible from this situation. Walking through the palace, Mujin recalls Yuchun's negotiations with the patriarch. Access to the weapon storage, rare medicines, poisons, and the right to duel the head of the clan. The patriarch agreed to everything. A member of the Namgun clan, who is walking ahead, notes, he is not completely sure, but perhaps Shaolin is already expecting Mujin's arrival. The trio crosses the palace courtyard. The escort explains that since his childhood, Shaolin has been searching for masters capable of delicate handiwork, as if there is something the monks cannot fix on their own. Yuchun asks if it is about wooden figures, since that is a unique thing in Shaolin. He adds that the monastery is located on the way to Luoyang, so they will visit it at the first opportunity. Majestic stairs before the forged doors, near which the guards stand still. A member of the Namgun clan invites the guests to enter to receive the first part of the reward. Mujin's fascinated face. What he sees impresses him so much that he barely whispers, wow. A spacious hall with many shelves. The escort suggests the guests first look around everything and only then choose one item. Yuchun and Mujin examine with interest the contents of the shelves where the clan's treasures are kept. Mujin addresses the mentor, asking which technique he is trying to find. Yuchun's hand pulls a book with a strange title from the shelf, The Art of the Monkey That Escapes. An imaginary Mujin holding this book. His face shows complete disappointment. Did he really work so hard on swords just for the monkey? The dissatisfied young man directly tells Yuchun that he expected a swordsmanship technique or some divine method. Not this. Cheerful, Yuchun laughs and, raising his index finger instructively, advises Mujin not to complain and to learn what is given. Ahead of them still await miraculous elixirs. Panorama of the magnificent roofs of the Namgun Palace. The echo of Mujin's voice floats in the air, who finally agrees with the teacher's arguments. Yuchun brings huge packages of rare medicines and asks if Mujin has managed to study the contents of the received book. Mujin confesses to the teacher in the middle of the courtyard that he has memorized everything but did not understand a single word. Yuchun reassures him, "This is enough. The main thing is to think about the text during training." Imaginary Mujin, with a skeptical expression, flips through a manual about a fleeing monkey, sincerely doubting that this will be of any use. Yuchun literally bursts out laughing. After laughing, he tells Mujin that before further explanations, he needs to eat something. Yuchun unceremoniously squeezes Mujin's face, forcing him to open his mouth, and openly mocks his helpless appearance. In the doctor's hand appears a strange, elongated purple berry. He assures that it is not only tasty, but also incredibly useful for strengthening the body. Yuchun's gaze suddenly changes to a sly and mysterious one. With a predatory smile, he adds that this berry is actually a 7-step snake venom. The hand of Dr. Yuchun holding a purple pouch with snake venom. Worried, Mujin asks why he should swallow poison after studying the escape technique. Yuchun calls for silence, promising to make Mujin the divine doctor of Sichuan. Surprised, Mujin flinches from the doctor's sudden touch on his shoulder. Yuchun explains, "A true master heals even without using needles." Mujin reluctantly agrees and eats the pouch with dangerous contents. Yuchun forcibly makes the student swallow the poison, not allowing him to spit out the pouch. Angry Mujin shouts at the teacher, accusing him of attempted murder. The doctor explains that he will now make pills from the poison so that Mujin can survive. Yuchun reminds, martial arts are needed by doctors only for self-defense and survival. Enraged, Mujin continues to protest against the forced poisoning. Yuchun recalls the battle with pirates, where poisonous needles help them buy time. Mujin remembers the terrible scenes of pirates neutralized by poison. The doctor emphasizes the art of poisoning is necessary for protection against any interference. A purple drop drips from Yuchun's finger. He compares the poison to the composition of medicine in the body. Drops fall into the plate. The doctor says that the use of force depends only on the student. Mujin sits in the lotus position, intently listening to the instructions of his teacher. Yuchun's hands hold 2 plates, one with a light liquid, the other with a purple one. Anxious Mujin notes that such methods resemble the practices of dark sects. Yuchun declares that he will kill anyone who interferes with his healing of people. The stern teacher advises Mujin to choose practicality to achieve his goal. Yuchun asks if the student understood the essence of his lessons. Mujin nods affirmatively. Purple energy flows from the doctor's palms. He urges the student to fight for life. Dr. Yuchun's hand confidently rests again on young Mujin's shoulder. At the moment of touch, Mujin feels irreversible changes beginning inside him. Yuchun's silhouette with outstretched palms doubles. The doctor orders Mujin to focus on the center of energy, a round island with the yin-yang symbol amid transparent water. Mujin sits in the center, immersed in meditation. Mujin feels the teacher's palms on his back. Yuchun whispers, "Freeze, even if the poison burns your blood." Panorama of islands and consciousness. The place where Mujin just sat is now completely empty. Mujin under the starry sky. Yuchun's voice, "The stronger the poison's effect, the stronger the pill. Suppress it with strength." Above, Mujin opens the jaws of a giant snake with fangs, the embodiment of the deadly effect of poison. On Mujin's back shine the palm prints of the doctor. Energy butterflies fly out from the student's body. A huge eye of a purple cobra in close-up, watching every movement of the inner energy. Mujin again on the island. A powerful wave of pure light radiates from him in all directions. Exhausted Mujin hears the instruction, "Expel the remnants of poison in the dantian until everything calms down." The snake's jaws sink into bright energy, vainly trying to catch the butterflies flying through it. Mujin on the island, chained to the purple glow. Blue butterflies emerge from him. The focused and sweaty face of Mujin, who with his last strength holds control over himself. From the island where the student sits rises a powerful energy whirlwind of purple-green colors. Several islands in blue water. From the farthest, where Mujin is, pure bright energy flows out. Mujin opens his eyes. He breathes heavily, completely exhausted after the grueling meditation. Mujin realizes his progress. Although Yuchun's training is harsh, he finally understood its essence. Mujin in his room hears a surprise question. How did he manage to train for 5 days straight? Jusun looks at his friend worriedly, asking about hunger and the events of recent days. Mujin thought half a day had passed. He asked about Yuchun, who left without waiting for the fight with Namgun. Jusun demands to hear about Yuchun's cool pill. Mujin only mocks his friend in response. Mujin looks boldly at Jusun, who considers it boasting, and promises to show power in action. Mujin raises his index finger, warning his friend. Now he will see the real chasm between them. Surprised, Jusun holds his breath, watching every movement of Mujin's hand closely. Jusun watches in amazement as purple poison begins to spray from Mujin's fingertip. Mujin, with a bold look, extends his hand, holding his index finger right above the table in front of Jusun. Stunned, Jusun stares at the pool of poison. Mujin mocks. Did you see that, poor guy? This is our difference. Jusun peers at the purple liquid, recognizing by smell and texture the effect of the poisonous pill. Yuchun watches them at the door while Jusun greets Mujin on the fact that diarrhea now flows from his hands. Majestic gates at the entrance to the great city. Carts travel along the forest road. Mujin and Yuchun walk behind, discussing rest in Luoyang and the treacherous snake. They walk along the road and tease each other. Yuchun notes that orthodox sects often die in vain. Yuchun walks alongside the disciple, explaining that the status of a prestigious sect is not always good. The doctor promises to take care of the disciple if he follows his path, but Mujin doubts others' ways. Mujin with a black eye after a slap. Yuchun assures that living experience and survival are more important than frameworks. Dr. Yuchun sternly asks Mujin if he understood everything as a disciple. The companion next to Yuchun shouts that this is the last village on their way. Stop in the village. Jusun dreams of dumplings in the tavern, and Mujin complains about the lack of money. The carts have stopped. Yuchun, Mujin, and Jusun sit at a tavern table right on the street. Exhausted sick man with trembling hands and disheveled hair asks the drovers about the goods. The drover agrees to leave 3 sacks while the sick man runs after the promised drink. The heroes watch the man who promises to quickly return for the sacks. Mujin sits near Yuchun at a table and suspiciously watches a strange local resident. Mujin analyzes the symptoms: paleness, sweat, shortness of breath. He suspects the man has heat stroke. The figure of the sick man barely standing on his feet under Mujin's watchful gaze. Mujin wants to warn the teacher but notices Yuchun's hand trembling with chopsticks. Close up. Mujin's face is intensely focused and tense. Dr. Yuchun is feverish. His gaze has changed. Mujin is horrified. These are signs of Osoksan disease. Wooden building with a sign, residents of the Nam family. Gloomy settlement in the evening twilight with closely spaced buildings. A group of people in a dark room, wrapped in rags like mummies, intently sorting something at a long table. On the table stands a sack with multicolored ingredients, and nearby lie packets in piles of unknown substances. A bandaged hand, covered with blisters, crushes unknown ingredients in a mortar. Around are scattered mixtures of different textures. A gloomy, almost lightless room where wrapped figures work in tight quarters. Sun rays break into the workshop where mummy-like people continue tirelessly crushing powders and mortars. One of the workers suddenly falls to the floor, clutching his stomach. Others momentarily stop working. Amid the work noise, only the wheezing of a man helplessly lying on the boards is heard. Through the gaps in the cloth on the unfortunate man's face, terrible blisters and bloodless eyes with dark veins are visible. A burly stranger confidently enters the room from the street. The bandaged hand on the floor twitches weakly to the sounds of a death rattle. A man with long mustaches indifferently orders the workers to throw the body into a pit and burn it. They obediently agree. Last shot, a motionless hand on the floor covered with painful blisters. Multicolored minerals against the backdrop of a dark sky. These are the ingredients of the 5 minerals powder, which gives the rich an illusion of happiness and warmth. A pill on a bloody red background. Constant use leads to body decay, madness, and death. This is a deadly poison. Mujin's focused face. He finally realized what exactly is at stake. Yuchun, Mujin, and Jusun in front of the building. This is the base of those who manufacture this dangerous powder. A building with a sign. Jusun tells Yuchun, the settlement thrives thanks to the Nam family. Is it worth intervening if everyone around is satisfied? Yuchun explains, this powder sucks out life and festers the flesh. Those who distribute it are as worthless as Dr. Yem. Jusun's angry face. The mention of Dr. Yem ignites rage in him. An enraged Yuchun with burning eyes. His goal is to destroy the scoundrels. and he doesn't care that they saved this worthless place. Heavy doors open. The determined trio on the threshold. Yuchun adds that he seems to already know the main culprit of this incident, a burly bald man with a scar. He says they were recommended by the merchant Yang and invites them to the master's inner chambers. The bald man leads the heroes through a neat courtyard. Other people are visible around. Yuchun, Jusan, and Mujin walk through the territory of the residence. Mujin is maximally focused. He noticed something very important. Figures of strangers with hostile, unfriendly looks. Mujin understands. All the servants are martial arts masters, and Jusan is glad that a bag of gold opened the door for them so quickly. Mujin asks Yuchun about the plan. He suspects that the owner of the residence is in cahoots with the Black Path, which Dr. Yem mentioned. Calm Yuchun replies, they are weaklings who are easy to handle, but it's not worth making a fuss prematurely. Worried Mujin listens to Yuchun's instructions. The guy should go in first, and he will follow them. The figure of focused Yuchun who walks behind the young men. Mujin sweats from tension. He wonders if the teacher is using them as bait against a master of the highest level. Mujin's trembling hand on the door. He hesitates. Will they attack immediately or should he greet them? He decides to copy the teacher's fierce grimace. Mujin, with a stern look, bursts inside and shouts, "Give me powder for 1 gold coin." Something falls to the floor with a crash. Frightened face of Mujin at the moment of the strike. A sack filled with packets of powder on a light purple background. A smooth-faced man with long mustaches and warts warmly invites guests, extending a sack of potion. Mujin and Jusong froze before the master. Mujin expected weapons, not goods. The master says he heard about the youths from the traitor Yan. He praises their bravery and good taste. The mustached man enthusiastically talks about the high quality of the product and adds some powder for free from the establishment. Mujin feigns thanks, examining the package while anxiously wondering where teacher Yuchun has delayed. The master flatteringly offers long-term cooperation, assuring that he has been perfecting this formula for 5 years. The face of the mustached man, who suddenly hears a loud shout, "To us, Ryombu!" The figure of Dr. Yuchun in the sunlight. His clothes flutter in the wind. He recognized the master. The enraged doctor demands to lay out all the goods, threatening to forcibly shove the poison down the master's throat. The sweaty face of the mustached man. He also recognized the doctor, and this memory horrifies him. The frightened master froze, a cold sword blade pressed against his throat. Yuchun fiercely looms over the enemy. He promises to make a new hole in the master's neck if he tries to escape. Yuchun holds the mustachioed man by the chest. He begs for mercy under the watchful eyes of Mujin and Jusan. A servant behind the door reports the delivery of powder. Yuchun forces the master to order everything to be left at the entrance. 3 large packages of dangerous minerals lie on the floor near the door. Namryombu trembles on the floor. He justifies that he made the potion only to save the hungry peasants. Mujin and Jusan observe the scene. Yuchun says that such scoundrels always find excuses. In the room, Yuchun threatens with a sword. The master must either eat it himself or immediately destroy the goods. The trembling master complains that these powders could have been sold for a whole chest of gold. Yuchun advances with the blade, asking if money is really more valuable to the master than life. The mustachioed man falls to his knees before the packages. He begs for forgiveness and promises to burn everything immediately. A flask with a combustible mixture. The powder is poured with liquid and sparks are struck with flint in the hands. The miserable face of the master, sparks and flames that consume his goods, are reflected in his eyes. The master's hands with long mustaches over the packages. The powder is burning out, turning into ash. Mujin watches the bonfire. The decayed remains smoke, and Yuchun continues to keep the mustached man under the sword's aim. Sweaty Mujin thinks, the powder is finished, but what about the master, so they are not exposed? Will the teacher want to act secretly? Close-up of the sword in a strong man's hand. Mujin and Yuchun interrogate the master. Who else knows the secret of making powder from 5 minerals? The mustached man desperately shakes his head, swearing that the secret is known only to him. Would he lie under the sword? Mujin, Jusong, and Yuchun stand over the fallen master in his luxurious room. Angry Jusing shouts, "Who will believe this inhuman scoundrel? The teacher will never let live anyone who profits from deaths." The master's trembling hands pressed against the floor. He begs for mercy. Gesi sebesi ayabra mercy, gasping with fear. Yuchun looks at the prisoner and suddenly agrees. He tells the master to get out. The master of the residence froze on the floor, not believing his ears, and looks confusedly at the men. Confused, Mujin is shocked by what he heard. He did not expect Yuchun to just let the criminal go. The host's face shines with joy. He asks again if he is really allowed to leave alive. Wusun hurriedly gets on his feet, scattering in gratitude before the doctor. The figure of Yuchun in swift motion. His face is focused. He makes a lightning strike. The sword blade pierces the body of the residence's host. The moment of the fatal blow. A bloody stream splashes on the room's windows, coloring the glass red. Yuchun coldly remarks, he ordered not to get up. Trash has no ears to hear orders. The residence door with a signboard. The heroes leave, realizing they must disappear before the noise rises. The view of the evening sky, the last rays of the sun gild the treetops. At the forest's edge, the trio shares a modest dinner. Mujin admits he momentarily believed in the teacher's mercy. Yuchun replies that he would never spare one who trades in death. A rest on a forest clearing. Yuchun continues, once the host had little herb, but then he got involved with the Black Path to trade chests. The doctor raises his index finger. Trash attracts trash. Soon they would have turned into a criminal group like the Citadel on the Yangtze. Zusin supports the teacher. Dr. Yem and Master Nam are worse than the poorest people. They cannot be considered human. Yuchun agrees. The poor are more honest than such degenerates. But from now on, the young men will increasingly have to overcome such subhumans. Yuchun's face is angry and wary. He felt a threat behind him. Silhouettes of 4 bandits wrapped in rags appeared on the road. Frightened Mujin and Jusan stand next to the tense teacher. Yuchun dryly says, guests for dinner arrived earlier than expected. Mujin and Jusan watch in shock the lightning-fast lunge of the doctor. Only Yuchun's energetic trace remains in the clearing. 4 sinister figures in tatters approach the boys. The bandits, wrapped from head to toe, only their eyes gleam in the darkness. They are followers of the Black Path. Frightened Jusan and Mujin shout, the Nam family has already sent for our souls. Confused Mujin hears Yuchun's order. Today they will practice the sword that pierces the heart technique on these guests. The figures of the Black Path bandits are getting closer and closer. They seek revenge. The figure of Dr. Yuchun in swift motion. With one swing he knocks off the head of the first bandit. Mujin and Jusan, sticks in hand, freeze, looking at the body and the head flying in different directions. The enraged face of Yuchun. His gaze became beastly and merciless. The frightened bandits in mass recognize the enemy. This is the eccentric doctor, not just an old man, they shout. A clearing with the corpse of a bandit. Yuchun is in a fighting stance and the guys rush to help. 3 surviving enemies try to escape. Yuchun gives a command over his shoulder. He takes the center and the guys each take one opponent. If they mess up, a harsh lesson awaits them. Mujin and Jusong charge into attack with a battle cry. The figure of Dr. Yuchun, running hard in pursuit of the retreating bandits. One of the 3 robbers runs hard through the dense forest. Mujin swiftly pursues the enemy, jumping over obstacles along his trail. Sweaty Mujin, while running, marvels at the bandit's speed. Is he a beast? How can he be so agile? Mujin rushes through the forest, realizing he has never run so fast. It seems he is already catching up to the target. The bandit exerts himself fully, trying to break away from the pursuer. Mujin catches up to the enemy. He is grateful for the purple cloud step technique, although he previously considered it pointless. Mujin's memory, Dr. Yuchun shows the book, The Monkey That Runs Away, and he and Jusan train following it. Mujin continues the chase, finally convinced of the usefulness of the techniques from the book about the monkey. Mujin focuses on capturing the enemy. He fears Yuchun's anger and Yusan's mockery in case of failure. Mujin and the bandit simultaneously turn at a sudden scream. The boy tries to understand who it was. Focused Mujin scolds himself. Because of thoughts about improvement, he almost lost the target. He must hurry. The bandit suddenly turns and delivers a treacherous blow to Mujin. Mujin flies head over heels, unable to maintain balance after the unexpected attack. A clearing. An armed bandit in a fighting stance stands opposite Mujin, who is rising with a sword in his hands. The bandit mocks the angry boy. You are just a nobody compared to that doctor, even though you managed to dodge my sword. The robber draws a blade from its sheath, admitting that Mujin's reaction speed surprised him. In the middle of the forest clearing, the bandit warns Mujin, you shouldn't have interfered in this fight. The bandit's face behind the mask burns with rage. Prepare for the worst. You cross the path of the Nam family residence. Mujin analyzes the enemy. He almost hit. He is stronger than ordinary bandits, but does he surpass the leader from Yangtze? The bandit calls Mujin a rat and says, "Nothing personal, I was just paid for your head." The figure of the robber, frozen in a tense pose before the decisive attack. The beginning of a fierce fight. The bandit makes a series of lightning-fast sword thrusts. Mujin skillfully deflects the attacks, moving at the edge of his capabilities. Mujin's concentrated gaze, he senses danger. Something is wrong here. Completely wrong. The wild, beastly look of the bandit burning through the slits of the mask. In Mujin's imagination, the bandit's figure is covered with dots. He sees vulnerable spots, but suspects a trap. Mujin closely watches the enemy, noticing that the sides and neck of the robber remain exposed. The young man studies every step of the opponent, calculating the strategy for the further fight. Mujin recalls pirates. This bandit also provokes him to attack. He wields the sword much better than others. In the heat of the duel, Mujin assumes that this swordsman is used to acting extremely cautiously only with weak enemies. The bandit's eyes rage. Mujin asks if he only knows how to run away from the doctor, to which the robber laughs boldly. Mujin, in a defensive stance, understands. The enemy's laughter is too confident, and it will not be possible to avoid attacks forever. A fierce clash. The bandit makes a low lunge, trying to cut Mujin's legs. Mujin leaps into the air, skillfully parrying the robber's sword strikes mid-jump. The great plan, the blades of two swords clash, sparking sparks. Mujin instantly launches a counterattack, responding to the bandit's aggression with his technique. The beastly gaze of the enemy meets the swift movement of the blade in Mujin's hands. A series of lightning strikes. The forest fills with the ringing of steel and the noise of fierce battle. Mujin's fingers grip the handle tightly as he performs a cascade of incredibly fast movements. The tip of Mujin's sword whistles as it slices through the air to right above the opponent's head. The frightened bandit barely manages to tilt his head away, avoiding a deadly sword strike. The bandit makes a lunge, but Mujin gracefully evades the strike with a swift turn. The bandit, through the mask, hisses words, "And you swing that iron quite well, brat," hiding his own anxiety. Mujin realizes his advantage. The enemy did not feign weakness. Mujin's own skill has grown beyond recognition. The boy's focused gaze. While he is confused, I must act and finish this fight. Suddenly, something sharp cuts through the air at a furious speed toward Mujin. Mujin notices flying daggers. He dodges, but one knife still grazes his side, leaving a wound. Mujin's gaze instantly changes from sharp pain and the realization of the enemy's treachery. The bandit prepares a new knife, and Mujin is thrown into a fever. "You knew a few tricks, but the poison in your side is already working," the enemy grins. A close-up of Mujin's wounded side where a sinister dark stain begins to spread around the cut. Mujin's face at the moment of terrible realization. The daggers were poisoned, and everything before his eyes starts to blur. The bandit in the mask with a sword in hand mocks, "This is salamander poison. In 15 minutes you won't move. I promise it won't hurt." The robber swings for the decisive blow, but Mujin grits his teeth and hisses, "I wish you would die before then." The bandit throws a new batch of poisonous daggers. Mujin understands. The enemy is forcing him to move so the poison spreads faster through his body. Deadly steel flies straight at Mujin. The boy thinks, whatever. After the poison of the seven-step snake, this is just child's play. Mujin's appearance changes. His eyes become beastly, and his whole body turns into a battlefield of toxins. Imaginary image. A poisonous salamander against the backdrop of an endless black starry sky. A host of imaginary salamanders rushes through the violet cosmos toward a distant planet. Hundreds of poisonous creatures circle in space, tightening a ring around the planet. A huge eye filled with a mystical light of the seven-step snake appears from the darkness. The giant mouth of the snake opens, instantly swallowing all the poisonous salamanders. Mujin's pupil becomes vertical, like a reptile's. His vision returns. The boy sees everything clearly again. The bandit in the mask, beside himself with rage, attacks Mujin again with a sword. The robber's face is twisted with surprise. "Did you swallow the bizarre pearl? Why are you still standing?" Mujin's hand grips the sword hilt with a death grip, preparing for the final thrust. "Are you curious how I do it?" Mujin asks and swiftly goes on the offensive. The bandit jumps up, trying to strike Mujin from above. Mujin sees the enemy's upside-down face. "Inside me is the core of a seven-step snake. Your lizards don't even tickle me." Mujin's altered, coldly determined gaze at the moment his sword pierces the bandit. The wounded robber falls to the ground, raising a cloud of dry leaves. The bandit's leg freezes motionless next to a puddle of his own blood, quickly spreading. A clearing. Falling, the bandit throws his last knife, but Mujin calmly watches the enemy's agony. Mujin stands over the defeated, his gaze still otherworldly and dangerous. The bandit's hand feverishly grips the poisoned dagger. He does not believe he lost to the wretch, and he raves in unconsciousness. Overcome with despair and pain, the bandit stabs the poisoned blade into his own body, choosing death. Mujin watches the fallen bandit, who shouts curses and stabs himself with the poisoned blade. Mujin freezes in a defensive stance, tightly gripping his sword and not taking his eyes off the enemy. Mujin's questioning gaze, trying to comprehend the logic of the opponent's actions. The wounded bandit struggles in a fever on the ground, clutching a dagger in his hand. The tired Mujin assumes that the bandit wanted to soothe the pain with salamander poison, but his death is already inevitable. Mujin's thoughtful and deep gaze focused on the dying enemy, the face of the bandit in a mask, begging for mercy due to unbearable torment. The fever-ridden bandit prays for help, but Mujin silently turns to walk away. Mujin suddenly stops, hearing something extremely important. Faces of saved people emerge in Mujin's memory, mixed with bloody scenes of retribution against pirates. Mujin recalls the fierce battle on the river and the tragic moment of Hongyun's death. The bandit takes his last heavy breaths while his entire life flashes before his eyes. A kaleidoscope of visions, joyful poor people, the stern Dr. Yu-chun, and a pirate killed by poisonous needles. Next in Mujin's memory appears the image of the powerful pirate leader Zhang Sanche. The dying bandit groans again in the clearing, and Mujin finally turns toward him. Threatening with a sword, Mujin approaches the enemy, who is trembling violently. Mujin's hand slowly lowers onto the bandit's wound. The boy's palm covers the injury, emitting a powerful purple energy. The bandit's body is covered with dark veins. He thanks Mujin, acknowledging that he is not just a kid. On the clearing lies the lifeless body of the robber, whose last word was "thank you." Mujin focusedly counts something on his fingers when suddenly he hears a reproach for his lateness. The boy bends his fingers and sees the surprised faces of Yu-chun and Yu-sun before him. The serious face of Dr. Yu-chun clearly stands out against the twilight purple sky. Mujin decisively clenches his fist and asks if they plan to search for the Black Path's lair. Dr. Yu-chun closely watches Mujin, whose gaze has completely changed during the count of the killed. An unknown man with a tattoo on his neck examines another bandit lying on the ground after the battle. Both are without masks. Yu-chun, Mujin, and Jusun move on, exchanging jabs about the sluggish appearance and junk. And since then, Mujin counts every saved and taken life. The moon peeks through violet clouds in the dark violet night sky above the treetops. Dr. Yu-chun, Mujin, and Jusun move through the night forest, illuminated only by moonlight. Mujin walks through the forest, counting on his fingers how many lives he has taken and how many he managed to save. The figure of Dr. Yu-chun confidently strides through the night forest. Yu-chun watches Mujin and realizes that he is in shock, as killing many people changes the young healer. Mujin, with a backpack on his back, looks around intently as if sensing danger. Yu-chun asks Mujin if the bandit was too strong because his clothes are torn. Mujin says he just trampled the enemy. The serious and attentive gaze of Dr. Yu-chun, who silently listens to the boy's dialogue. Jusun teases Mujin about his torn clothes and says that he studies martial arts only from books. Jusun, against the backdrop of the violet forest, offers Mujin to rely on him if he is afraid of the Black Path shelter. An angry Mujin begins to draw his sword, while Jusun continues to mock his imagined weakness. Mujin and Jusun start a boyish fight, but Yu-chun sternly orders the fools to shut up immediately. The moon illuminates the night forest and a small settlement where lights burn in the huts. The heroes emerge from the purple thicket of the forest and examine the buildings ahead. Mujin and Jusun, despite everything, continue exchanging biting jokes. Dr. Yu-chun listens to the boys and with relief concludes that there is no need to worry about them. A view of the night settlement with several huts, surrounded by dense forest. The guard of the Black Path, who has fallen soundly asleep right in the thick grass. Yu-chun covers the guard's mouth and delivers a lightning-fast fatal blow. Yu-chun with a sword passes by the slain enemy, and Mujin and Jusun follow him to the huts. A large clearing under the night sky, through which the trio stealthily advances toward the settlement. Mujin creeps through the tall grass and whispers to the teacher, asking if enemies might surround them. Focused Yu-chun reassures the boy, noting that these bandits are just small fry exploiting the village. Yuchun asks if Mujin is scared, to which he declares his bravery, and Yusun boasts even more. Yuchun slaps both on the back of the head and says that they are still fools, far from real warriors. Yuchun, with a serious face, explains that a strike to the heart or throat is enough to kill, so it's worth focusing on reconnaissance. Yuchun insists that Mujin and Jusong should only destroy the leadership or powder supplies, not wasting time checking tattoos. Mujin's focused and warlike face. Yuchun, with a stern look, gives the order to move forward. Mujin, Jusong, and Yuchun disperse through the night, clearing in different directions for reconnaissance. A view of a small settlement under a purple night sky. Mujin runs swiftly to one of the settlement's buildings. Mujin enters the building and quickly assesses the situation. Mujin looks through the window of the room and realizes it is a supply warehouse. Mujin watches as Yuchun and Jusong reach other buildings, and the doctor climbs the hill. Mujin, sword in hand and backpack on his back, crouches in the tall grass. Mujin carefully pushes aside the thick grass with his hand to reveal a possible threat. Mujin touches the grass and notices a stranger anxiously asking, "Who's there?" Splashes of blood fly upward against the backdrop of the night purple sky. Alert Mujin hides again in the dense thickets. Mujin dashes across the open area in front of the next building. Mujin and Yuchun peek through the windows and see people lying on the floor. Yuchun and Mujin near the building suddenly freeze, hearing something important inside. The figure of Yusan against the backdrop of a huge wooden barn where the light is burning. The heroes watch through a crack as bandits discuss the accidental murder of Nam Ryongbu by a martial arts master. The face of a man being brutally beaten inside the barn. A burly giant with knocked-out teeth shouts at the man, accusing him of organizing this chaos. The victim curls up on the floor, covering his head with his hands from the blows of the enraged giant. A big guy lifts his leg over a man begging for mercy, denying any guilt. Mujin watches as the leader promises to expose the man's lies as soon as his men catch the killers of Nam Ryongbu. A dark-skinned big guy with knocked-out teeth and a beastly look listens intently to something. The frightened face of the dark-skinned man who shouts fiercely, "Who are you?" Dr. Yuchun, with an icy gaze, swiftly attacks the big guy. Dr. Yuchun's hand delivers a series of lightning-fast blows to the bandit, the bloodied and trembling face of the man who was just beaten by the big guy. While the man on the floor trembles with fear, Yuchun asks, "What do you mean that the traitor Yan is behind everything?" The figure of Dr. Yuchun against the night sky. "I want to ask the traitor a few questions. Jusun, traitor Yan, and Dr. Yuchun, from whose sword the bandit's blood drips." An enraged Yuchun asks Yan, "How many people here know the recipe for the 5 mineral powder?" Traitor Yan trembles with horror and answers, "Only Nam Ryongbu knew." Mortally frightened, Yan froze, staring at the tip of the sword near his torso. Yuchun squats opposite Yan and touches his ear with the sword. "Are you sure, or are you just accusing the deceased?" In the barn, Jusan and Mujin watch Yan's interrogation, who insists that only Nam Ryongbu knew the recipe. While Jusan and Mujin stand guard, Yan explains that the ingredients were immediately sent to the Nam family's residence. Entrance to a deep and dark cave. Mujin guards the barn, and Yuchun decides to destroy the cinnabar mine and kills the merchant Yan. A view of the morning blue sky and treetops illuminated by the first light. Mujin and Jusan stand in front of the entrance to the deep mine. A pile of old branches through which wild vegetation breaks through. From the open palm of Dr. Yuchun, dark purple energy begins to burst out. Yuchun enters the mine first, clearing the way through the debris with magical energy. Mujin notes that the air is poison, but this mine will harm no one else. Landscape of a high mountain covered with dense forest under bright sunlight. The foot of the mountain where among the forest thickets the entrance to the mine is visible. The entrance to the mine, which is now tightly blocked with coal, Yuchun walks among the trees, immersed in thought, while behind Mujin watches the yawning Jusong. Under the clear sky, along a wide road through the forest and mountain landscapes walk Jusang, Mujin, and Yuchun. Mujin, Jusung, and Yuchun leave the forest and come out onto an endless green meadow. In the middle of the meadow stands a solitary tree. The heroes decide to stop here for a rest, considering the place safe. The boys head across the meadow toward the spreading tree visible ahead. Mujin's and Yuchun's swords are leaned against the tree trunk. A backpack lies nearby. Yuchun stretches under the canopy and says they need to keep watch at night. Yusong offers to stand guard first. Under the tree, Jusong tells Mujin that he found something interesting in the enemy's shelter. Yusong shows a blue-purple mineral. Mujin recognizes meteorite iron from which something incredible can be forged. Mujin examines the valuable iron. 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 While Yuchun, half asleep, thinks that for him it is just ordinary metal. Yuchun tries to fall asleep, but continues to listen to his friend's excited conversation about the find. Dr. Yuchun smiles inwardly, considering the boys still children, and finally falls asleep with satisfaction. A majestic tree in the middle of the meadow shelters the figures of Mujin and Jusun talking and the sleeping doctor. Jusun demands a share of the future profit, and Mujin jokes that he only thinks about food. Mujin and Jusun shudder in fear because Yuchun suddenly jumps up with a worried look. The figure of Dr. Yuchun instantly rises. He is already ready to grab the sword behind his back. Mujin and Jusun watch tensely every movement of their mentor. Yuchun's hands confidently draw the sword from the sheath fixed behind his back. Yuchun is focused on the danger, while Mujin and Jusun freeze with a silent question in their eyes. Mujin asks what happened, but Yuchun orders silence, sensing someone's approach. The doctor's hands grip the sword hilt tighter, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. Mujin and Husong watch the teacher warily as he gives the order to prepare for battle. In the middle of the foggy meadow under a tree, Yusong and Mujin sit on the grass, while Yuchun freezes in a fighting stance. Strange legs and boots with a leopard pattern appear in front of the tree, stopping opposite the trio. The eccentric Yuchun listens carefully to the strangers, pondering who decided that he wants to die. Yuchun tells the bandits that they are the ones seeking death by selling the poisonous powder of 5 minerals. The leader in leopard skin draws his sword, raging over the doctor's words about permission to rest. The bandit declares that he doesn't care about murders and trade as long as he is paid for protection. Mujin and Jusanta take a stance while Yuchun wonders how the leader got fat on others' leftovers. Dr. Yuchun calmly advises the bandit not to lose his head over such trifles. The bandit swings an axe, shouting that Yuchun's death will allow him to raise the price for services. The scarred leader's face distorts with uncontrollable rage. Yuchun attacks swiftly, mocking that even old beasts are smarter than this fool without a core. A fierce fight begins, flashes of energy and lightning-fast clashes between the doctor and the leader. 2 young armed accomplices rush to aid their leader. Mujin prepares for battle, struck by the power of the enemies whom the teacher has ordered to be taken seriously for the first time. Mujin's face is covered with sweat from tension and rage during the enemy's offensive. A young bandit in striped leather starts a series of lightning-fast circular axe strikes. Mujin fiercely repels the heavy attack of the opponent, barely holding back the pressure. Mujin's gaze becomes intensely focused, despite the momentary fear from the enemy's power. A stream of strong energy throws Mujin backward, forcing him to fly several meters. The bandit in striped leather attacks with magical streams, not giving the boy a moment to rest. Mujin finally touches the ground with his feet, trying to regain balance after the flight. The boy realizes that even the repelled blow threw him so far because of the colossal power. Mujin sees the enemy's beastly snarl and understands that he is stronger than the leader Yangzi. The bandit flies into the air, spinning the axe so fast that its blade becomes invisible. Mujin barely stays on his feet, resisting the pressure of the enemy energy pressing on him. The striped bandit continues his deadly axe dance, relentlessly advancing. Mujin desperately maneuvers and changes positions, shielding himself with the sword from endless attacks. Mujin analyzes the enemy's style. Quick lunges and powerful bursts are characteristic of a first-class warrior. The striped bandit attacks Mujin again with a swift strike. Mujin continues his assessment. Despite the huge blade, the enemy's defense remains flawless. Mujin realizes the opponent's weak spot and sharply pushes off the ground. The bandit in striped skin makes the next lightning-fast strike. Mujin goes on the counterattack, sensing a real chance for victory. Mujin's hand confidently grips the sword hilt. The bandit's face distorts with a fierce beastly glare. Mujin makes a decisive step towards the enemy with a bare blade. Mujin changes stance, preparing to strike from bottom to top. The bandit with an axe in his hands freezes in a combat position opposite Mujin. Mujin boldly introduces himself as Mujin Tong, although his hand trembles from the colossal difference in their chi. Bandit Yakun with a cat-like gaze asks Mujin about his military rank. In the meadow, Mujin teases Yakun about his coldness, while simultaneously noting the enemy's incredible speed. The striped bandit intently spins the axe, preparing for the final blow. Mujin assesses the enemy. He is stronger than Yusan, but a precise strike to the heart will even the odds. The frame captures the moment of a lightning-fast and deadly movement. Mujin orders himself to focus, realizing that any mistake will cost him a limb. Sweaty Mujin outlines a plan and begins to move forward rapidly. A fierce clash between the striped bandit and Mujin. Maximally focused Mujin waits for the moment of calm after a large wave of enemy attacks. The imaginary silhouette of Mujin against the purple sky cuts through space with a single movement. Determined Mujin compares the fight to ore forging and acupuncture, preparing to act on the enemy's nerves. Concentrated Mujin combines knowledge of medicine and blacksmithing to find the path to victory. The figure of a striped bandit with a sharply changed, confused look. The focused face of Mujin at the moment of a swift attack on the enemy. Mujin strikes lightning fast at the striped bandit, delivering an upward blow with thoughts of self-improvement. The bandit misses the blow and realizes that Mujin's chaotic movements were a plan to make the enemy open up. The striped bandit swings an axe while Mujin, sword in hand, skillfully avoids the blade at dangerous proximity. Close-up of Mujin's face at the moment of a technical dodge from enemy attacks. The enraged bandit with cat-like eyes thinks about Mujin's phenomenal sense and the necessity to destroy him. The bandit attacks in the jump, and Mujin from below swings his sword with a determined, changed look. A series of quick strikes by the striped bandit, which Mujin cold-bloodedly parries with his blade. Mujin's foot in a men's boot, securing the stance for the next maneuver. The sinister gaze of the bandit, whom Mujin outpaced by an inch, suddenly finding himself with a sword behind his back. A men's boot forcefully pushing off the ground for a swift lunge. The striped bandit attacks again with a shout about Mujin's end, but he confidently parries the assault. Another attack by the bandit, from which Mujin skillfully escapes by jumping back. The moment of the striped one's aggressive attack and Mujin's unexpected, sharp counter-thrust in response. Mujin's memories of helping a sick boy and his work in the forge flash in his mind. The clash of opponents, during which Mujin pierces the bandit's body through and through with his sword. Mujin's gaze, full of triumph and concentration at the moment of decisive victory. Drops of blood scatter in the air and slowly fall onto the green grass. Bloody traces on the ground and the fallen striped bandit, who collapses lifelessly to the ground. Imaginary image of Mujin with a raised sword against a purple sky in streams of turquoise energy. Wounded body of a striped bandit with a huge bloody wound across the torso. Mujin towers over the bloodied body of the defeated enemy. Long bloody trail from a strike that Mujin called the peak movement technique. Mujin's hand firmly grips the sword hilt against the backdrop of blood-soaked grass after the duel. Mujin thoughtfully listens to Yuchun, who is impressed by the honest victory with a sword instead of the expected poison. Dr. Yuchun talks with Mujin, sitting on the body of a killed burly bandit in a leopard skin. Mujin asks the teacher about the difficulty of the fight, to which Yuchun confidently replies about his skills and use of poison. Dr. Yuchun's foot near the bandit's corpse lying face down in a pool of blood. Mujin and Yuchun against a bright sky discuss the nastiness of killing someone whose life was once saved. Pensive face of Mujin in a close-up. Serious look of Mujin when Yuchun says that human morality does not apply to animals like this bandit. Master Yuchun thoughtfully adds that Mujin would be horrified to learn the true purpose of his journey to Luoyang. Yuchun puts on his hat and tells Mujin that it is too early for him to know the reasons for the visit to Luoyang. The figure of Dr. Yuchun in a hat with a sword on his back against the backdrop of a misty forest and mountains. Confused Mujin watches Yuchun leave, who orders to tell Yusan to get ready for the journey. Yusan sits on the grass under a solitary tree, lowering his head and looking sadly down. Mujin with a backpack pushes the unharmed Yusan to walk, but he is upset because of the defeat and the teacher's help. A tear rolls down Yusan's face, who regrets not finding a strengthening elixir for himself. Mujin and Yusan walk through the meadow, jokingly asking Yuchun about the location of the legendary Great Recovery Pill. The figure of Dr. Yuchun, who walks through the meadow ahead of the boys and maintains a friendly conversation. Yuchun says that the pill will not be given to Yusan, but they will stop right there in Shaolin. A majestic beige arch with an inscription against the background of green trees illuminated by bright daylight. A majestic arch with an inscription on Mount Song, Shaoxi Peak. A crowd of people passes by a merchant while a voiceover tells about Shaolin. Yusan watches with admiration a group of shaved monks in yellow-red robes passing by. Yuchun, Mujin, and Yusan continue walking. The boy asks if there are really only men here, to which the teacher complains about old-fashioned laws. Yuchun confidently states that they have come to solve the ancient problem with the wooden men and teases Mujin whether he can handle it. During the climb up the cliff, Mujin says that the lack of knowledge about mechanisms will not prevent him from healing them, while Jusan dreams of a reward. The trio continues the difficult ascent up the slope, engaging in lively conversation. Resting in the greenery, Yusun leans his stick against a stone near Mujin's belongings, who laughs that he will be the one working, not Yusun. Jusun stretches sweetly near the water wheel, while Mujin jokes that his skills in begging for elixirs are the highest art of begging. At the rest stop by the river, Yuchun explains to the students that the small recovery pill is one of the most valuable and rare elixirs in the world. Juzin beams with joy and begs Mujin to share the pill, but he slyly agrees to give only a tenth. Suddenly, Mujin's gaze becomes extremely focused and alert. Water continuously flows from a bamboo pipe onto the structure of a large water wheel near the bridge. Mujin freezes on the bridge, scrutinizing the mechanism of the watermill. The boy leans over the railing, peering under the bridge at the rotating gears. Having reached the shore, Mujin begins to closely examine the strange system of bamboo pipes. Mujin marvels at the precision of the gears and does not understand why such a device needs to extend so far into the mountains. While on the riverbank, Mujin continues to trace the path of the pipes leading from the mill. Suddenly, Mujin notices someone running swiftly towards him from the pipe system. An angry girl with a crust in her hands rushes at Mujin, shouting curses and demanding that he leave immediately. The sharp crust whistles through the air as the girl tries to strike the boy. Mujin miraculously manages to lean back, avoiding the deadly metal blow. The girl releases a powerful burst of energy and strikes the ground with the crust, which throws Mujin backward. Tripping over a stone, Mujin's foot slips and he loses his balance. Yuchun and Jusong on the opposite bank watch the scuffle with surprise. Mujin flies headfirst into the river, while the attacker stands angrily at the very edge of the shore. Emerging from the water, Wet Mujin shouts angrily, trying to understand the reason for such fury. Mujin freezes. Right in front of his face appears the sharp tip of a pickaxe. The girl threatens with her fist, not restraining her anger. The blue-haired girl in white and red clothes rages, accusing Mujin of breaking her mill again. Mujin raises his hands up, denying guilt, but the girl, enveloped in energy, claims she remembers him well. Yuchun and Jusong barely hold back laughter, watching Mujin's failures. Mujin stands up and wrings his wet hair, excusing the complexity of the local mechanisms. The girl with the pickaxe on her shoulder shouts angrily for the boy to get lost and not waste her time. Leaning on the shore, Mujin watches the girl who threatens him with retribution if he returns. The girl, angrily clutching the pickaxe, walks away with wide steps. While Yuchun and Jusung get ready, Mujin climbs onto the shore amid the comrades' mockery of his failures with women. Dr. Yuchun calls to stop the quarrels, and the bold Jusung reluctantly agrees. Wet Mujin rages because of Yusun's mockery, who only continues to laugh. Irritated Mujin throws the backpack over his shoulder, preparing to leave. Against the backdrop of the blue sky, a water wheel turns. Yuchun urges the boys to set off. Sunlight floods the wide stone stairs and the majestic gates of the Shaolin Monastery. Monk Chang'ok greets the guests with a welcoming pose, jokingly offering Yuchun to atone for his sins. Mujin reflects on the greatness and spiritual power of the monk, considering him worthy of the highest level of mastery. Mujin is impressed that Yuchun has such an influential friend among martial arts masters. The youths introduce themselves to Chang'ok. Mujin assumes that the monk's power is reflected in his strong physique. Yuchun friendly places his hand on the monk's shoulder, replying that it is already too late for him to repent. The boys follow the masters, admiring the high level of martial arts of both men. Yuchun mentally gets annoyed by Chang'ok's lectures, considering him too stubborn. Chang'ok firmly shakes the doctor's hand, testing his strength and continuing the conversation about atonement. The wary monk falls silent when Yuchun raises a clenched fist to his face. A picturesque view of neat courtyards and houses inside the Shaolin Monastery. A group of travelers led by Chang'ok walks along a shaded alley deep into the monastery. Chang'ok inquires about the purpose of the visit and asks if these young men are Yuchun's disciples. Yuchun denies, pointing out that the boys are his full-fledged partners. The doctor explains that they have arrived to provide an important service to the monastery, which surprises the monk. Yuchun boldly declares that they are ready to repair the legendary wooden dummies. Focused, Chang'ok reports that the monastery has decided to destroy the dummies for the sake of a new training ground. Yuchun, Jusong, and Mujin freeze at the unexpected and unpleasant news. Entering the building, the stunned doctor tries to find out who made such a decision. From deep within the room comes a stern refusal. The matter of the dummies does not concern outsiders. An old monk in yellow-red robes against a brick wall background. His face is tense, He has devoted his entire life to the wooden dolls, but in vain. Mujin and Jusong listen to the monk's story by the table, while Yu-chun stands by the window. The monk recalls how masters from everywhere tried to bring the dolls to life. Flashback. The sect leader meets a crowd of carpenters and strategists near the entrance. They all sought to receive a reward, but no one could even fix a hand. Close-up of fragments of a wooden hand of a mechanical man. In a clean room, the monk continues the story while Yu-chun examines the interior. The elder laments that incompetent masters demanded too high a fee. The monk at the table recalls swindlers who demanded advance payment, stole sacred scrolls, or simply ran away with the money, destroying Shaolin. Figures of Jusong and Mujin listening intently, and Yu-chun slowly walking around the room. The monk's face. He says that the pain from seeing broken dolls hinders the Buddha's path, so it is better to get rid of them forever. Yu-chun looks attentively at the monk. The elder asks if the doctor really believes that the 20-year-old Mujin is capable of what blacksmiths cannot do. The monk rises from the table and thanks for the offer. He says the matter is settled and asks the guests to leave the room. The monk returns to his affairs, ignoring the guests. Mujin and Jusong look at him disappointedly. Yu-chun examines a figurine from a game box. He notes to the hall guard that skill does not always depend on age. Yu-chun's hand holds a small figurine resembling a button. He claims that Mujin is living proof of his words. Yu-chun in front of the box with figurines says that some things can only be learned over time, but talent is something else. The monk flips through a book, ignoring Yu-chun's words. Jusong and Mujin look at the doctor who asks for one chance. The monk freezes and sternly asks where exactly these young men could have learned to handle secret wooden mechanisms. Yu-chun suddenly draws his sword and swings it over the room. Yu-chun raises the sword over the box with game figurines. Mujin tries to stop the teacher, and the monk shouts for them to go away. Yu-chun's defiant look. He says this is not a mess, but an opportunity to gain new experience that the monk does not appreciate. The old monk's face is covered with cold sweat from fear. Frightened Mujin watches the swift movement of the sword in the teacher's hand. Yu-chun challengingly cuts the game box, assuring the monk that he will definitely like this result. A shot where Yu-chun's sword blade slices the wooden game box in half. A series of lightning-fast sword strikes on the fragments of the game box. Frightened Mujin catches the chopped piece of wood mid-air. The monk froze in shock, and Mujin stands next to a fragment of the box in his hands. The eccentric Dr. Yu-chun hides the sword and orders Mujin to demonstrate his skills. The face of the puzzled monk and the surprised Mujin, who does not understand what exactly he is supposed to show. A small red brick building with columns where an elderly monk lives. Mujin skillfully works with a chisel, recalling that he saw a similar technique on the way to Shaolin. A multitude of wooden splinters fly into the air, an exquisite figure of Buddha around which the remnants of wood are still flying. The elderly monk is impressed that Mujin carved the statue of Vairocana in just 10 minutes. Yu-chun, Jusong, and Mujin listen to the monk. Mujin hides the knife in its sheath. The agitated monk calls the master's appearance a blessing of Buddha for the temple. A pink-gray cottage at the foot of the mountain, to which a stone path leads. Heavy doors open, letting light into the dusty room. Yu-chun is at the threshold of the room that has not been shown to outsiders for 7 years. Mujin and Jusong are examining the unfamiliar room with interest. A hall filled with wooden mannequins that urgently need repair. Mujin thoughtfully examines the wooden people capable of walking independently. Dozens of mechanical mannequins are stored in the spacious room. The monk explains that there are no instructions in the library, only combat scrolls. The figure of an elderly monk who sincerely wishes the guests success in their work. Mujin bows farewell, watching the old monk off with his gaze. Yu-chun, Jusong, and Mujin begin inspecting the wooden figures in the hall. Mujin notices that each mannequin has its own unique structural features. Mujin immerses himself in deep reflection on the complex structure of the mechanisms. Yu-chun wonders why no one has been able to repair these simple statues in 300 years. While Yu-chun talks about the reward, Jusong tries to push the wooden figure. Mujin doubts the realism of the doll's movements while Jusong tests one. Jusong tries to find a hidden mechanism by touching the mannequin's head. Jusong's hand sharply hits the wooden man in the face. Mujin and Yu-chun flinch at Jusong's unexpected scream. Jusong's face turns blue from pain. He says the mannequin hit him back. Mujin looks puzzled at his companion, trying to comprehend what he heard. Detailed view of the internal structure of the mannequin's leg during movement. Jusong lies on the floor while Mujin analyzes the connection between the strike and the leg's reaction. Mujin's hand hits the wooden mannequin's head, suddenly feeling a strange resistance under his palm. Sweaty and frightened face of Mujin, who notices the mannequin coming to life and emitting energy. The wooden man instantly reacts to the slap and delivers a counterattack to Mujin. Stunned and frozen gaze of Dr. Yuchun, who is observing what is happening. Jusan freezes in place, looking at what happened with mute horror in his eyes. Mujin is thrown backward by the powerful blow of the wooden man at high speed. The mannequin stands with an outstretched hand, around which pulses remnants of energy. Clubs of mysterious energy rapidly spin around the legs of the motionless wooden mannequin. Yuchun helps Mujin to stand up. They are amazed that it was a real combat move. Mujin surveys the hall and realizes that other wooden dolls are also beginning to move. Yuchun agrees. The task is so difficult that the reward seems meager compared to it. Mujin watches with surprise Husin's hand, who is persistently calling friends to look at something. Under the floor of the hall, a complex mechanism with gears is visible, which moves the mannequins. Through a hole in this floor, the heroes see wooden parts similar to those cared for by the girl with the crust. The trio examines the intricate devices, assuming that this mechanism extends beyond the hall. Mujin asks Jusan to help, while Dr. Yuchun tries to decipher the purpose of the devices. The boys grab the main pole, hoping that its rotation will make the mannequins come to life. Mujin's hand rests on the massive wooden shaft, checking its strength and stability. The main pole shifts from its place, causing all parts of the complex mechanism to start moving. Mujin and Dr. Yuchun freeze in tense anticipation, watching the hall's reaction. From the vibration of the mechanisms under the floor, all wooden figures in the room begin to tremble. The wooden mannequin's hand vibrates, releasing palpable clusters of pure energy around it. The wooden doll's limb sharply thrusts forward, repeating a combat move. One of the mannequins slowly raises its hand, following the trajectory set by the mechanism. Jusan and Yuchun are stunned, and the excited Mujin exclaims that the device finally worked. The wooden hand's joint creaks as it rotates, demonstrating the operation of hidden hinges. Suddenly, the worn-out hands of the mannequin fall off and crash onto the floor with a dull thud. Mujin gloomily looks at the fragments, understanding that these dolls are a living record of Shaolin technique. Standing in the hall, Mujin imagines the energetic silhouettes of masters from the past performing exercises. He thinks, if he had seen these movements 300 years ago, he would definitely know how to repair them. Mujin carefully examines the wooden figure, trying to understand its internal structure. Mujin studies the wooden mannequin, looking at the complex construction from another angle. Jusan and Yuchun watch their friend. Yuchun asks if he can manage, not noticing Mujin's determined gaze. Mujin's face becomes bold. He replies that he does not know the solution yet, but he will definitely find it. The hole in the floor reveals a view of the intricate mechanisms controlling the mannequins. A picturesque view of the mountains under a bright morning sky with sparse white clouds. Mujin walks alone through a sparse forest towards a solitary building. Pensive Mujin recalls a monk who told him about Master Dan, who lives in a hut near the mountain gates. Mujin approaches the hut. Noticing a strange device nearby, he heads towards it. The young man is surprised by the find. He understands that this device resembles a mechanism that animates mannequins. Mujin studies the device with admiration. He thinks the clues are nearby because the device looks incredible. A close-up of a complex system of levers and parts of a wooden mechanism. Satisfied Mujin with a block and a knife in his hands, he decides to replace the gear teeth to appease the owners. Mujin flinches at an unexpected shout. Someone accuses him of lying and invading again. An angry girl with a crust radiates powerful energy. With a fiery look, she swings at the boy. Frightened Mujin retreats with the block in his hand. The girl shouts that he is a scoundrel and lied to her again. The angry girl rushes in to attack. She fiercely orders Mujin to leave immediately. The frightened face of Mujin, who finally recognizes the girl with the crust. Mujin runs away with tools in his hands. He shouts that she is mistaken and he only wants to ask a question. Mujin explains while running that he is looking for Master Dan on the advice of the hall's guardian. Chips fly around from the blows. The girl attacks again. She fiercely shouts that mentioning the guardian of the Hall of Prophecies will not save him. Dodging the blows of the hatchet, Mujin continues to focusedly work the wood with a knife. The girl pauses for a moment with a surprised face. She asks again if the guardian really gave him permission. The chase continues. Mujin runs with all his might, carpenters on the go, and the girl rushes after him at great speed. Mujin suddenly turns around, deftly snatches the hatchet from her hands, and throws himself in the other direction. The surprised blue-haired girl examines the new gear that Mujin managed to carve during the escape. The focused girl holds Mujin's work in her hand, realizing the high skill of this craft. The new gear fits perfectly in the mechanism near the hut. The girl is impressed by the speed and precision of the young man's work. Mujin folds his hands in a greeting gesture. Holding the hatchet, he apologizes for the delay in introduction. Sweaty Mujin returns the tool. He states his name and asks again about Mr. Dan. The face of the blue-haired girl expresses deep surprise at what she heard. The girl takes the hatchet. Mujin explains that he is looking for an expert in wooden mannequins, whom the guardian mentioned. The girl silently walks in the other direction. Mujin watches her confusedly, not understanding what is happening. The blue-haired girl points to a hill in the grass. She says that Mr. Dan, her father, lies right here. He is dead. Stunned, Mujin listens to the girl. She says he should not worry if an expert on mannequins is needed. The girl confidently looks at Mujin and introduces herself. Her name is Dan Solyon, and she is exactly the one he is looking for. Mujin is amazed by Dan Solyon's knowledge about the wooden mannequins near her hut and asks how the girl can enter Shaolin. Dan Solyon admits that she does not have access to the temple, but assures Mujin that only she can fix the wooden people. In the clearing near the house, the girl offers Mujin to exchange secrets in response to his interesting story. Solyon invites the stunned Mujin to visit a special secret place. Mujin looks around with admiration and asks the girl what these amazing things are. On the walls hang intricate drawings and detailed blueprints of the internal mechanisms of wooden men. Solyon leads the guests through the workshop with devices, suggesting the peer communicate informally and relax. Mujin stunnedly examines the blueprints, while Solyon explains that she knows about his plans to fix living mannequins. The satisfied girl holds Mujin's gear and promises to reveal secrets on the condition that he helps her with the sun. The face of Solon expresses calm anticipation of the boy's reaction. The embarrassed Mujin only confusedly repeats the word sun, not knowing how to react. Above the workshop roof against the clear sky, Mujin's surprised exclamation is heard as he asks the girl about the child. Solon tells the story of ancestor masters who for centuries passed knowledge about Shaolin guardians only to men. The shots show the master's sharp tools skillfully carving details of the future wooden man. An ancient ancestor of the Solon family is focused on creating the first complex mannequin. A group of men works on assembling the internal mechanism for the wooden warriors. The head of the wooden figure is crafted so masterfully that it resembles the face of a real person. The ancient master finishes work on creating the living wooden mannequin. The head of another wooden man model looks more technological and resembles a robot. The mannequin gradually acquires mechanical features, increasingly distancing itself from a human appearance. Solon shows the late father's drawings, noting that he was kind but had no talent for mechanics. Mujin admits that he also understands little about the records and wonders if the girl herself figured them out. Solon carefully examines in her hand the gear that Mujin machined. The girl asks how he managed to create such a part, to which Mujin simply replies, "I just made it." Solon apologizes for the rudeness, explaining that she often met fraudsters before, and acknowledges Mujin as a smart person. Mujin returns to the conversation about the sun, trying to understand what the sad Solon meant. Both continue the conversation in the workshop cluttered with devices and drawings. Solon gathers a stack of papers and explains. Her son should be repairing mannequins, but since he is not here yet, it is her duty. Mujin's face distorts with fear after the girl's words about her plans for the future son. Solon tells that after the death of her father and brother, she swore on their graves to continue the family business. Dan Solyon spreads out his father's drawings and notes on the table. The blue-haired girl pulls Mujin to the table with parts, offering to explain the plan or her dream. The shining face of Solyon, who dreams of mechanisms while her peers desire only clothes and cosmetics. The girl enthusiastically talks about wooden dolls, and Mujin is impressed by her struggle with an unsolved mystery. Mujin looks at the drawings and thinks that the glory from the papers will go to Solyon's son, not to her. Solyon enthusiastically explains the process of restoring damaged wooden mannequins. Pensive Mujin marvels at the girl's self-sacrifice and jokingly compares her to a saint, an imaginary image of a majestic holy woman. Mujin holds a gear and asks why Solyon needs these shackles if she will not see the fruits of her labor. Evening sky and sunset illuminating the mountains and an old watermill. Mujin in the workshop asks Solyon if she will regret the wasted time in her old age. A small wooden gear cracks in half. Frightened Mujin looks at the fragments of the gear that fell apart in his hands. Mujin cautiously watches the girl, fearing that she noticed his scared expression. The blue-haired girl laughs sincerely and loudly at the boy's reaction. Solyeon pats Mujin on the shoulder, recalling how she once considered her father a weirdo because of these toys. The figure of the father, who bowed his head before the superior glances of the villagers and the silent monks. Little Solyeon stands next to her father. Images of the majestic and impassive Shaolin monks. Little Solyeon cries, realizing that her children and grandchildren might be doomed to the same fate. On the desk next to the drawings stands a miniature copy of a Shaolin mannequin. The girl takes the doll copy and resolutely declares that she will bring these mechanisms to life with her own hands. Solyeon squeezes the hand so hard that the small figure shatters into pieces. Confident Solyeon says that the Dan family will become benefactors, not dependents of Shaolin. Stunned Mujin listens to the girl's words that she does not care about others' opinions. Solyeon goes out into the yard, leaving the confused Mujin alone in the workshop. Mujin stands on the threshold, trying to comprehend what he has heard. The boy examines the details and is fascinated by the readiness of this strange girl to dedicate her life to her goal. Mujin almost cries with delight, considering her path the greatest story of family honor. Mujin folds his hands in a prayer gesture, vowing to help the heroic Solyeon in her cause. The enlightened face of Mujin, who has made a fateful decision. Surprised, Mujin accepts a cup of wine from Solyeon, who offers to drink to a good mood. Solyeon holds a cup in one hand and a large vat of wine on the other shoulder. Pensive Mujin looks at the cup. Solyeon promises to explain the essence of things with each sip. The girl with blue hair cheerfully suggests raising the cups. Mujin's enchanted gaze fixed on the image of Solyeon. The hands of Solyeon and Mujin clink cups after the toast. The sun sets over the evening forest. From the hut comes Solyeon's voice about the details of Shaolin's inner walls. A night landscape with a gray-green sky through which the light of the full moon breaks. The hut and Solyeon's workshop in the night silence, a light burns in the windows. The workshop walls are densely covered with drawings and calculations of Shaolin wooden mannequins. Sleepy Mujin is avoided after drinking. A note is stuck to his forehead. The floor is covered with formulas. Mujin, hungover, tries to remember at least something. Mujin, among scrolls and diagrams, exhales with relief, convinced he has not done anything foolish. Mujin gradually comes to his senses and assesses his condition. The young man rises from the floor, looking around in search of Solyeon. Being in the workshop, Mujin attentively listens to the sounds of the night. Under the starry sky and the full moon, singing spreads in the night air. Mujin goes outside and sees the silhouette of a girl singing near the watermill. Splashes of water on the mill wheel mix with Solyeon's melodious voice. Solyeon sits by the river near the water wheel, singing with a cup of wine nearby. A girl with blue hair sings inspiredly, looking into the night distance. Moonlight floods the mountains and the bridge, on the edge of which Solyeon sits with her song. Mujin quietly approaches the riverbank, where the girl's voice echoes. Solyeon sings with closed eyes, fully immersed in the melody. A lonely figure of the girl on the edge of the bridge under the night sky. Solyeon's face with a blush on her cheeks and peacefully closed eyes. To the sounds of the song, Mujin returns to the illuminated workshop. Mujin lies down in the workshop, trying to finally fall asleep. A drunken young man reflects on the fact that Solyeon was not born a hero either. Mujin recalls his father's words in the hospital yard that he can leave. Mujin imagines Solyeon's father's grave, thinking about her freedom after repairing the mannequins. The gates of the Dan clinic, illuminated by the morning sun from Mujin's blurred dreams. Little Mujin with a black eye cries and tells his father that he does not want to crawl before the Shinshin sect. Mujin's father cools a spoon in a bowl of water, explaining that this restriction helps them study medicine. A childhood familiar yard that appears in Mujin's dream. A young father in a clinic applies a cold spoon to his son's eye and says that patients with Shinshan are their practice. Frightened Mujin holds a spoon near his eye while his father suddenly lifts him up in his arms. The son sits on his father's shoulders, who compares their family to a tree that grows higher to the sky with each generation. The smiling father says that he himself will not become a divine doctor and asks Mujin to raise his hands up. The father walks through the yard holding his son on his shoulders while little Mujin stretches his palms to the heavens with all his might. The child and father together raise their hands up. The father urges his son to become the best doctor to save people. Mujin on his father's shoulders imagines lifting his adult self even higher for the sake of saving lives. The image of adult Mujin standing on the small palms of his childhood self. Little Mujin on his father's shoulders carefully examines his face and eyes. A young father, shining with happiness, asks his son if the Shinshin sect still seems so important to him. Mujin's face in the present tense he wakes up and recovers from vivid dreams. Mujin sits on a mat in the middle of Solyon's workshop, trying to gather his thoughts. An open window of their workshop, through which bright morning sunlight pours. Solyon works intently with a scraper under the clear morning sky. Mujin watches from the workshop the girl's diligent work. Mujin's enchanted gaze directed at Solyon. Sunny mountains in misty forest around Shaolin. Mujin has finally returned to the monastery. Angry Jusang and mocking Yuchun meet Mujin, asking about his night adventures. Mujin tells that he learned a lot of new things from Lady Dan, while friends jokingly accuse him of selfishness. Outraged Mujin asks not to twist the facts, since he and Solyon were only studying wooden mannequins. Mujin trembles with rage because of the rude jokes of friends that offend Lady Dan's honor. Sweaty Mujin confirms to Yuchun that he did not waste the night and found important clues. Inspired Mujin assures that he will need a few months to complete the case. Yuchun boldly suggests that the guy just wants to spend more time with Solyon. Mujin mentally curses the old man. Yuchun goes about his business, denying Mujin's opinion that his job is only to catch criminals. Inspired Yuchun, surrounded by bright energy, finally decides to take up the matter he had long postponed. Happy Dr. Yuchun dreams of writing a book where he will include all his medical knowledge. Solyon's workshop, under the bright morning sky, against the backdrop of green tree crowns. Solyon with scrolls asks Mujin about the doctor and is surprised that he also knows medicine. Mujin brazenly states that he would have interfered with the repair if he were not busy with business. Solyon assumes that Jusang and Yuchun are cheerful, but Mujin complains about troubles from them. Solyon in the workshop fearfully asks Mujin if a few months will be enough for the work. Inspired Mujin explains that understanding the mechanism of wooden people will ease the repair. Solyon examines the drawings and decides to assemble the experimental mannequin prototype by hand. Solyon explains to Mujin how the energy of watermills should be transmitted to the wooden figures. Solyon demonstrates with hand and leg movements exactly how the mechanism should move. Mujin barely suppresses laughter while watching Solyon's funny movement demonstrations. An angry Solyon shouts for him not to dare laugh as she is studying a complex mechanism. Solyon does not believe Mujin, who tries to justify his laughter with a sudden cough. Solyon asks Mujin to make 6 reduced parts for the prototype of the future doll. Mujin takes a carving knife and agrees to carve wooden little men by hand. Solyon's workshop and cottage, surrounded by greenery, shine in the rays of bright sun. Solyon's night workshop under the moonlight, through whose windows warm glow breaks through. Mujin joyfully exclaims, showing the newly assembled prototype of the wooden man, a small box pedestal with a handle that is supposed to control the movements of the wooden mannequin. Mujin and Solyon look at the prototype with admiration, preparing for the first launch. Mujin's hand begins to slowly turn the handle, activating the mechanism. The small wooden man stands motionless on the table, awaiting the impulse. The complex mannequin mechanism, consisting of numerous small gears and parts. The gears inside the small wooden torso begin to slowly rotate. A detailed view of the internal mechanism of the wooden man before the start of movement. Solyon watches the doll prototype tensely, which is still standing motionless. Surprised Mujin and Solyon notice the first signs of the wooden device working. The small wooden prototype finally comes to life and begins to make its first movements. Inspired Mujin shouts that the doll moves exactly as Solyon predicted. Solyon's hand carefully reaches out to the wooden doll that has started its movement. Solyon excitedly holds the moving wooden figure, a tiny copy of a human. A small prototype of a Shaolin mannequin moves its arms and legs briskly. Solyon looks at the wooden doll that came to life with inspiration and wonder. Mujin watches with pleasure the fruits of their joint labor. A few days after creating the prototype, the monks in the temple discuss rumors about repairing mannequins. Monks in yellow-red robes say that a boy has appeared, perfect for such work. Mentor Chongbok wonders why Mujin changed his mind and whether they will lose the mannequins this winter. Chongbok imagines himself as an observer of the sun and asks if the master was really brought by the eccentric doctor. Chongbok is outraged by the doctor's interference, who at any moment could be declared an enemy of Marim. Chongbok reacts displeased to the remark that Yushun sounds like a serial killer of innocence. Chonguk, with 6 dots on his forehead, defends the doctor, reminding that he only punished criminals. Chongbok boldly leans back in his chair, recalling the doctor's severed hands and the theft of scrolls. 5 monks hold a tense discussion at a long table in the main hall of the temple. Jungkook asks if there is even one clan not indebted to Yuchun for his free treatment of the poor. Jongbok contemptuously says that the gods judge differently, and the doctor's apprentice is just as much a sinner. Jungkook denies that Mujin is the doctor's apprentice, but Jongbok believes they are two of a kind. The monks sharply turn at the commanding shout, "Enough!" that sounded near the entrance. Guard Zhongyul declares that creating a mannequin outside Shaolin is theft of martial arts. The stern face of Zhongyul, who loudly lectures the other monks about following the rules. Zhongyul's hands manipulate prayer beads under the watchful and wary gaze of Jongbok. An elderly monk stands up and asks not to consider it theft, but to continue the repairs. Zhongyul agrees, but insists that further work be done only within the walls of Shaolin. Solian with drawings warns Mujin that they should avoid accusations of breaking the vow. The focused Dr. Yuchen diligently works on his new book. The doctor's brush draws neat hieroglyphs on a clean sheet of paper. Panoramic view of a sunny town surrounded by the majestic temples of Shaolin. Sweaty face of Jusun, who barely restrains an outburst of strong irritation. The crowd behind Yusan excitedly watches every move in the tense game. Dice on the red tablecloth freeze, both show sixes. Excited spectators, along with nervous Yusan, shout in unison, "Double sixes!" The dice lie on the table, recording the incredible result of the round. From the illuminated tavern come shouts of joy and praise for Lord Han under the night sky. The building of Solian's workshop under the morning sun, where the girl asks if Mujin will really stop his daily visits. Disappointed face of Solian, who sighs heavily. Inspired Mujin explains that he will make parts here and assemble them on the temple grounds. Mujin in the workshop asks Solian if this work arrangement suits her. Happy Mujin looks at the blue-haired girl and asks again if everything is okay. Pensive Solian silently watches Mujin. At the desk, Solian says that the main thing is the result, and Mujin joyfully thanks God for her words. Upset Solian listens to Mujin's story about the formidable guard and his lightning glance that almost stopped all work. Bold Mujin asks the girl not to worry, promising to persuade the guard not to change their plans. Solian and Mujin discuss today's task, leaning over the drawings in the workshop. Mujin's face shines with joy and sincere happiness. Shy Solian only quietly sighs in response. Under the bright sky, Solian urges Mujin not to rush and to focus on the precision of machining the mechanisms. The sun sets in the orange sky, illuminating the mountains and the neat buildings of the Shaolin temples. Joyful Jusang greets the poor and kindly asks if they have already eaten. The poor rejoice at the meeting, note Jusang's energy, and invite him to share the meal. Jusang gratefully declines the food and says goodbye to the poor people. On Jusan Street, Jusan entertains children by demonstrating skillful combat techniques using a stick. Jusan continues to play cheerfully and casually with the children. Surprised, Yusan hears that because of his popularity, people might mistake him for the head of the Denfen branch. The figure of Wang Bon with a strange hairstyle, who greets Yusan with words about today's great success. Happy Jusan thinks about how this settlement is always noisy and cheerful, unlike the strict Shaolin. A two-story tavern whose light falls on a cozy courtyard under the evening sky. The figure of Jusan, who came to visit the noisy tavern. Satisfied, Jusan evaluates the lively atmosphere inside the establishment. The hall is full of people, tired travelers, wealthy merchants, and dice players from all over Jianghu. The gaming dice look impressive against the bright red tablecloth. Armed with a stick, Jusan confidently walks through the hall past the crowd and gaming tables. Emotions are swirling around, and Wang Bon tells Jusan that gaming dens are the best place for begging. Van Bon with a smile addresses the excited players, begging them for food. Jusan with a stick stands in the gaming hall, attentively watching the progress of other visitors' games. Jusan's face expresses sincere interest and concentration on the process. Jusan gets scared when a smooth, upset man approaches from behind and says he has been waiting too long for Mr. Han. The fat man looks at Jusan with a pleading gaze, extending a handful of coins and asking him to roll the dice instead of him. Jusan looks at the money, recalling that it all started as a simple amusement when he came here following Van Bon. Two gaming dice in flight, with 2 sixes clearly visible on the top faces. An excited Jusan stands before the gaming table under the watchful eyes of an admiring crowd. On the red tablecloth lie 2 sixes. Jusan thinks that his incredible luck made people see him as a deity of gambling. A grateful man emotionally hugs the confused Jusan for the successful throw. A sweaty fat man holding his breath watches every move on the gaming field. Jusun focusedly throws the dice, worried because now he is the center of everyone's attention. A long gaming table cluttered with money, at the head of which sits an elderly man with an eye patch. Nervous Jusun recalls the rules. If the sum on the dice is 7 or less, the gaming house takes the bet for itself. Imaginary images of greedy players with predatory looks, seeking easy profit. Sweaty Jusun reflects that only a result over 10 points allows the player to take half the pot. A man's hand throws the dice. Jusun knows that an 8 or 9 leaves 70% of the sum to the gaming establishment. A pile of money near the elderly man at one end of the table and the thrown dice at the other. 12 points grant the right to 90% of the pot. On the red cloth lie a 2 and a 5. Jusun convinces himself that the game is an unjustified risk. Jusun smiles at the crowd and, despite another loss, declares that it's worth trying again because he is usually lucky. A fat man with a lump on his head squeezes a pouch of money, encouraging Jusun and asking him to make a new throw. Alert Jusun agrees to only 10 attempts, demanding confirmation from the fat gentleman. Sweaty fat man instantly agrees to Jusun's terms, begging him not to worry about the result. The full hall of spectators holds its breath while Jusun announces a new attempt and throws the dice on the table. Dice with a 4 and a 3 fly over the table under the anxious gazes of Jusun and the fat man. The players closely watch the dice showing a 5 and a 3. Sweat covers the faces of Jusun and his companion. The crowd cheers another failed throw, a 1 and a 4. The fat man looks exhausted and Jusun tired. The spectators openly laugh while an elderly man with an eye patch calmly observes the game. The hand of the establishment's owner cold-bloodedly rakes all the money to himself with a special poker stick. Jusun thoughtfully wonders if he can really change the course of the game, feeling that luck has turned away. The trembling fat man realizes that his pouch of coins has become almost empty. Worried Jusun sits at the table and does not dare to ask the trembling fat man about the state of his nearly empty pouch. Jusun angrily throws the dice, convincing himself that the man is to blame and that he has no guilt in losing other people's money. The anxious face of the fat man, who is trembling with tension. Imaginary faces of spectators with shining gambling eyes and dice flying onto the gaming table. In the gaming hall, the dice bounce off the felt on one side of the table, while the man with the eye patch watches them from the other. Tense and anxious gaze of Jusun fixed on the game. 2 dice finally stop on the table, showing 2 sixes. The hall erupts with joyful cries. The fat man is beside himself with happiness, and everyone around is amazed by the double 6. Jusun is lifted onto the shoulders by the happy fat man and Van Bon, while the young man thinks it's time to escape from someone else's anger. Jusun, with a disappointed and angry expression, tries to refuse the crowd's demands to continue the game. The spectators applaud Jusun, and he realizes they are hypocrites for their own benefit. So it's time for the poor man to disappear in time. Under the starry sky, the tavern beckons with lights, and inside Jusun stops the game, feeling the approach of trouble. Jusun's hand pours a whole pile of 1 coins into an old cracked bowl. Jusun gives the money to a poor man with a little daughter, sincerely wishing them to finally eat well. While the poor rejoice over the coins, Jusun with the stick and Van Bon with 3 bumps on his head move aside. Van Bon wonders at his companion's act, asking if he didn't regret giving away the reward earned from the game. Jusun calmly replies to Van Bon that he never needed money and will not feel the need in the future. Van Bon calls Jusun a true follower of the sect and treats him to dumplings, which he specially saved for him. Jusun thanks his comrade and Van Bon goes about his business, hoping to see something interesting again tomorrow. Jusun stands in the middle of the street with a stick and dumplings, watching Van Bon leave. Jusun eagerly devours the dumplings. Surprised, Jusun stops eating when he hears someone unfamiliar calling him, "Yunache!" On the evening street, a plump man with a necklace and a mop on his back offers to predict Jusun's fate. The cheerful face of the stranger with a red nose, small mustache, and shining eyes. Jusun cautiously tries to guess the man's intentions, fearing that he just wants to take his dumplings. The man with the red nose introduces himself as Pen-chun, whom people call the Great Poor Harvester. Jusun, with a dumpling in hand, guesses that he is a brother in the sect and introduces himself as the Red Poor. Pen-chun curiously asks the surprised young man if he really wants to know what fate has in store for him. Smiling, Pen-chun notes that Jusun has already become quite a well-known person. Landscape of Kunlun. Once Pen-chun was a respected Taoist with the gift of seeing heavenly fate. Young Penchun walks through the hills. He became a poor man because such a path was destined for him. Penchun in middle age. Over decades, he became a guardian of the sect with 6 knots. Gray-haired Penchun with a smile. A new vision makes his old heart tremble with anticipation. Inspired Yusun with the dumpling. He admits he has no money to pay. Penchun offers Yusun to learn his fate for free. The young man agrees. Penchun firmly squeezes Yusun's cheeks, beginning his examination. The elder approaches the youth's face. He noticed Yusun back in the gaming house. Yusun looks with sincere surprise. Penchun scrutinizes the boy's ears and teeth, not letting go of his face. The elder says that Yusun was supposed to die as an infant, but fate strangely changed. Penchun notices special irises of the eyes. This poor man is doomed to great wealth. Great luck saved Yusun from death. The boy asks what else is visible on his face. Penchun touches the young man's ear. He predicts a glorious path for him without any hunger. Yusun offers a dumpling instead. The elder asks which branch the young man with 3 knots leads. Yusun introduces himself as the head of the jewel branch. Penchun suspects the boy is lying. The elder wonders if this young man knows that such fabrications will bring severe punishment. Penchun knows. For lying, a martial arts master can have his core or tendons destroyed. The elder recalls how Yusun gave all his recent winnings to the poor. A scene appears before his eyes where Yusun sincerely shares food with the needy. Penchun decides to forgive the boy, since he uses the sect's name out of kindness. Yusun continues distributing food to the poor, unaware of the elder's thoughts. Smiling Yusun against the sky, other poor people would have simply destroyed his core for such a lie. The elder's focused gaze. He wants to check how truly lucky this boy is. Yusun contemplates Penchun's unexpected proposal regarding a bet. Penchun proposes, if he wins, he will take the stick, and if he loses, he will teach the technique. Yusun skillfully twirls the stick. He says he knows martial arts, which surprises the elder. Penchun laughs. Now he truly sees that the young man possesses the basics of combat. The elder promises that with his secret knowledge, Yusun will become many times stronger. Penchun whispers in Yusun's ear that he is an incredibly powerful master. Yusun suddenly applies a technique called horizontal do turn. Yusun demonstrates the stick technique before Penchun, shouting a battle motto. Penchun attentively watches every movement of Yusun. Yusun continues to show mastery of wielding the combat stick. Penchun sees only a copy of beggar's techniques without proper foundation and skill. Yusun moves on to demonstrate the next complex stick technique. The leg of Penchunya confidently stands on the flat road. With one sharp movement, Penchun instantly crushes the stones under his foot. A look of deep surprise and tension appears on Yusun's face. Against the backdrop of the night sky, the image of a giant shining palm emerges. The imaginary palm of Penchun easily stops Yusun's swift attack. Penchun creates an energy shield through which Yusun cannot break. Penchun smiles and asks if he impressed his opponent with his strength. Realizing the deadly power of his opponent, Yusun confirms his interest. Impressed by Penchun's skill, Yusun asks to be taught and inquires about the conditions. Penchun throws dice, explaining a simple rule: the higher sum wins. Penchun kneels and offers Yusun to make the first move. Penchun's hand skillfully throws the dice onto the ground. The dice stop, showing a total result of 4 points. Confident Yusun expects an easy victory, and Penchun accepts the challenge. A tense moment of gambling between two opponents in the middle of the street. Both men squat, focused on the outcome of the throw. Yusun decisively throws the dice onto the cobblestones. 9 points come up, a serious advantage for Yusun's victory. Triumphantly, Yusun announces his quick win to Penchun. Suddenly, Yusun's face is covered in sweat from the unexpected change in the situation. Penchun's fingers barely touch the dice with the winning numbers. Penchun withdraws his hand, and instead of high scores, the dice show ones. Outraged, Yusun accuses Penchun of cheating and altering the result. Penchun coldly states Yusun's defeat with a score of 2-4. Angry and sweaty Yusun loudly shouts that this is unfair. Penchun with a sly smile remarks that with great desire, bones can also be replaced. Yusun is amazed at what he heard, and Penchun mocks his ineptitude in life matters despite his skill in combat. 2 dice that rolled ones. Focused Yusun recalls constant losses and his habit of dealing with eccentrics over 20 years of begging. Imaginary Yusun reaches out to flip the dice at his discretion. Yusun hesitates on which number to change the result to, feeling a strange fever in his body. Seized by fever, Yusun reaches for the bones, feeling a wild heartbeat. Sweaty Yusun cautiously tries to understand the reason for his condition. Cheerful Pen Chun appears in Ju Sing's imagination amid a whirlwind of magical energies. Pen Chun explains to Ju Sung that he felt the deadly intent of an incredibly powerful martial arts master. Ju Sung's trembling hand still tries to change the position of the bones. The face of Pen Chun with a changed gaze at the center of the energy vortex. Frightened, Ju Sung realizes if he touches the dice, Pen Chun will break his arm and neck. Jusun's sweaty hand continues to tremble, frozen above the dice. Jusun, with a frozen gaze, understands that the only way to survive is to lose. Smiling, Pen Chun says that now he is forced to take Jusun's knots as his prize. Pen Chun's hand confidently grabs the knots on the defeated opponent's belt. Satisfied, Pen Chun holds Jusun's belt with knots in his hand. Jusun's face burns with rage as he hears the opponent's hope for his victory. Jusun begs to return the belt, offering any other item instead. Angry Jusun screams wildly, demanding Pen Chun to give back the knots. Pen Chun's hand tightly squeezes the taken belt. A satisfied and confident smile appears on Pen Chun's face. Amid mystical clouds, Pen Chun announces the defeat of Jusun and the inevitable consequences. Jusun, with a trembling hand, tries to return the cubes under the cunning gaze of the enemy. Enraged, Jusun demands immediately to return his knots. Pen Chun reflects that the youth's right is to test fate again. Pen Chun walks away, warning that the inability to stop leads to trouble. Sweaty Jusun grits his teeth, accepting this challenge. Pen Chun's figure recedes. He continues on his path. A stone thrown by the enraged Jusun flies past Pen Chun's head. Trembling all over, Jusun shouts that he will not give up his knots. Pen Chun marvels at the audacity of the one who dared to pose as a sect leader. He explains, another guard would have long ago destroyed Jusun's core. Jusun is ready to die, but demands immediately to return his property. Belligerent Jusun with the stick stands opposite Pen Chun in a whirlwind of energy. Pen Chun offers a last chance to roll the dice again. He places knots against Jusun's right hand and core, throwing the dice. Pen Chun hopes for the remnants of the youth's sanity as he has little time. Confused, Jusun watches the dice fall. The dice stop on the ground. 1 and 3 are rolled. Armed Jusun and Pen Chun stand over the dice in a circle of dark energy. The ominous figure of Pen Chun in a lilac haze towers in the middle of the street. Jusun freezes before the dice in the opponent's grim silhouette. Pen Chun notices that Jusun's murderous intent has become significantly stronger. Pen Chun's gaze changes. He concentrates white and lilac energy. Jusun's body trembles with rage, engulfed by a powerful dark aura. Jusun is furious. His knees buckle, and his elbow bends despite attempts to maintain balance. Jusun's trembling hands and feet finally stop obeying him. Jusun tries to control his body in front of the dice, understanding fear commands to run, but he cannot lose the knots. Dice with the numbers 1 and 3 lie motionless on the ground. Jusun trembles, looking at the dice. He knows he must throw them despite any consequences. Pen Chun, with shining eyes, mockingly asks how much longer to wait for these 2 steps. Jusun breaks through the whirl of dark energy under the watchful gaze of Pen Chun's red-yellow eyes. Sweaty Jusun decides to calm the pain with a murderous intent and fiercely bites his lip to the blood. Jusun's trembling hand reaches for the dice with the last of his strength. Pen Chun, in the form of a cloud monster, reproaches Jusun from above for the wasted chance. Under the crushing pressure of the cloud monster, Jusun stubbornly tries to reach the dice with his hand. Jusun's frozen hand gradually approaches its goal. Jusun touches the cubes, and Pen Chun above him proclaims victory and promises to destroy the core and tear off the hand. Pen Chun smiles ominously, assuring that the injury will only benefit the poor fellow. The frantic expression on Pen Chun's face with a reddened nose. Large drops of bright blood fly past Pen Chun's mad gaze. Frightened, Pen Chun sees Jusun frantically biting off a piece of flesh from his own shoulder. Jusun's tense and focused gaze full of determination. Jusun's legs struggle to pass by the scattered cubes on the ground. Bloodied Jusun kicks the cubes and falls toward his opponent. A sincere surprise mixed with fear is reflected on Pen Chun's face. During the fall, Jusun deftly snatches his knotted belt from Pen Chun, the figure of a bewildered Pen Chun at the moment when Jusun takes his knots. Jusun lies face down with the belt in his hands, and nearby the cubes finally come to a stop. Bloodied Jusun lies on the ground, gripping the belt with knots with a deathly grasp. Pen Chun's feet are above the bloodstained dice showing 1 and 2. Pen Chun is amazed. He has seen many fall from his aura, but such determination for fake knots is incredible. Jusun's hand firmly holds the belt, and heavy drops of blood fall to the ground nearby. Penchun looks at the dice and decides such will deserves for him to become the boy's mentor. Bloodied Jusun does not release the knots while Penchun above him contemplates his future fate. Penchun acknowledges Yusun's right to wear 3 knots and marvels at his own desire to become a mentor. Penchun carefully moves the clothing aside to examine Yusun's wounded shoulder. Penchun carries the wounded student, reflecting on his incredible luck and his own talent as a seer. The bloodied dice that Jusun threw freeze on the ground, showing 2 sixes. Majestic stairs in the entrance to the Shaolin Temple against the backdrop of the morning sky and mountains. Jusun, with a bandaged shoulder, agrees to go together with the great poor man of the harvest. In the Shaolin courtyard, Yusun tells Mujin and Yuchun about a bet on dice with Penchun. Yuchun assures the reliability of the pauper and asks Jusun if he has reconciled with the past. Jusun replies that Master Penchun will not allow him to get stuck in the past. Jusun respectfully says goodbye to his friends, and Yuchun promises to pray for his successful journey. Mujin and Jusun friendly tease each other, promising to meet again. Jusun walks through the neat Shaolin courtyard, waving goodbye to his friends. Mujin and Yuchun silently watch their comrade who is leaving the monastery. The figure of Jusun confidently strides toward his new destiny. Yuchun goes to the temple, and Mujin continues to stand motionless, looking into the distance. Mujin's face filled with sad calm and bright hope. Jusun decisively heads toward new dangerous adventures. Shaolin Temple against the backdrop of mountains. 2 months have passed since the Red Pauper left the abode. View of the temple roof. The repair of wooden mannequins by the masters is almost complete. Mujin, with a basket of bars, walks through the courtyard. The leaves are turning yellow, and Yuchun is finishing a medical treatise. Mujin stops in the middle of the courtyard, intrigued by something unusual. The boy watches an autumn leaf swirling in the air, reflecting on the arrival of autumn. A picturesque landscape, a multicolored forest, and the majestic Shaolin under the gentle sun. Mujin carries wood along the forest path. He hopes that Jusun is not hungry right now. Shaolin Temple on the mountainside, where legendary wooden mannequins are kept. A monk in red and yellow robes confidently walks along the path to the temple. Monks argue near the entrance. Some worry about the appearance, others whether Mujin is a fraud. The elder calls for silence, reminding about the unquestionable trust the hall guards have in Mujin. A stern, burly monk with thick eyebrows fingers prayer beads in his hands. The guardian of the Hall of Commandments approaches the door and announces their opening. Huge doors slowly open, revealing a hall with mechanisms. On the faces of the Shaolin monks, sincere surprise and excitement can be read. The crowd freezes. Before them stand mannequins that are perfect copies of humans. The monks whisper in amazement that this is exactly how the original wooden men looked. The Brotherhood discusses the mannequins, which seem alive. Could the legend of movement not be a myth? Mujin steps over the threshold, assuring those present that moving mechanisms are reality. Mujin, with a lever on his shoulder, enters the hall, accompanied by Dr. Yuchun. Mujin's face shines with satisfaction and inspiration from the completed work. The monks still hesitate, suspecting deception or a conspiracy with Dr. Yuchun. Mujin proudly explains, "These are not decorations, otherwise the work would have finished much faster." Holding the lever, Mujin presents the mannequins as the best tools for training. The boy sets the lever, preparing to launch the complex system of mechanisms. Mujin sharply presses the lever, proclaiming the revival of the wooden warriors. A group of monks holds their breath, watching every movement of the young man with admiration. The internal wooden gears and fastenings come into coordinated motion. The monks watch the mechanical dance with a mixture of excitement and slight fear. The renewed wooden mannequins begin to move their arms and legs synchronously. The wooden mannequins are remarkably similar to real people, frozen in the heat of movement. The group of monks is stunned. They did not believe that these mechanisms could really move. Mujin's face radiates complete satisfaction with the result. The internal levers and mechanisms of the mannequins work harmoniously, setting them in motion. The wooden figures come to life and begin a new series of rapid attacks. The impressed Shaolin monks fold their hands in a prayer gesture, watching the miracle. Mujin explains, "To pass the training, one must repeat the mannequin's poses and move forward." He adds, "One must reach the end of the corridor without energy, otherwise the mannequins will be destroyed." Mujin addresses those present, asking who will be the first to test the new technique. The monks argue uncertainly until someone behind decisively raises a hand. The challenge is accepted by a monk with the characteristic warts above the eyebrow and above the lip. The volunteer stands before rows of wooden opponents that move continuously. He prepares for battle, recalling how his skill grew in the ranks of the monks of the 10 Commandments. Reaching for the mannequin, he remembers the times of stagnation when he only vented his anger on an old tree. The monk with warts on his face enters a fierce duel with the first mannequin. He recalls his doubts, whether the old dolls, arranged not according to feng shui, hindered him. The monk approaches the target, striving to prove the complete futility of these mechanisms. The fighter's face contorts in a determined strike against the wooden opponent. Suddenly, the wooden mannequin responds with a lightning-fast and unpredictable hand strike. The struggle continues. The monk with warts stubbornly attacks the moving target. The fight becomes increasingly fierce under the joint exclamation of surprised observers. The mannequin skillfully blocks the monk's strikes, giving him a worthy rebuff. The enraged monk delivers a palm strike, striving at all costs to overcome this obstacle. The fighter's powerful blow lands directly on the wooden figure's face. Chanbok hits the doll on the head, and the crowd of monks loudly counts. 1. The next accurate strike by Chanbok is accompanied by a collective shout. 2. The excitement grows. The monks now shout in unison. 3. Chanbok continues the series of punches, counting 4, 5. Yuchun and the mentor watch. Mujin rejoices that his plan is working as intended. Suddenly, Mujin and Yuchun freeze. The mannequin deflects the attack, and Chanbok falls to the ground. The monks laugh and tease Chanbok so that he does not get angry at the wooden dolls that have not trained for 300 years. A group of monks applauds the mechanisms while Chanbok rises from the ground with a new determined look. Chanbok freezes in front of the quarter with wooden mannequins, trembling with barely restrained fury. The abbot with marks on his forehead shouts at the frightened Mujin, fearing they will not hold back the enraged Jonbok. A burly monk warns that because of his egoism and long-standing hatred, Jonbok might simply smash the wooden men. Jonbok stands in the middle of the hall and laughs loudly, amazed that such incredible mechanisms actually exist. Jonbok enthusiastically explains, "These dolls are not just devices but a living puzzle and a moving scroll of martial arts." Jonbok addresses Mujin, acknowledging that he has made Shaolin a truly incomparable gift. Spreading his arms, Jinbok promises Mujin the most precious pill and asks what techniques are hidden at the end of the hall. Mujin shows the books found under the floor, the White Lotus Fist technique, and the Buddha's shadow steps. The monks repeat the names of the moves in chorus, amazed, as they have never heard of them before. The overseer, John Huan, is the first to rush into battle, followed by the rest of the monks, eager to test the power of the dolls. The long hall is filled with 2 rows of wooden mannequins, ready for combat. Mujin, Yuchen, and a venerable monk with thick eyebrows silently observe the hustle in the hall. One of the monks shouts joyfully after receiving a hit, delighted that the wooden figure hit the target. The happy monks enjoy the fight, rejoicing that the ancient dolls are finally working again. The monk with broad eyebrows maintains a serious and focused expression, watching the training. Mujin is amazed that even the stern Jonbok rejoices like a child. It's just a pity that Salian does not see this. After the match's end, a group of monks eagerly discuss their impressions and the strength of the mechanisms. The head monk suggests stopping the entertainment and giving Mr. Tan a chance to perform as a sign of gratitude. The abbot emphasizes that Mujin personally repaired these dolls, so he should be the first to evaluate the result. The crowd embraces the idea, urging Mujin to show his skills, and he confidently agrees. Under the watchful eyes of the Brotherhood, Mujin takes the first steps toward the corridor with the wooden figures. Mujin assumes a fighting stance, knowing that only he possesses the secrets of the records he unearthed. Inspired, Mujin prepares for battle, hoping to show off his mastery a little before the others. With the exclamation "Forward!", Mujin rushes into attack, starting a spectacular duel with the dummies. All the monks present held their breath, not taking their eyes off every movement of the young man. The gaze of the monk with big eyebrows becomes even more serious as he evaluates Mujin's technique. A group of Shaolin monks watches every move of Mujin. Mujin passes by the wooden dummies, skillfully deflecting their strikes. Mujin overcomes the corridor with wooden figures, applying martial arts techniques. Mujin's outstretched hand indicates his confident advance deep into the corridor. The monks cheer, counting the steps. 9, 10. While the stern monk with thick eyebrows watches intently. Mujin continues the duel with the mechanisms, reaching the 11th strike. The focused young man hears the count reach 12. Mujin moves through the corridor under the watchful eyes of the trial witnesses. Satisfied, Mujin stops. He has surpassed Chong'ok as planned, hoping his trick was not revealed. Monk with large eyebrows announces that Mujin has advanced further than all others. The mentor notes that he could have reached the end if he wanted, but Mujin feigns doubt. The boy is stunned. He realizes that the elder has seen through his plan. The monk reminds about the 3 Dharma commandments: prohibition of women entering, severe punishment for exiles, and bone cutting for violators. Shaolin disciples whisper anxiously, listening to the elder's stern speech. Dr. Yuchun and the monk with 6 marks on his forehead listen attentively to every word. The elder announces the 3rd commandment: learning from a false monk is theft, punishable by death or mutilation. Frightened Mujin froze when the monk with large eyebrows ordered him to answer. The mentor sternly asks who taught him the white lotus fist in the Buddha's shadow cloud step. Silence reigns in the hall. The elder presses Mujin with uncomfortable questions in front of everyone present. Mujin suspects a trap, comparing the monk to a cunning spider, but calmly denies his guilt. Dr. Yuchun watches the interrogation of Mujin tensely. Against the backdrop of the training corridor, Mujin stands face to face with the stern Zhang Yul. Hearing his name, Elder Zhang Yul turns around in surprise at the voice behind him. Angry Zhang Bok shouts, defending Mujin, who for months had personally repaired the wooden dummies. Zhang Bok emphasizes that the revival of mechanisms after 300 years is more beneficial for Shaolin than the legendary restoration pill. Mujin stands next to Zhang Bok, who openly challenges Zhang Yul and the other monks. Zhang Yul turns to the crowd, asking if they share the opinion of the audacious Zhang Bok. The angry monk steps closer, calling Zhang Yul an idiot and explaining that these dummies will bring enlightenment to thousands. The monks in the hall exchange glances, impressed by the courage and arguments of their brothers. Dr. Yuchun hears the final argument. Thanks to Mujin, the lost Shaolin fighting style has been restored. The figure of Zhang Yul with thick eyebrows. Isn't it obvious that Mujin broke one of the commandments? Zhang Bok frantically shouts at Zhang Yul, "We must thank Lord Tan. It is our moral duty as followers of Buddha." Mujin silently watches the monks dispute. Strict Zhang Yul replies, "Your logic is clear, but the commandments are above all. We will reward Lord Tan, but the rules are unchangeable." Focused Mujin against the background of wooden mannequins. Mujin is horrified by Zhang Yul's words. "Along with the reward, we must cut his tendons." Irritated Zhang Bok shouts, "You propose to apply both reward and punishment at the same time? That's absurd." Zhang Yul with thick eyebrows pondered deeply. Tense pause, Mujin and Zhang Yul froze, looking at each other. The burly monk steps forward. "I have known you since childhood, Zhang Yul, but I did not expect such cruelty. I am disappointed." Dr. Yuchu carefully observes the events. Mujin is alert in the middle of the hall with mannequins. Monks protest. If people find out about this, they will laugh at Shaolin as if it were a demon's lair. Monks point fingers at Zhang Yul, accusing him of injustice. Images of imaginary demonic faces fill the space. The hall doors open, and an unexpected guest appears on the threshold. An elderly monk with a staff and a long beard asks, "Why have you staged this disgraceful scene in front of the guests?" The calm and friendly face of the respected elder, with a single mark on his forehead. Yuchun looks at the monk and thinks, the divine monk has finally finished his solitary training. Chan Bok runs up to the guest. "Sect leader, keeper of the Hall of Commandments. You are timely." The divine monk demands silence from everyone with a single glance. The elder enters the hall. A powerful, bright aura emanates from him, causing the crowd to fall silent. The surprised face of Mujin at what he has seen. Yuchun and Mujin feel the pressure of the majestic aura of the divine monk upon them. The elder proclaims, "Punishment is the competence of the keeper of the Hall of Commandments. Others are forbidden to speak on this matter." The friendly and balanced expression on the face of the divine monk. A group of monks calms down and respectfully bows to the elder. Yuchun and Mujin observe the order that has prevailed in the hall with the mannequins. Mujin hears that the elder has the right only to suggest punishment and admires his wisdom and authority. Surprised Mujin tries to comprehend everything that has just happened. The hands of the monk clapping loudly. The divine monk leaves the hall, and the frowning Zhang Yul announces a general meeting to discuss the events. Mujin is sincerely surprised while Yuchun looks extremely irritated and stern. The temple with wooden mannequins majestically towers against the backdrop of a distant mountain. The river calmly carries its waters under the night sky next to the water wheel. A bridge over the night river and an old water wheel in the moonlight. Solyon sits on the edge of the bridge, watching the flow by the light of a lantern. Solyon joyfully greets Mujin and inquires about the progress of the wooden mannequins. Mujin recalls the surprised monks and notices the girl's new hairstyle. Mujin tells how the mannequins knocked down Master Jeonbok in just 6 steps. Under the night sky, Mujin emotionally shows Solyan the moves he saw in Shaolin. Solyan notes that their puzzle turned out to be too difficult even for great masters. Mujin says that the farthest 11 steps was reached by the monk of 10,000 powers. Solyan burns with curiosity and looks Mujin straight in the face. Embarrassed by such closeness, Mujin asks if she is really that interested. Solyan's face shines with admiration, as if surrounded by magical flowers. Mujin looks at Solyan and thinks how sweet she is in her curiosity. Mujin demonstrates techniques and talks about the performance of the Dharma Hall Guardian, Zhonghuan. Silhouettes of friends on the bridge near the water wheel in the silence of the night landscape. Mujin looks truly happy and inspired. Solyan's face, lit by a lantern, suddenly becomes sad. 2 bright stars swiftly fall through the dense, starry canvas. The full moon shines brightly against the backdrop of the deep blue sky. 2 lonely graves of father and brother Solyan with memorial cups of wine. The Sun Temple Shaolin in the autumn mountains. Mujin recalls Solyan. She refused to go, choosing to repair the watermill instead of wooden people. Monks in yellow-red attire wait their turn to enter the temple for a meeting. The meeting hall, at the head of the table, the divine monk. Behind him stands the stern Chongyul with thick eyebrows. Next to the divine monk sit Mujin and Yuchun. Further along the table are other Shaolin masters. Mujin silently watches as the hall gradually fills with monks. Mujin recalls the night conversation. Solyan had seen wooden dolls since she was 10, although the world will see them for the first time. The dreamy face of Solyan against the starlit night sky. Mujin flinches when a proposal to start the meeting sounds in the hall as everyone is present. Chongyu announces they will discuss Mujin's punishment for violating the 3rd commandment. The floor is given to the defense. The calm and friendly face of the divine monk with a mark on his forehead. Enraged Mujin declares, after months of work he has earned trust, so he does not understand the essence of the accusations. Chongyul with a stern expression listens to Mujin's arguments. Shaolin monks attentively follow every word in the meeting hall. Dr. Yuchun sits next to Mujin, maintaining calm. Mujin directly asks the keeper of the commandment, does he really believe that doll repair was just a cover for stealing techniques? One of those present rises from his seat, closely observing the tense situation. Chongyul admits that he does not believe in the intent to steal arts for profit. Mujin is puzzled. If Chongyul believes him, then why does he still insist on punishment? Chongyul replies relentlessly, the commandment orders so. Mujin's hand resting on the table begins to noticeably tremble with anger. Mujin shouts, doll repair forces one to study Shaolin techniques. If this is a crime, then the temple has been preparing a trap for fools for 300 years. Focused Changbok with warts above his lip and eyebrow listens carefully to the speech. Mujin's fists, which he leans on the table with, clench fiercely. Mujin defends himself. Studying the lotus fist was inevitable. Could an ordinary carpenter have repaired such a mechanism? Chongyul silently contemplates, weighing Mujin's substantial evidence. A group of monks whisper about what they heard. Tension in the hall rises. Chongyul retorts, Mujin robbed the temple without studying the art with the master. Mujin understands it's already too late to join. A majestic golden statue of Buddha towers over the participants of the tribunal. Mujin helplessly bows his head, feeling feverish. Dr. Yuchun anxiously watches his condition. Mujin's consciousness dims, and Chanyul's voice once again reminds, the commandment remains in force. The figure of Chanyul, who asks Mujin if that is all he can say in his defense. A divine monk with a dot on his forehead against the background of the council hall. Mujin's trembling face with closed eyes. He is prepared for the worst. Mujin opens one eye upon hearing a strange phrasing, as if he had stolen martial arts. Dr. Yuchun touches the bowl on the table and suggests to those present to figure out the meaning of these words. Dr. Yuchun defends the boy and asks the monks what a thief could steal from an absolutely poor beggar. The gloomy Chongyul replies to the doctor that it is impossible to steal anything from such a beggar. Yuchun raises his index finger, asking if a thief could fill the stomach with the beggar's non-existent lunch. The figure of Yuchun, who continues to confidently defend Mujin. Chongyul admits that stealing what does not exist in nature is simply impossible. The heavy gaze of Chongyul, who realizes the subtext of the doctor's words about stealing the non-existent. Focused, Yuchun asserts that yesterday no one even knew the names of these martial arts or their techniques. The burning, determined gaze of Dr. Yuchun. Yuchun stands next to Mujin and asks the monks how he could have stolen what never belonged to them. Yuchun snaps his fingers, calling to look at this situation from a completely different angle. Yuchun friendly hugs Mujin by the shoulders and asks about the difference between the revival of the forgotten and the creation of the new. The audacious doctor asks whether Mujin really stole techniques that were completely unfamiliar even to the monks themselves. Yuchun grabs Mujin by the face, drawing everyone's attention, and suggests that it is the monks who are stealing the boy's art. The doctor points a finger at the monks and notes that none of them underwent the ritual to be Mujin Tang's disciple. Figures of Jian Yule and the divine monk, who are observing the speech. Mujin and Yuchun listen to John Yule's response that the eccentric doctor is overstepping. Yuchun slams the table, declaring the accusations absurd since Mujin did not force the monks to be his disciples. The face of the divine monk, who is carefully analyzing everything happening in the hall. Surprised faces of the group of Shaolin monks in traditional yellow-red attire. A wide shot of the conference hall, Yuchun, Mujin, and all the monks present. Yuchun and Mujin realize that the situation has reached its limit, and the doctor's audacity borders on madness. Mujin confusedly contemplates Yuchun's unexpected behavior and the further fate of the gathering. The divine monk knocks on the table and suggests raising hands for those in favor of punishing Mujin. Tense atmosphere in the meeting hall. Yuchun, Mujin, and the rest of the attendees. Close-up of the divine monk's face with a characteristic dot on the forehead. Chan Yule's hand raised up for voting. Chan Yule votes, standing behind the divine monk and other attendees in the meeting hall. Mujin, Yuchun, and other monks watch Chan Yule, who supported the punishment. The divine monk asks those who believe that Tang Mujin should not be held accountable to raise their hands. Focused Mujin amid a forest of hands raised around him. The crowd of monks in the meeting hall unanimously votes against punishing Tang Mujin. The friendly divine monk announces the decision and asks Mr. Tang what reward he desires for repairing the wooden mannequins. Pensive face of Mujin, who is contemplating the answer regarding the reward. Chan Yule and the divine monk froze in anticipation of the boy's response. Mujin, against the backdrop of the night sky, feverishly thinks about what exactly to ask the monks. Mujin's focused gaze, he recalls all his negotiation skills. Yuchun watches every movement of Mujin attentively and with obvious excitement. Mujin clenches his hand into a fist tightly from excitement. Satisfied, Yuchun hears the request for the Great Restoration Pill and mentally praises Mujin for the high stake. Confident Mujin seriously declares that his price is the Great Restoration Pill. Mujin, Yuchun, and others present in the hall during the tense moment of negotiations. Mujin carefully watches the elders' reaction, awaiting their decision. The divine monk promises to bring the pill today and asks Mujin to wait in the guest chambers. The divine monk's hand opens the inlaid lid of the chest, a precious chest adorned with golden velvet, in which lies the magnificent restoration pill. The divine monk with a flowing beard explains to Mujin that this is a remedy for effective rejuvenation. Humble Mujin listens to the monk. The energy of the pill should be directed to the central circulation so that it does not dissipate. Mujin's hands gathering concentrated energy in the palms. Imaginary scene. Mujin in lotus pose wrapped in thick clouds of yellow restorative energy. Mujin on a magical island with the yin-yang symbol, surrounded by strange plants and multicolored energy. Mujin is in a state of deep meditation, sweaty and focused face of the young man during the meditative process. The monk touches Mujin's shoulder. The state is stable, but at night instead of sleep, it is worth continuing circulation for assimilation. The figure of a divine monk and with a dot on the forehead, wishing Mujin success in practice. Majestic view of the Shaolin Temple under a cloudless blue sky. Yuchun gathers the medical treatise and notes that Mujin is the only one who accepted such a pill before reaching the realm of the summit. Mujin reminds that it was Yuchun who advised asking for a stronger pill and calls the doctor to pack things for the journey. Mujin suggests to Yuchun not to rush and wait for the complete completion of the book while there is such an opportunity. Surprised look of Yuchun in response to the boy's unexpected proposal. Mujin convinces the doctor to wait until the work is finished, because on the road the clashes with scoundrels will start again. Yuchun is touched by the student's care and jokes, whether the pill changed Mujin's heart overnight. Yuchun scares Mujin with his closeness, while Mujin justifies himself, recalling the doctor's constant pranks and drowsiness. Mujin seriously adds that this book is Yuchun's life's work, and there are still sick monks in the settlement. Dr. Yuchun walks around the room, assuring that he finally understood the boy's true motives. Smiling, Yuchun agrees to wait, although inwardly he complains about the difficult character of modern children. surprised Mujin with the hieroglyphs lust demon on his cheeks, which Yuchen secretly wrote on him. Near Slyon's workshop, voices are heard. The girl is surprised that Mujin has not left yet, and he came to say goodbye. Mujin wipes the inscriptions from his face and sees Slyon packing her things to leave for the settlement center. Mujin listens attentively to Slyon. She no longer wants to stay in the forest hut and plans to change her life. Slyon, against the background of wooden mechanism diagrams, announces her final decision to leave this place. Mujin watches warily as the girl ties the last knot with her belongings. Mujin feels awkward. He gained the power of the pill, but Slyon's achievements will remain unnoticed. Slyon finishes packing her bundles on the workshop desk. The magical and gentle face of Solyon with a thoughtful gaze. Solyon suddenly approached Mujin, wiping his face and asking about his departure plans. Blushing, Mujin promises to visit her as soon as Yuchun finishes the book and he has the chance. The embarrassed girl Irish lowers her eyes. Mujin asks if his frequent visits would bother her. A huge bundle of things, through the ropes of which Solyon's pickaxe is threaded. Solyon throws the things over her shoulder and replies to Mujin that she will wait and he will not be a bother at all. Solyon's hand gently waving goodbye. The girl walks away from the workshop with the bundle on her shoulder, cheerfully waving her hand as she goes. Mujin remains alone, thinking that the true hero is Solyon. Mujin's upset and lonely gaze. The boy alone surveys the deserted yard and workshop. Long felled tree trunks lying lonely near the workshop. Mujin recalls Solyon's words about wooden dolls she had seen since childhood. The boy quickly enters the empty workshop. View of the town center, where among passers-by a small two-story tavern is visible. Joyful Solyon skillfully works in the tavern, carrying a tall pyramid of plates. Figures of 3 monks slowly entering the establishment. Solyon, as a waitress, attentively watches the monks who came to rest. The girl listens to the conversation about the 4th wooden mannequin and loss of balance. Shaolin monks boast of successes, discussing the revival of technique by Master Tan. Lost in thought, Solyon accidentally begins wiping a monk's bald head instead of the table surface. The frightened girl snapped out of it and confusedly apologizes to the surprised guests. Solyon mockingly thinks to herself as she loses her calm every time she hears about the wooden people. A sunny day in the town, visitors enter the tavern and people stroll through the streets. A 2-story tavern, illuminated by light from the windows, against the backdrop of a starry night sky. Tired Solyon steps out into the night coolness, scolding herself for inattentiveness because of the rumors. Solyon is surprised by the appearance of Mujin, who jokes about her mistakes at work today. Mujin boldly reminds that he will not leave without saying goodbye, but his journey begins tomorrow. Solyon's upset face against the deep evening sky. The girl listens attentively to Mujin, who admits that something has piqued his interest. The radiant Mujin approaches Solyon closely and enthusiastically offers her to follow him to show something. A small 2-story tavern under the starry sky with dark windows and an empty yard. A huge bright moon in the night sky surrounded by dense stars. Solyon and Mujin walk along a forest path, lighting their way with a lantern. A familiar bridge over the river near Solyon's hut. Crossing the bridge, Solyon asks if they are going to her place, to which Mujin confirms the direction. Solyon's anxious face. She questions Mujin about what exactly he has prepared. Mujin recalls sleepless nights working, and Solyon doubts whether it is worth following the man at night. Mujin assures that it must be seen now, and Solyon remembers his departure tomorrow. The flashlight beam falls on the ground. Mujin says they have arrived and asks the girl to look. Solyon's face filled with genuine surprise. The beam of light catches a long, closed box standing near the workshop. Solyon holds her breath, not believing her own eyes at what she sees. Mujin opens the box, asking Solyon to watch carefully and finally see the result of their work. A shot in which Mujin slowly lifts the lid of the long box. Solyon's eyes suddenly fill with bitter tears. In the box, an active miniature copy of the Hall of Wooden Mannequins from the Shaolin Monastery. Mujin jokes about the guards, and Solyon sadly realizes that it will have to be destroyed later. The wooden mannequin moves exactly like a real one. Mujin asks if she likes his work. A lonely tear from Solyon falls right on the head of the small wooden doll. Looking at the figures, Solyon recalls her childhood with her father and brother. A painful memory. Little Solyon and her brother burying their father. Solyon remembers the moment when she was left completely alone after the death of her relatives. A memory of how she vainly tried to fix the wooden doll with her own hands. Solyon imagines Mujin tirelessly working on copies of the Shaolin mannequins. A landscape of the purple night sky and autumn leaves swirling in the air. Solyon trembles all over, not taking her eyes off the wooden copies. From painful memories, Solyan's hands involuntarily dig into the damp earth. The girl cries bitterly, and Mujin, standing nearby, tries to comfort her. The hands of Solyan, with which she, in despair digs even deeper into the ground. Pieces of mud that the enraged Solyan throws by handfuls into the box with mannequin copies. Solyan throws dirt at the toys, and behind her stands Mujin, stunned by such behavior. Through tears, Solyan begins to laugh hysterically and at the same time with relief. Mujin's admiring gaze. He finally understands the girl's feelings and the reason for her action. Mujin joins Solyan, helping her break the box they created with their own hands. Mujin's face radiates genuine excitement and delight at what they are doing. Solyan stops and watches Mujin's actions with interest. Solyan and Mujin together vigorously destroy the long box with mannequin copies. Both silently look at the pile of debris left from the box and dolls. Cheerful Mujin stands next to Solyan, who has calmed down and now laughs with him. From the depths of the dark night forest, ominous clouds of energy begin to swirl. Through the dense darkness, a mysterious figure closely watches Mujin and Solyan. Chanyul watches them from the forest thicket. His eyes glow with an inhuman, beastly gleam. The darkness of the night parts for Chanyul. Wrapped in a purple aura, he emerges from the forest to meet Mujin and Solyan. Mujin and Solyan freeze, observing the approach of the formidable figure of Horonik of the Hall of Covenants. Mujin's face burns with anger. He understands. If Chanyul reports to Shaolin, there will be no excuses. Chanyul's gaze remains heavy and stern, revealing no emotions. Overcome with panic, Mujin feverishly chooses between fleeing and fighting, worrying about the fate of Dan Solyan. Mujin flinches when the silence is suddenly broken by Chanyul's voice. Mr. Tang. Under the night sky in a clearing, three stand over the fragments of a box with mechanical figurines. Chanyul calmly fingers prayer beads and urges Mujin not to worry. Horonik seriously assures the boy that his concerns will be taken into account. Looking at the broken box with dolls, Mujin timidly asks about possible punishment. Chanyul approaches closer and gently explains that he never intended to punish Mujin for this. Solyan and Mujin listen tensely to every word of the mysterious guest. Chanyul admits that his position forces him to be strict, so Mujin's suspicions are quite logical. He adds, if he wished harm, he would have acted back when Mujin just started crafting figurines. Disappointed, Mujin asks in shock, so you have been watching me all this time? Chanyul by the river explains, he was only observing the students. Another monk would definitely have punished for that. Alert Solyan listens as Mujin reproaches Chanyul for the recent attempt of murder or maiming. Chanyul sincerely apologizes, explaining that the commandments are created for order, not to harm outsiders. Looking at his reflection in the river, he says that Horonik's duty is to act despite insults. Suddenly, the face of stern Chanyul is illuminated by a barely noticeable smile. Mujin watches in amazement. He has never seen a smile on this face before. Chanyul compares the world to a changing river, where Shaolin is just a raft that stays on its surface. Autumn leaves slowly swirl in the air under the endless, dark blue starry sky. Mujin and Solyan watch the leaves in fascination, listening to the wisdom of Horonik. Chanyul raises his hand with an autumn leaf, noting that the raft cannot escape the force of the current. His fingers unclench and the leaf slowly descends onto the mirror-like surface of the water. Mujin and Solyan silently watch Chanyul, who has sat down right by the shore. The fast night water picks up the leaf and carries it away through sharp stones. The three of them follow the leaf with their eyes as it disappears into the darkness of the river flow. Chanyul and Mujin stand on the shore, absorbed in the silence of the deep night, the figure of Chanyul against the backdrop of stars. He explains that the founders created an anchor so that Shaolin would always remain unshakable. Mujin asks Chanyul again about the three great commandments. Chanyul explains, thanks to the 10 Commandments, Shaolin does not seek power or profit, preserving the teachings through the ages. Shaolin temples among autumn mountains under a dark purple starry sky. The kind, Chanyul says, they await the end of chaos, and the keeper of the halls is entrusted to watch over the inviolability of their anchor. Chanyul, Mujin, and Solyan on the windy riverbank watch the autumn leaf. Mujin asks if these vows will bind him as well. Chanyul replies, Mujin is a free leaf carried by the current all the way to the sea. The whirlpool lifts the leaf that the monk dropped into the water. The autumn leaf holds on the shiny surface of the river. Chanyul among the leaves assures, the old Shaolin anchor does not intend to hold the free leaf. Mujin and Salian listen attentively to Chongyul on the night shore. Chongyul smiles, I am the Shaolin anchor. Mujin recalls his impressions from staying at the monastery. Mujin's face, before whose eyes memories of events in Shaolin arise. Chongyul ponders when Mujin asks if this burden is not too heavy for one. Mujin intently waits for Zhongyul's response. Zhongyul places a hand on Mujin's shoulder. Does it really matter? Zhongyul's smiling face. At dawn, the fire from torches engulfs a box with wooden mannequins. Charred remains of wooden figurines in the box. Hills with the graves of Salian's father and brother. Autumn morning, a leaf floats down the river as a symbol of gained freedom. Red leaves fall onto the backpack on Mujin's shoulders. Monks gathered on the stairs to see off Mujin and Dr. Yuchun. Mujin gratefully accepts a bundle for the journey from a monk. Mujin watches the farewell between Yuchun and the burly monk. Mujin looks carefully at Zhongyul one last time. Zhongyul wishes Mujin to be strong and to finally reach the sea. Mujin gratefully folds his hands in a farewell gesture. Monks bow in farewell to Dr. Yuchun and Mujin. The entrance arch of Shaolin against the backdrop of golden autumn trees. Shaolin disciples set out on a new path towards adventures. Mujin and Dr. Yuchun walk along a forest road under the gentle sun. Mujin's surprised look when he heard something unusual. Solian suddenly appears before Mujin and Dr. Yuchun. Cheerful Mujin asks Solian if she came to see him off. Solian points to the bundle on her shoulder and says she is going with them because she is tired of everything here. Yuchun listens in surprise to Solian, who dreams of seeing hundreds of watermills in Sichuan. Anxious Yuchun hears Mujin explaining to the girl that Sichuan is much farther than it seems. Mujin frightens Solian with bandits and inconveniences, and she barely restrains her anger. Disappointed, Solian asks Mujin if he really does not want to see her nearby. Mujin instructively notes that the path will be difficult, and regular washing will be impossible. A small stone hits Mujin right in the forehead. Angry Yuchun shouts that Mujin must take responsibility for the girl. Dr. Yuchun thinks that Mujin is still too inexperienced not to regret his actions. Outraged Mujin shouts that he has done nothing to take responsibility for. Yuchun throws another stone at Mujin, complaining about his dullness. Enraged, Solian grabs Mujin by the collar, assuring that she sold all her property for the journey. While they walk together, Solian suspiciously asks Yuchun who he actually is. The three companions walk through the forest, arguing about Yuchun's role in this journey.